even Darth Vader subscribed.
Darth Vader?
In today's video, Hassan is getting absolutely obliterated for his appearance on the NPR podcast. He's now trying to brigade it with his fans, trying to change his PR. Hassan has brought yet another Hassan orbiter in the back to sit in his puck chair. Meanwhile, he goes on unhinged rants about Asmongold and Ethan. Hassan orbiting Moon Froggen is in gigantic trouble. Time is running out and her tactic of hiding from Ethan is not working. YouTuber and lawyer Legal Mindset is calling her out, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe for endless entertainment, the likes of which you've never seen before. Take it away, Jellywig.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with this video. Hassan Piker, a himbo gateway drug to the left. It's been a minute. And basically Hassan appeared on this podcast and was questioned on a bunch of things like masculinity, politics, and a bunch of other topics. And turns out the comment section is absolutely cooking him. So Hassan is trying to send his audience to try and change the narrative. So here we have the comments. Not sure that promoting 10 toes down with the Houthis is going to yield great results, to be honest. FYI, this guy said that people who support capitalism should be put into re-education camps and that freedom of speech should be banned after communism is installed in the US government. Why was there zero pushback on this or any of his horrible violent beliefs? Bro promotes terrorist propaganda on the regular. Bro needs to be on a watch list. My favorite streamer definitely didn't endorse Hamas, Hezbollah, and other civilian murdering terrorist orgs. Hassan claims his NPR podcast is being brigaded, instructs his audience to control the narrative.
The Americans, as a matter of fact, for example, have
comment sections are bullshit self-care. Oh no, they're being heavily brigaded, which of course obviously it is upon you chatters to go fucking seize control over the narrative and show support to NPR, which is unfortunately in a dire state and needs the support.
Okay, so basically you want them to brigade the comment section. Like, you're literally criticizing people for brigading while doing the exact same thing. Also, I don't think this comment section was brigaded. Literally nobody talked about this. This is people just organically noticing that you're a extremist freak who should not be allowed to associate with anyone and platform your propaganda. You're literally out here trying to send your audience to try and change the narrative on the video, and it didn't even work. Like, all the top comments are still just cooking you. And that's after you send thousands of people to try and fix your PR. I mean, how absolutely pathetic is that? Dude, this guy can't handle the slightest bit of criticism. He always has to try and manufacture good PR. And, you know, that's why the only, like, articles he reads are, like, his simp journalist friends.
Right.
I think it's time to accept the fact that nobody likes you, dude. I wonder what would have happened to Hassan's career if he actually didn't say dumb stuff. To be fair, he just wouldn't have a career, so I guess that's why he says dumb stuff. Anyway, so let's actually check out the video. So first they talk about that title that he's like a himbo drug to the left or something.
And you know, Hassan, I don't know if I've ever heard the term himbo gateway drug before. Is that how you describe yourself?
Yeah, I think that nails it, I guess. Just gateway drug to empathy.
Gateway drug to
in
empathy.
a himbo format.
Ah yes, Hassan Piker, the absolute personification of empathy itself. Bro spent a couple days with iDubbbz and downloaded the entire PDF for empathy. I mean, to be fair, Hassan has reached the age of 32, so I guess it kind of makes sense. The thing with Hassan's empathy, though, is that it's only for his side, and it's absolutely zero empathy for anyone that even mildly disagrees with you. So it's empathy for people like Froggen, you know, who's like, oh, I can't believe you guys are calling her fat. This is the most horrible thing in the world. Meanwhile, here he is trying to ruin Ethan's life for like a 1% disagreement. By the way, if you didn't know, himbo means like a good-looking but unintelligent man. So basically like a stupid meathead. Also, is it just me, but does he look like he aged 15 years in this like podcast setting or whatever?
Right.
Brother, what meds are you actually on? Is this like does roids do this, or like what is going on here? Anyways, this next part he talks about games being political.
Bros, I think, are often stereotypically considered to be conservative. Why do you think like these activities, like working out, video games, etc., why do you think they are so conservative coded?
I wouldn't say they're necessarily conservative coded. I would just simply say that they are easier to be branded as apolitical. I mean, there's a very funny long-standing joke or meme in the gaming sphere where people will say, "Oh, why do you have politics in my video games?" Like, get politics out of my video games is like this rallying cry from Gamergate onward, and it usually is deployed at any video game that has like a black female protagonist, and then immediately that's like being considered as political. It's like the two genders, you know, white man and political, and these guys will unironically say things like Call of Duty is not political, or Call of Duty wasn't political until there was like a black woman in it. Yeah, they just don't understand that like Call of Duty has of course always been political. Like, I mean, it's you know, sometimes making a criticism of American imperialism. In other instances, it's quite literal.
Call of Duty isn't political. World at War was about World War II and Nazis. Absolutely no politics.
Defending American imperialism, but it's never not political.
Yeah, dude, let me give you a massive spoiler here. Most people don't give a shit about that stuff. They just want to shoot stuff. When I play COD, I'm not thinking of the underlying political undertones, all right? I'm not that fucking miserable. I just want to shoot some people in a video game. Dude, this guy has to turn everything into the most miserable, cringe, political war ever, bro. Life is not about that. And this guy has the audacity to say, my favorite anime is One Piece, guys. And it's not because of the characters, the world building, the story, you know, somewhat like reasonable, normal ways to like an anime, right? Instead, it's because, well, it's actually the underlying political message that really draws me in here. You know, like my real life terrorist friend here, right? He's just like Luffy, don't you see? He's oppressing the tyrannical government, of course. Bro, Hassan gotta be like the biggest buzzkill in the world. You just know this dude brings it up in every conversation ever, annoying the heck out of everybody. Like, everybody will just be having a good time, and then Hassan goes, but have you thought about the political and economic state of the world right now? Goes to Thanksgiving and I'm like, guys, I can't believe you're eating a turkey when there's a genocide going on. This is actually unacceptable, guys. Please donate. Please donate to my stream first, then Gaza, of course. Right, so this next part, he talks about his audience demographics, and this gotta be the biggest cap, bruh.
Who do you think your audience is, and what do you think they see in you?
My audience is pretty diverse, I would say. It's like quarter female.
Terrorists.
75% male, which is 18 to 35-year-old men for the most part. And a lot of them are white. A lot of them are atheist or agnostic. A lot of them are in college and education, or you know, have just started their jobs.
But what do you think they are looking for from you? What do you think they like see in you that keeps them engaged?
I think that they want a shared space.
Yes, of course. They just want a shared space. They just want a safe space, guys. A safe space to support terrorism, of course. Very safe for everybody except civilians, I guess. Your demographic is literally terrorist supporters, like actual radical extremist far lefties, or in more recent times, blatant anti-Semites. Your audience is literally filled with Mike from PAs, bro. People who lose boxing matches to couches. People with absolutely failed lives who have got nothing better to do than see the entire world burn. This guy trying to pretend that his audience is like somewhat normal or the average person is just so ridiculous. Like, no regular well-meaning person is watching Hassan Piker and thinking, yeah, well, that's a pretty reasonable guy. I actually really
I can't say over
agree
my
with all of his
bag.
opinions here. Moving on to this next part, he's crying about Asmongold again. Who would have thought, guys? It's another Tuesday, but this time he's got pathological liar Noah Samson in the cuck chair to absolutely glaze him while he goes on unhinged rants. So it's like every week he has another person sit in that chair to be absolutely degraded and humiliated, from iDubbbz to a bunch of random other people. Like, he just keeps cycling them out over and over, trying to pretend he actually has friends. By the way, if you missed a couple episodes of the series, Noah Samson is another Hassan orbiter and a YouTuber who is one of the most pathetic people on the planet. He lies constantly, misrepresents every single situation, literally a Hassan clone here. And this is a guy who said that we need to escalate, guys. We have direct physical access to the propagandists, the weapons, the politicians, etc. And essentially just implying that he wants to incite violence. Like, this guy's completely nuts.
We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate.
So here they're talking about how Asmongold doesn't actually stream for money, but more like validation.
The reason why I brought up how he lives is because, one, he does live in filth. Okay, the fuck are you talking about? And two, that plays a role in this. It's not like I'm talking about how he doesn't give a shit about making extra money. People are wrong when they think he's doing this just for money. He's not doing it for money. You're misunderstanding the motivation here. Okay, make with that information what you will, but he's not doing this for money. He's doing this for validation. He's doing this for building a sense of community. He's doing this for having a shit ton of yes men. And if you do that because you have good takes, right? If you want to cultivate a community of yes men over your takes on like Blizzard, that's only going to take you so far, right? But if you just lean in to an existing, very successful political movement, that is a much easier way. That is a much easier way to develop an audience of loyal fans.
How does he do it every single time? He describes himself perfectly while attempting to describe Asmongold, dude. Dude, you yourself have latched onto the Free Palestine movement like a fucking parasite toxin. You know, you take the moderate left and make them more extreme and extreme and extreme. You use the war in Gaza to get followers and money while encouraging more and more extremism, supporting terrorists. And these people are so dumb. They legitimately think that donating to Hassan Piker is somehow helping Palestine. Like, you gotta be the dumbest, actual low IQ lobotomite, bro. And he still has to play victim. Like, he still has to cry, oh, I'm the underdog, guys. My position is actually so unpopular. Yeah, I mean, supporting terrorists tends to be a bit unpopular, man. Also, about Asmongold, isn't it like a good thing that he doesn't do it for money? Because that would be a pretty bad motivation to, you know, have all these opinions and it's all just for money. Then you can't really take that person seriously because they're literally doing it for money, right? Now, does he do it for validation? I mean, I don't know. I guess everybody who streams does, right? But more like he just probably just wants to talk about shit. Like, why do I make these videos, right? I don't know.
Why do I
it's just kind of fun.
hang out?
Side effect is that, you know, there's generating money and entertaining tons of people, but mostly just because it's a fun hobby to have. Now, the real question is, why do you do this, Hassan? What the fuck is motivating your ass, all right? To become the most ultimate socialist, grifting, genuinely insane person with the most warped sense of justice I've ever seen. Then a chatter calls him out.
Can't you say that about yourself? Oops, sorry, you're trolling low with the No, I won't say that about myself, and I don't say that about myself because my positions haven't dramatically shifted over the course of the past 12 years. And also, my position is not a profoundly popular one. A lot of people actually mistake it as a profoundly popular one because of my own popularity in this fucking sphere. So you think that this is like a global movement or something? Okay, there is no socialist president.
Wow, you're so cool, Hassan. You're totally the underdog here. Man, you're fighting against the... Like, he legitimately thinks he's the main character in an anime or something. He legitimately thinks he's some sort of like a revolutionary trying to change the world, bro. Like, no, you're just a fucking Twitch streamer.
An asshole.
And I just love how he constantly brings on new people to just sit there and watch him mauled at his chat, bro. Like, dude, imagine being one of these absolute cucks sitting right next to him, bro. Wow. He goes and looks to them like, I'm right, guys, right? Please validate me. I have the right opinion, right? You're talking about Asmongold having yes men. Who's the guy right next to you, bro? An actual, like, physical yes man right there. Asvin does whatever he wants and isn't wearing Gucci or trying to flash cash like the insecure bitch that Hassan is projecting so hard here. Every single time he invites someone over, he has to bring up Asvin Gold. Just ask him out already. Dude, that would be the craziest plot twist of all time. They go on a date. Moving on to Froggen getting absolutely cooked, right? Basically, last time we talked about how she was dodging being served more than 4 times. Rank #1 hide-and-seek player in the world. Somehow,
Dodgeball.
Froggen got some unique abilities there. Basically, she had a week left to respond to Ethan's, lawsuit or whatever, right? And if she doesn't turn up with the lawyer, she basically loses to default judgment, right? And there's about 3 days left now, so we're gonna find out very quick. But, well, let's have a legal mindset break it down as to how legally she actually is.
She has like 5 days to respond to our complaint or she loses by default. And this was last night. So it's probably down to 4 days. That's one of the most legally inaccurate takes ever. Okay. This is from the Starkers. Can't wait to see the case dismissed after Fro. What is she like? First of all, who calls her Fro? Like when I hear them call her Fro, it sounds like she's Froyo. Okay? Like I can't not think that she's frozen yogurt.
Wait, frozen yogurt? I said that a couple videos ago. Legal mindset, welcome. Another fan of the series, baby. I'm telling you, the entire world is watching. Okay, probably came up with that himself. But I'm telling you, all right, everybody is tuned into the cinema. Trust me, every single person you know, your great long lost grandfather's son's brother-in-law is watching, all right? Even your dog is watching. I'm telling you, when you're not looking, they turn on the Pegasus series because it's just cinema. It's just cinema. No, but honestly, I love how he gives her like cute names like Froggy. Apparently she's a Froggy now. Diabolical. Then this next part, he talks about these snarkers trying to defend old Froggy.
After Fro files a motion to quash after being improperly served. This dude is such an idiot. He has all of his money and doesn't know what to do with it. So therefore, his quack of a lawyer is just taking it from him. LMAO. This is procedurally inaccurate and completely wrong. First of all, let's explain what a default judgment is. Okay? Default judgment is a court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, typically because the defendant does not file a defense or the defendant doesn't acknowledge the claim. So, if you just want to stick your head in the sand and pretend you don't know what's going on, you're likely going to get a default judgment. And beyond that, we all know that Froggen knows about this lawsuit. Like, it's not something that Froggen doesn't know about. It's very public. So it's very clear what's going on here to a judge. That Froggen is trying to dodge this. Froggen is trying to evade this, right?
Oh, 100%. There is basically zero excuse she can use at this point. She can't claim that she was unaware because she has publicly acknowledged it. And honestly, Froggen,
is that
all
true?
the local
Did she publicly
McDonald's
acknowledge it?
have been surrounded. We are prepared to take drastic measures in order to capture you. You don't want to harm the patties. Think of the burgers. Think of the lives you will actually be saving, all right? Think of all the innocent patties who won't have to suffer, all right? Just turn yourself in. Come out with your hands behind your back if she can reach, all right? Come out or we're tossing a salad into the building, all right? You don't need like a flash grenade or anything, just a salad. Just toss one of those in there. She'll come running out. Trust me, okay? We're not playing games, Froggy. We're gonna bring out the heavy artillery, a spinach, a broccoli, cucumber. Anyways, this next part, he talks about how Froggen could possibly object to a default judgment, right? This was the argument the snarkers were making on the Reddit, like, Ethan can't win by default judgment because Froggen can just object because she hasn't been served properly.
However, Froggy Yogi does have a potential opportunity to challenge the default judgment. And she does that with an objection to the default judgment, which is a motion to set aside. So she can make a motion to set aside the default judgment. Not receiving the claim could be if the service, all types of service were invalid. But I guarantee you that at least one type of service that they used on this, whether it was, hand delivery or publication or some sort of substitute service, was legally sufficient to provide notice of service or sufficient service to proceed with the case. They're not going to issue the default judgment typically if there was completely bunk service, but the burden would be on Froggy to prove that.
Yeah, that is absolutely not happening. Ethan specifically hired a professional server And in my estimate, it's like 99% chance that it was done in line with the rules. If Ethan got like a faulty server, that would just be highly unlikely. So she is legally considered served at this point. They tried to contact one of her relatives, apparently some African-American, 155-pound whatever person. And apparently she's never seen Frogan in her life, which is a blatant lie. Just look up at the fucking sky, right? She's orbiting around the planet. But so if she tries to object to the default judgment, it's probably not going to go well. Her best choice is to just respond in the next 3 days or she's actually cooked. Also, legal mindset, I gotta give it to you. Froggy Yogi? Froggy Yogi, dude, that is an absolutely endearing nickname. Now you're gonna make me feel bad for these people because that's actually kind of cute. But, you know, honestly, even if she loses her job as a streamer and loses a bunch of money, I think she can pay it off. She can take up a job as a magician. You know, for my next trick, I'll make this burger disappear. Right, so this next part, he talks about what happens if Frogan actually wins, right? She objects to the default judgment and she actually wins that motion.
And here's where the snarkers are completely wrong, is even if Frogie objects to the default, and even if the judge grants her motion, if everything goes the same way, you know what the end result is? It's not the case being dropped, kids. It's the case proceeding as normal. So if Frogan goes through all this extra work, all she's going to do
It's waste
is
time.
have the case proceed as normal. Literally, somebody in the chat said it. Who said it here? Square one. It's back at square one. Congratulations, Frogan. You literally did nothing. You do all this work for freaking nothing. Wow,
Wait, what's the
Queen.
albino
Wow,
What? When did I get this?
so smart. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, Sigma.
Oh my god, a lawyer saying Sigma gotta be like top 10 internet moments.
Happy
That's
Friday,
how
hope
much,
the vibes are
Hassan
good tonight.
orbiters
Yo,
have
bro,
fried
what's
people's
up? How you
brains.
doing,
we
Pete?
got the lawyer
I'm
saying Sigma
alright
slang
today.
here. But he's completely right?
I took a break
Escaping
after
default
Donkey
judgment
Kong, and then
is
I was
going
like,
to put her
I'm
back
not
to
feeling
square
Donkey Kong
one, right?
anymore.
You still gotta win the initial lawsuit that Ethan has against you, and that is just not happening with all the evidence Ethan has shown, even in his public video, and I'm sure he
Waiting
has
on my
a bunch
GTA
of shit
City to
behind the
open
scenes
up.
as
Yo,
well.
I hope you have a
So
good
I
day
hate
on
to
GTA
say it,
City.
Brogan. After this, you might actually have to get a small fries. yeah. I know that's like a slur to you. A small anything is like an absolute slur to her. But yeah, you might have to cut back on the budget a little bit. You know, maybe this will help you. Maybe it'll help you get in shape a little bit because you know, won't be able to afford the 60 million fucking calories, of course. But yeah, after this, he talks about potential fraud because we still have that situation with Frogan's GoFundMe where we don't know where that money actually is.
So here's our lovely Frogie. But she had this legal defense fund. And my concern is, what about the money? What did you do with the cash, Frogan? You're clearly not spending all that money on your lawsuit. And so the question is, where is that money going, Frogan? Is that going to your muffin budget?
This man said muffin budget. Muffin budget! When the lawyer is trolling you, you know you're absolutely cooked, man. Honestly, dude, I haven't had like a muffin in actual years. If
Frogan
Ethan
is gonna
wins
be
this
okay.
lawsuit, which he absolutely will, when he wins this lawsuit, man, I'm gonna celebrate. I'm gonna buy a whole box of muffins or something. I might even eat it on camera, okay? Special occasion or something. You know what? I'll change my shirt. I'll even change my shirt, guys. My two promises right there.
And what happens if the funds were diverted to purposes other than legal defense? That's a possible crime. That's a possible crime. Theft by deception, false pretenses, fraud. This is a type of fraud. Also wire fraud.
What?
So we're talking about potential theft or fraud. And once again,
Why is
this is speculation. If she was misdirecting these funds, she could be fined. There can be restitution, meaning the money is returned to the people that donated, and there can even be prison time. So we need to figure out what's going on with that money.
Dude, if this ends with her getting put in prison, I will actually feel a bit bad. I feel like that is a bit unnecessary.
If Frogan is in prison because of this,
He keeps
because it would be
calling
the
her
funniest
Froyo,
outcome.
Froyo, whatever. Now I'm actually, you know, I'm actually starting to take a liking to her a little bit. So right, so like Frogan, just put down the Big Mac and pick up the lawyer. All right, why make it so hard on yourself? Also, spend the GoFundMe money. Like that is the reason they gave it to you. Spend it on lawyers. Now, if you've already spent it on DoorDash, I'm sorry you're cooked. Okay, we tried to tell you But yeah, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, even if you put in your thing personal expenses or whatever, right? So this next part, Legal Mindset talks about the message she actually put in her GoFundMe, right? And basically, a bunch of people on Reddit, which is a bunch of unemployed idiots, right, are basically saying that she's allowed to use that money on, personal expenses like food and stuff because she wrote their personal expenses, except that's not exactly how it works.
This fundraiser to cover any and all legal fees associated with this complaint and any counterclaims against them. So stop there. So far, as far as we know, she has not paid any legal fees, and she definitely hasn't filed any counterclaims. So as to these two, they're wrong. Now, here's the part where we might get into some debate. This next part, the part I underlined. She puts any other bills, and personal expenses. So she's going to argue, oh, I can put food under that.
Food, of course. Why wouldn't it be food, bro? Oh my God, this is so good.
I can put makeup under that because I need to look pretty for litigation. I can do all this sort of stuff. That's a personal expense. I can pay for like 22 layers of cover up. But the problem is, and then the rest of the sentence, from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. Well, the question is, when you have arising from, if you're not participating in the litigation, if you are not fighting back, there's no litigation to speak of. Therefore, it's not arising from the litigation. So despite the fact that personal expenses is here and that might be valid, it's in connection with the litigation.
Oh, okay. So that's actually interesting. So she basically has to prove that her 52 Big Macs were actually related to the lawsuit. Well, I mean, I guess you could find a couple arguments for that. Ethan lawsuit scared me so much, I started stress eating, right? So I kind of needed that fuel in order to take on this lawsuit. Also, I was in this massive hide and seek game, this game of tag with Ethan's server. So I needed the energy, the calories to run away. Run, that's roll away, maybe something like that, right? Yeah, but honestly, do I actually believe that she's going to, get jailed for fraud or something? Highly unlikely, all right? In all likelihood, if I had to guess, she's just going to respond eventually and then, use the GoFundMe money for lawyer fees. But I don't know at this point. Anything can happen. If you asked me before this that Frogan would be trying to fucking hide from Ethan's server or any of this would be happening, I would have said no. Okay, I would have said that is very unlikely, right? Because that's just so stupid. Like, you immediately, if you're getting sued, you immediately contact a lawyer, you immediately get legal counsel and do the appropriate shit because you have no expertise here. You don't try to do the shit, delete your VODs and shit like that. That's not gonna work, right? So anything can happen at this point. And, I just hope the thing that happens brings about the most entertainment and the most amount of videos because I don't care at this point. And also Ethan should win. Yes, of course. That part I care about. Right, so this next part he talks about Ethan's subpoena being granted, right? Because he wanted to uncover the identities of all the Redditors and Discord mods or whatever. And yeah, now he can.
As a reminder, Disloyal Denims literally betrayed the Reddit mods. She stabbed them in the back. She refused to defend them at all. She completely sacrificed them to the corn. And she gave up all of their information. She said, you know what? You can subpoena them. You can get all their information. Once again, this is why these people are going to fold like a sack of cards. They have no loyalty for each other.
Fold like
they
a
don't
sack
care
of
for
cards.
each other at
that
all.
Doesn't sound right.
All of this, we're one big community. We're one big proletariat. That falls apart. That falls apart immediately when push comes to shove. And Discord and Reddit, I'm telling you right now, and I know this, I have friends that are civil litigators. I've seen this in other cases that we've studied, etc. Discord and Reddit are going to turn over all the data. They do not care.
Oh, they don't give a
They have no dog
Discord
in the fight to defend these people.
Discord will be like,
none.
Here you go.
Zero.
How much more do you
they
want?
They do not care. They do not want to fight, want to go into a huge legal battle over fighting the disclosure information. They're just going to do it. They're going to roll over and do it.
And listen, don't try to erase them. If you erase them now, it's not going to look good.
Oh, it did level up.
You guys remember that?
I heard a level
you guys
up.
Remember what that is? Now, obstruction. It can't be obstruction. It can't be obstruction, but spoliation of evidence. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. You guys in the class paying attention.
Oh, if I had to guess, I imagine they've already done that, because before even contacting lawyers, if you're just a layperson, right, that is sort of your knee-jerk reaction to get rid of the evidence and pretend it's not there, right? For their sake, hopefully they didn't actually do that. Obviously, Discord and Reddit does not give a single fuck about anything but their bottom line, so they're not going to try to defend these random influencers or Redditors, even if some of the employees might agree with the extreme politics by Hassan and his squad or whatever. But all this theory crafting that these snarkers are doing on Reddit, on Twitter, that, oh yeah, Ethan is just, not going to amount to anything. This lawsuit's not going to amount to anything. I mean, I just want to see their face, because it is definitely going to go somewhere. And they're probably going to laugh all the way to bankruptcy at this point, because that's just how their Reddit brain goes, act tough until you get completely cooked. Okay, so this next part, Legal Mindset, has a very interesting image on screen. Obviously, completely unrelated. I don't know who that could possibly be, but Legend says Hijabba the Hutt is quite a popular character from Star Wars.
First of all, guys, listen, winning is not going to trial. Most cases do not proceed to trial. Less than 3% proceed to trial. If you go to trial, you are a loser. In fact, 97% of cases settle rather than going to trial, right? Trial is a huge tax on your finances, mental state, personal life, right? It's not something fun to go to. Like trial and going to court, you're kind of a loser. You really are. And settlement is an art. It really is an art form. And good lawyers, the ones that get paid a lot of money,
never go to court,
are really good at settling and really good at negotiating. And
most
these things
good
are all going to come
lawyers
out. So
never go to
earlier
court,
when I
never
said,
step
hey, you
foot
guys
in
should
court.
settle, and I gave that genuine advice, I said, hey, turn on the mods, give them up, whatever. That's not enough anymore. That's not enough. Ethan knows he's going to get that stuff at this point. You waited too long. Sorry, you waited too long. So now you've got to give more.
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed too. Like Ethan basically said he's not going to settle anymore. And yeah, I feel like he gave them the perfect deal. Sell out absolutely all of your friends. Maybe you get a chance. You get a little chance, Froggy. But yeah, as days go by, your chance gets slimmer and slimmer, and it's just not looking good at this point. But anyways, Asmongold also reacted to Legal Mindset here.
This is where the snarkers just are completely...
Wait, so are you telling me that a bunch of random Redditors with no degree or any sort of knowledge in this topic whatsoever actually don't know what they're talking about? There's no way.
Is that going to your muffin budget? Because it's certainly not going into responding to the claims.
So are we in a universe where if by her raising money for this legal defense and then she doesn't actually meet it and defend herself, she could actually end up losing 2 court cases at the same time?
Right? Meaning the money is returned to the people that donated.
So the money gets returned to everybody. She loses the lawsuit against Ethan. And she also gets in trouble for fraud. Guys, I don't think I can take this much winning.
Bro, Asmon about to pull a Dan Clancy and start nutting on stream, bro. But honestly, this is crazy. Okay, it has been non-stop W's, and this is just how it goes. Like, they started off so completely smug. Danimus was on stream like, oh, Ethan is never gonna sue me. Oh, Ethan has no case on me.
How's your Friday
going? Nowhere, because Ethan Klein's too much of a sue me. Because he knows he'll lose.
And now completely quiet, all right? Just getting absolutely cooked. And every time I just play that clip from episode 1 of the series where they are just doing the L dance and dancing in the content cop, dude. How the tables have turned. That is the fate of every single Hassan supporter right there. TNC's personal expenses, Frogan, 50,000 personalized muffins, please. Are you kidding me? Just 50,000? Are you talking about just breakfast? Please. Even the 24/7 stoned out mind of Casey Tron was able to answer with a lawyer. Maybe Frogan just ate 23 cheeseburgers a day to get the same high. Dude, can we just appreciate the amount of characters and all their distinct personalities here? I just find it so funny, dude. Now click this video or you become Frogan's personal chef. You're cooked, all right? You're working overtime.
Oh,
all
I
right,
should have got Burning Rush.
Bye-bye.
Fucking hell, dude.
Welcome back to a series so god tier. Even Kratos subscribed. In today's video, Hassan's favorite anime character, Luffy from One Piece, is trying to sue Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan has responded. YouTuber and lawyer Legal Mindset has given his legal analysis on the lawsuit. Local Hassan Orbiter Denims has been exposed as a massive creep. Hassan is
idea what Toby's going after.
Back with his new favorite orbiter, Noah Samson, and is crying about Ethan Klein. Subscribe for your daily dose of internet drama. Bring it home, Jellywig.
Let's up those numbers!
But anyways, moving on to Hassan's best friend here, wanting to sue Ethan Klein for defamation. Timothée Chalamet says he wants to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. And here we got this lovely fellow here saying, why did Ethan Klein say that I'm a terrorist even though I am not? I am a Yemeni citizen. By the way, weapons in Yemen are just like phones, of course. Anyone can own them. I want to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. And he's pointed to, I guess this is like the content nuke video. So guys, you're telling me the guy who said he partied with the captains of the ship, you know, the literal hostages. Reminder, this is the ship that was hijacked by the Houthis, you know, the US designated terrorist org. This guy who tweets about bombing ships and impaling people. I just feel like that's not something civilians do. This guy's also explicitly called himself a soldier, you know, while saying son of a Jew. I feel like you can't get mad that people are calling you a terrorist when you literally brand yourself as a terrorist online. People responded, why did he feel the need to mention the thing about weapons? It's just my phone, actually. It's like, you know, I have an AK-47 in my pocket. It's just normal. Is he also suing Hassan for describing him as a Houthi rebel before interviewing him?
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me? Of course I'm about to have a I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that?
Yeah, real journalism right there. So Hassan himself called him a Houthi rebel. Now, what is a Houthi again? The US designated terrorist org. So that would qualify as Hassan also calling him a terrorist there. So I'm just confused why Hassan isn't getting sued as well, considering he is defaming you here, of course. Honestly, I can't believe this video is still up. Like, this did not get him banned. This has still not been taken down. He is unashamedly just platforming this guy. And here, this guy is admitting a bunch of shit that completely incriminates him. You're labeled a terrorist because you, checks notes, works with the terrorist organization. Pretty simple. You know what would be funny? If he files a lawsuit as to fly to America for court and then gets arrested.
A terrorist organization.
That would be so meme-worthy. Honestly, that's actually what's going to happen if he tries to sue Ethan Klein. He won't even make it past the border. Bro admitted to being a Houthi and now wants to backtrack. I want to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. It's like that episode from The Office with Michael Scott declaring bankruptcy by just yelling bankruptcy out loud. Like, you can sue him, that's fine, but like, go file the paperwork. Nobody cares if you just say it. I mean, hilarious things are happening. I'd say go for it, man. Well, he can't file a lawsuit in his native Yemen because they will shoot him because it's related to a terrorist org. Can't sue in the United States because he gets front row ticket to the coziest resort in Guantanamo Bay. Hassan Piker made this terrorist famous, and now the terrorist has social media followers in the US. This is what Hassan Piker contributes to our country. Somebody just posted this tweet of him impaling what appears to be a Jew. You know, execution will carry out on all Zionists. Yeah, classic non-terrorist tweet here. Yeah, dude, really normal tweets here. Tel Aviv will burn. Okay, dude. Yes, the ships we bombed and sank. Yes, civilians do this, obviously. To every Zionist, I would put this into your stomach, and it's an AK-47. Yes. Yes, a very normal civilian, guys. Why would anybody think this guy's a terrorist? I can't believe you said this.
I don't know how we
guys.
could confuse
So Ethan
them.
responded to the lawsuit threat. Treat me like one of your Filipino sailors' daddy. Literally has a selfie with the hostages saying that he was a Houthi with Hassan. No way, that's a KFC in Yemen, guy. I can't believe this.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC, in Yemen?
No way, dude! There's a KFC in Yemen!
He's just like us!
As a Filipino with a family member who's a sailor on merchant vessels that had multiple passes through Yemen, may they get the
Modok
airstrike they all
flame.
deserve. Damn radio sounds
Spit
periods for
flame.
maneuvers feel like hell for waiting families.
Where?
And it was Legal Mindset
Oh,
responded,
above me.
giving his legal analysis of this lawsuit threat. Let's just check out if this case
Hey, what's
actually
up?
has any merit. So first he talks about who this guy actually is.
Infamous hot Houthi pirate dubbed Tim Houthi Chalamet is thinking about suing Ethan Klein. That's right, suing him for calling
What's up,
him a
bud?
terrorist. This
Thanks.
guy goes online by the name Rashid Al Haddad, aka Tim Houthi Chalamet, for his resemblance, obviously, to Timothy Chalamet from the movie Dune. And he became famous for really getting circulated in social media as the quote-unquote hot Houthi pirate, and for being brought on stream with one Hassan Piker, which had almost no ramifications at all from Twitch.
Dude, I still can't believe Hassan got no ban for platforming
I
and
still
actually
can't believe
supporting this
that.
freak. Also,
So
how
weird.
crazy of a fan base do you have to have for people in your fan base to simp over an apparent Houthi pirate? Like, I know there was that trend on social media of like simping over, really degenerate freaks like murderers and stuff, but man, I guess they're just keeping it up here. By the way, speaking of bans, it's been 2 days and Mike from PA has not actually been unbanned, so his viewers were actually wrong about this. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Now, obviously, the question
Ladies and
remains, is it going to
gentlemen,
last
we
more
got
than a
him.
week, right? Because, in my opinion, should be a permaban, but we'll see. So far, so good. Then he talks about the possible case he could have against Ethan.
So the first thing you're going to look at is what would be suing for? Well, defamation. And a lot of people on the internet do call other people a terrorist. Now, that is not a word in and of itself per se, that is automatically defamatory. It's not one of those words where it would necessarily yet 100% say this is going to go into the camp of defamation. There are certain words that you can say or call people that are more defamatory than others. And there's certain words you can call people that are really not defamatory. If you call people, certain derogatory terms that are just vulgar and they're purely vulgar, but not criminal, they tend to not be defamatory. However, if you're calling someone a criminal, and a terrorist is typically a criminal, that is something that leans on the side of defamatory. So that's what I look at with the analysis of, is a statement defamatory or not? Is it implicating someone as a criminal? When it does, it tends to be more defamatory than not. So that's where that statement generally lands. And there's a lot of people on the internet that are called this day to day.
Okay, yeah, so obviously calling someone a terrorist without any basis would be pretty bad. Unless, of course, they make their entire online presence, appearing to be a terrorist. Obviously bragging about bombing ships is not something a regular person does. Somehow this guy has access to hostages captured by a terrorist group, right? So that would cause a reasonable person to think, okay, maybe this guy's a little bit sus. If this was a game of Among Us, I would vote this guy out. He be acting sus. Also, if this was his main concern, actually being called a terrorist, he should probably go after Hassan as well, because he called him a Houthi pirate, Houthi being a terrorist group. So he obviously doesn't care about that, and I don't know, he just really doesn't like Ethan Klein. In the past, he's tweeted that he wants to end Ethan Klein, like I'm the only one who can stop him forever. So yeah, just not a very mentally sound guy, it seems. You know what? Make it a double whammy. Hassan should join his lawsuit, but they both should attempt to joint sue Ethan Klein. I want to see how that ends up. So this next part, he talks about if there's actual malice in Ethan's accusations.
Why is this difficult? Well, the standard under New York Times versus Sullivan is malicious, because this guy is undoubtedly a public figure. He puts himself out there on social media. He's very active on social media. He went on a top streamers, stream. So there would need to be malice. So what he says would need to be maliciously untrue. The fact of the matter is, based on photos like these photos, where we see Tim Houthi here posing, or Mr. Rashid, posting with the stolen ship. This is a hijacked ship. They confirm hijacked ship. He actually goes closer to the ship in another video, but you can see it here. He's also posing in what looks like military attire with an AK over here. So looking at this, it gives you a reasonable belief. Looking at this, a reasonable person, a regular person, a normie, a total normie who knows nothing about this, says, wow, this guy could be a terrorist. Is it malicious to say this guy could be a terrorist? It's possible he could be a terrorist. I think a reasonable person could say that. However, it is possible that he is not legally defined as a terrorist, i.e. he is not personally a member of a group that is deemed a terrorist.
I mean, I think it would be pretty stupid for him to openly admit he's a terrorist. That's not a very good strategy, obviously. But yeah, I guess he's lucky.
Bold
Nobody
strategy,
has to
Cotton.
kind
Let's
of
see how it
fly
pays
there and go
off.
fact check if he's actually what he claims to be. I'm just saying the circumstances are interesting. His admissions are very incriminating. And there's kind of a saying for these type of situations: if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it probably is a duck. And even if hypothetically he doesn't word for word fall for the legal definition of terrorist, then he should stop advertising himself as such online. If you advertise yourself one way and people think you are that
Yeah.
thing, it is not defamation to call you that. You can't be like, hey guys, I am a soldier. Here's my AK-47. Here's the people I captured. Here's the ships I bombed. Here's the people I want impaled. How can you call me a terrorist, guys? I am so offended. How could anybody do this to me? It is absolute defamation. I mean, this is a ridiculous case. It's never gonna win. And Legal Mindset agrees. Here he talks about how this guy would definitely lose a case against Ethan.
Right. He's probably trying to make that argument. He's probably going to say, you know, I'm Yemeni and Klein is criticizing me for Yemeni. Okay, maybe that might even be a fair argument. I'll even entertain that fact, right? Give him a benefit of the doubt for a second. But guess what? He would still lose at a case in the United States because the legal standard is higher. So with the U.S. Legal standard here, the likely result would be a case to be dismissed, right? So the U.S. claim would likely be dismissed either at motion to dismiss or at summary judgment. He would likely, if he brought the case and even had the money to bring the case, they would outright dismiss it, or it would get to summary judgment. They'd say, look, you don't meet the bar you don't meet the level of malice. You really can't prove that Ethan Klein is being malicious, and he's lying completely about this.
Yeah, that's because Ethan Klein isn't being malicious. He's literally making observations and coming to reasonable conclusions. If I see that some 55-year-old dude is attracted to and pursues like a 15-year-old, I'm gonna be like, well, you're kind of like a PDF file, right? And then they're gonna be like, oh well, actually the definition, it's for a 13-year-old, so technically, not really, guys. I'm gonna be like, well, that's a bunch of bullshit, right? You can argue semantics, but hey, you're quacking like a duck. And honestly, I'm not even against this. I want to see this. I want to see this guy go to the US, try to sue him, and attempt to even dodge getting arrested by border security, because I have a feeling somebody with this sort of social media presence who is so open about what he seems to do, I feel like you're gonna get stopped by the Department of Homeland Security. Now keep in mind, Hassan Piker, the Twitch streamer, literally got stopped at the airport simply for mentioning Hamas and the Houthis. So what do you think they're gonna do to this guy? I mean, I hope he's actually dumb enough to try this. Imagine he just flies over, instantly goes to jail. I feel like this guy's obviously all talk. He's just trying to act tough with the lawsuits because he saw that Ethan is actually suing a bunch of people. I don't know who is actually communicating all this information to him, because he doesn't seem to be able to understand the online discourse properly. I don't know if Hassan's having regular phone calls with this guy or something. We probably need to investigate that shit or something. But I imagine he just saw Ethan suing a bunch of people.
Daddy Dragon? Who are you?
chance to strike a definitive blow. Speak your mind.
This Raytheon. With what? What the fuck is that?
I'm out of range.
I know not from where
No
you
idea what
hail,
I'm doing.
friend, but I cannot fault such a timely arrival. Outland. Were you expecting to defeat this entire army on your own, little brother? A bold move.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off.
It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off. Oh shit, I forgot the end stable.
I need a target.
The corruption is what I meant. My fingers were off. I'm sorry. Where is my fucking shit?
But he's like, well, actually, I need to do this too. So after this legal mindset talks about his grift and the way he like markets himself,
you'd have to put more proof out there that you are definitively not a member of a terrorist group, because at this point, what it seems like is he is grifting off. His grift, the quote-unquote hot Houthi pirate, is grifting off being a sexy terrorist and trying to make terrorism sexy. And if that is what he is marketing himself as, then people would not be mistaken to take himself as a terrorist. So if he's marketing himself as a terrorist, as you know, the kind of bad boy terrorist, the hot bad boy terrorist, the rebel who's fighting back, well, if people interpret you as you market yourself, that's not malicious.
Dude, only Hassan Piker's fandom can actually be this dumb. Imagine simping over a Houthi pirate, dude. What kind of a fucking degenerate being do you actually have to be to have crushes on these sort of people? Like, with Hassan Piker's influence, we might legitimately be evolving backwards. And it is absolutely not defamation to literally interpret what you're putting out there as it's meant to be. Any reasonable person seeing what you post online would believe you to be a terrorist based on your, social media profile. And because of that, you have absolutely no case. Now, keep in mind, that was all for the US, which is not even applicable considering this guy is getting arrested immediately upon going there, right? So what about the case in Yemen? Well, here's how that's going to go down.
There's no case in Yemen.
Now,
He's going to be shot. He's going to be executed.
Happen, and this is going over to Yemen, is he could get an unenforceable Yemeni judgment or a local tribal court ruling. So in Yemen, there's, as in many countries, it's very, very common, right? There's often customary law, what's called customary law of dispute resolution.
Yeah, but as soon as they find out that he was
centralized
posting
legal
about that
system
stuff,
is
they'll
weak,
shoot
and that
him.
exists in many countries all over the world. Therefore, the customs that are applicable, the local customs, the local ways of life, they can be types of rulings. But getting some local tribal ruling in Yemen is not going to be enforceable in a U.S. court. They're going to laugh at that and toss it out. It's just not going to work. So as much as he might have that piece of paper at some point from some Yemeni, local tribal yokel, that's not going to work in the United States or any big boy country with real legal systems. So that said, likely a social media stunt for attention due to lawsuits trending. Right now, lawsuits are hot. The Klein lawsuit is big, and he wants to clout jack off of that, get back in the algorithm, get trending again, and get attention for his particular causes. And this is absolutely a nonsense lawsuit that would go absolutely nowhere.
Well, there you have it. Nonsense lawsuit, cooked by the lawyer, legally cooked. And this was obviously a pathetic stunt to raise attention for, I don't know, the Houthi cause or something? Obviously, I wanted to show a lot of more information here, but I don't don't think that's appropriate for YouTube here, so feel free to check it out yourself, doing some investigation on this guy if you so choose. But yeah, ridiculous case, empty threat. You're gonna have to go back to One Piece, buddy. Take your buddy Hassan, jump back into fantasy land. Good old Houthi Piker is devastated at this information. Moving on to Denims defending Lolly. Basically, Ethan has called her out for this insane take involving infamous creep Chris Tyson. Basically, some quick context if you missed the Mr. Beast saga. Basically, Mr. Beast's best friend Chris got exposed for being this massive creep, right? They were supporting and buying art from this person named Shadman, and this was like this degenerate freak who drew real life kids, minors, in like prawn positions in their art or whatever, and they even drew it of Keemstar's daughter, like actual real life daughter. Now, Chris actually bought some art from this person of a kid looking art thing, and they had like a gun in their mouth, very degenerate picture, and it was like sexualized as well, and they hung it on their wall, right? For some reason, Denims is defending Chris Tyson here.
The art that Ava had, the poster.
Oops.
The poster, as
The
far
child,
as I
the
see,
sexualized child.
doesn't look like it is or is not a fucking child. It's like edgy art.
Oh, hey.
And that's it.
Now, just to adjust what she's saying, it looks like a child.
Yeah, no,
and they're like thirsting. They're looking sexual. It's genuinely repulsive.
Yeah, no, it's
like
bad.
I retch when I look at it and when I think about it. And I'm not gonna show you guys because it's horrific.
Right, so if you watched the Mr. Beast Chris Tyson drama when it happened and you actually saw the image, it 100% does look like a child in a freaky position or whatever. Absolute degenerate shit. I can't believe Denims is actually defending this. It is super sus, defending straight up like PDF file behavior here. And I don't know, man. Is it a coincidence? Is it like a new law of the universe that every single Hassan orbiter has to be like this massive freaking weirdo creep? Apparently, Denims used to do this type of art before as well. Massive creep signals from Denims here as well.
The artist does do actual lolly as well, so it's like if you're like a big enough fan to have bought the art and be hanging it on your wall.
Who's this loser?
Yeah, I think it's probably safe to assume you're into their other work, so to speak.
And then Denims goes, "I shall defend you. I will go against the grain to defend this file."
The person who made it apparently went on to make child art.
Well, that's not good.
Edgy.
That's not a good thing, is it?
Which is insane, by the way. But why are you saying?
Well, we'll see how insane she thinks it is. We have got a lot more into there. Mrs. Lolly
Look at them all.
Denims.
Denims used to make lolly.
Ava bought a child poster when the poster she bought wasn't.
Because it was. Because it was, and you're defending a file, the artist. Really creepy business here, Denims. Very creepy business.
Dude, can somebody explain to me why does Denims feel the need to die on this hill? Like, why are you so adamant in this defense, right? And I think I know why, right? First off, yes, it wasn't actually a real kid that Chris Tyson hung on the wall. It was, you know, LOL art or whatever. And even that was like of the most degenerate kind, right? But yes, this person did go on to draw actual kids. So it was very clear where their mind was at. And even that art isn't something like, oh yeah, like a regular person owns that shit. That is degenerate freak shit, all right? Now, there was actually a bunch more going on with the whole Chris Tyson situation, which is why we knew they were a creep. Basically, I'm not gonna rehash the whole thing. There were a bunch of leaked Discord messages that were extremely creepy too. But yeah, everybody basically agreed that what Chris Tyson did was extremely messed up, and Shadman even more, right? And the thing is, Denims actually knows this. I mean, she's watching like what appears to be like a Moist Critical video or something explaining the whole situation, and somehow she's like the #1 defender here. Now, there's actually a couple possibilities here as to why she's actually defending it. Number one is that she thinks Critical is some right-wing grifter or something, so she automatically wants to take the antagonistic position and disagree with everything he's saying. A lot of these Hassan orbiters like do that shit, so maybe she's not actually thinking. But the second option, and the more likely one, is that apparently she used to be a LOL artist as well. And after this, Ethan actually goes over a ton of the art she actually drew, and it had super cringe captions like, you know, involving kids and stuff. And she made it clear that this art, you know, which looks like kids, and then she put the caption like, oh yeah, this is definitely kids, right? And it was in very creepy, weird positions that like kissing each other, a bunch of shit, very icky stuff. Now, for the sake of you guys, I'm not going to show it. I feel icky even talking about it, honestly. But yeah, it was really bad. You can check out Ethan's video if you want to, you know, see the details of what she was actually drawing in the past or whatever. But yeah, really messed up shit. All right, moving on to Noah Samson and his son, just, you know, licking each other's balls. Now, I wanted to go over this clip. Somebody from the H3 subreddit made a 5-minute compilation of all the lies and BS Hassan and Co said about Ethan Klein today. So first, they talk about Ethan's clothing brand,
where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes?
That one. Yeah, no, I want that.
The Teddy Fresh rug.
Okay, I need to get that.
You want one?
Yeah.
Done.
Definitely. Oh, I want that one too. What about the top? Okay, I want that. Okay, I want the socks, and I want the swim shorts, and I want the Flames camp shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the green ones? What is that? The answer is like almost always.
Well, what about this?
Yeah, I want those.
Does like that.
I want those.
Absolute shocker, guys. He's actually bullshitting and flip-flopping on everything. Nobody could have ever seen this coming. So basically, this is Hassan's logic, right? Ethan was my co-host and my friend. Therefore, I love his merch. I love everything about him. Oh, he's just the sweetest guy in the world. How can anybody hate Ethan at all? The second he's my enemy, well, what a disgusting adult baby merch. Oh, his wife is probably a terrorist as well, which I was completely okay with when I was, you know, co-hosting a podcast with him. But now she's a terrorist. She doesn't even love him. Oh, all of his employees hate him. This is such a toxic work environment. His clothes suck. Everything about him sucks. Like, what a complete fake fraud, dude. Holy shit. This is what you call, like, an actual pathetic man with no real opinions of his own, and he just basically grifts to the side which he needs to support his politics, right? Right, so this next part, they make fun of these skulls being sent to Ethan's house again, right? Just once again saying that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism. It doesn't even exist, guys. It just, you know, Ethan's
in his mind.
Over nothing.
At a time, in this troublesome time. That's murder, bro. In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even that he
CPS.
has it, it's like she helped. Because she said this thing, she's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know, it's like a guy that's backed into a corner, alone in a room.
Dude, these guys gotta be like the absolute king of misrepresenting every single argument humanly possible. And he's obviously there with Noah Samson, who routinely does that in pretty much every video he makes. And it's just genuinely vile to still continually joke about these skulls being sent to his house, which was presumably a death threat on his kids. Just refreshing your guys' memory, because this was literally 80 episodes ago, right? So just not having a hint of remorse for that at all. And I feel like we should keep that same energy, right? For when eventually they lose their careers and get sued into oblivion or potentially arrested, right? I think we keep the same energy, you know, no sympathy, because you've had your chance to apologize here. Right, so this next part, Hassan does the most unexpected thing ever. We could have never guessed. He starts defending terrorists again.
Wow. I have told Ethan Klein 10 toes down within the framework of Israel doing a genocide and a regional actor trying to take action against Israel doing a genocide. The Houthis are right. They are correct. They're correct to do a naval blockade.
They're the only ones following international law. Exactly.
Because I do care about anti-Semitism. He doesn't. He just wants to weaponize it against not even like critics of Israel necessarily, but it usually is critics of Israel, obviously. But it's more so just people who fucking make him feel bad.
Wait, guys, no way. You're telling me the guy who said, I support the Houthis 10 toes down, actually supports the Houthis? This This is the most shocking information I've ever experienced in my entire life. Thank you once again for clarifying, Hassan. If any of the Hassan Glazos were like, well, that was a while back. He doesn't support terrorists anymore. That was in the past. He's a changed man now. Well, there you go. Another refresher that Hassan routinely plays defense for terrorist organizations who violate, civilians, kill them. So him ever even mentioning the word empathy should be thrown out the fucking window, like he did in that NPR podcast or whatever. Dude, you have no empathy for actual, legitimately innocent civilians. So how is anybody ever going to take you seriously regarding any topic? Also, I just find it insane that this guy says that I care about anti-Semitism, right? I recognize it as a problem, while simultaneously supporting terrorist groups whose whole motto is to eliminate all the Jews, literally remove them from planet Earth. So how can you possibly say that you care about anti-Semitism? You routinely foster anti-Semitism in your community as well, right? So this next part, he accuses Ethan of being like this tyrannical boss and that nobody can speak out on his show against him. He's just surrounded by a bunch of yes men, and if anybody tries to speak out, they just instantly get fired. Completely just making up stories.
And the panel of great anti-Semitic fucking lunatics. So, by the way,
is no one gonna push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? I know none of those motherfuckers in the room feel that way.
You saw how even he on his own got to the point of talking about you, and that riled him up to the point where he's yelling. And they didn't even say anything. So I'm assuming challenging him on that point on anything to do with you would result in, I'm pretty sure it has. He kind of freaks out. So it's that's does. The vibe of the show, because it's everyone's I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's gonna freak out at me. And
yeah, that's just straight up a bunch of bullshit. If you watched Ethan's show, he literally does allow disagreement. We've actually covered him literally admitting when he's wrong as well, something Hassan has literally never done. Send me one clip where Hassan has actually said that, hey, I admit I am wrong here. In recent memory, I just don't have a clip like that. Also, on Ethan's show, if you do actually disagree with him, he will banter with you. He'll debate with you, stuff like that. But for the Hassan Orbiters, if you ever disagree with them, you are flipping enemies for life. You are enemy number one, and he will try to ruin your life along with the other Hassan Orbiters will basically turn on you, right? And that's kind of what happened to Ethan, which is why it is always a horrible idea to nestle yourself in these communities, because you might be okay with some of the things they say, but they are obviously way too extreme, and you just can't be ignoring those parts, right? And I feel like Noah is perfectly smug sitting next to him for now, right? Wait till you actually have a single different take from Hassan, right? These people will literally eat you alive, and then nobody will have any sympathy for you, because we warned you, we tried to tell you, and you constantly support these types of people. And I feel like it really sucks that they don't just go after Ethan. They love to go after everyone around him and everyone he actually cares about, like his friends, his employees, his wife, his literal kids, fighting as dirty as humanly possible. And then they want you to have sympathy for them, empathy for them. For example, the Hassan Orbiters are getting completely screwed, and then they'll be like, oh, well, rich man is ruining these people's lives. Have you seen how fucking vile they are? They absolutely deserve this shit, Then after this, Hassan compares Ethan to Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel.
To take a fucking ongoing genocide and actively turn it back to your own personal distaste for your former podcast co-host because he made you feel bad when he was fucking gently trying to explain to you that you can't fucking call Jewish Voice for Peace capos. If he had listened to me in October 2023, okay, and respected me and wasn't so fucking deeply Islamophobic and a massive piece of shit, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. He wouldn't be looking like a 40-year-old man who just cannot comprehend that this is beyond him and myself.
Hassan doesn't care
Palestinians.
about any of this.
Well then what's the difference between you and Benjamin Netanyahu in this regard?
Dude, honestly, how fucking far gone is this guy? Comparing Ethan to Netanyahu when Ethan routinely, completely disavows Netanyahu all the time. He disagrees with the way Israel is handling, you know, the whole situation in Gaza and everything. And Hassan acting like he's the only one who cares about Palestinians or whatever is just absolutely crazy. I mean, am I wrong when I say this is like the most perfectly curated echo chamber, right? We got how many? Like 15 to 20 mindless zombie NPC orbiters. Hassan is always surrounded by these literal yes men. He places them on this cuck chair behind him, and he constantly talks to his stream, responding to chatters, and he's like, oh, please agree with me, please agree with me. I'm totally right? I'm totally valid, right? Meanwhile, the person in the back is just like this soulless husk, whether it be iDubbbz or Noah or something. You guys are like literally treated like lesser humans, and you just go along with it. It's pathetic. Like, all of you have no personality of your own. You just consistently get bitched by Hassan, and you're just adopting any of his similar viewpoints here. And iDubbbz, I sort of understand it because, you know, he's used to being used and abused by Anissa, but all
Sibelian? What is he doing?
Somebody's
Be swift, champion! I must claim the throne now!
these other people, man, come on, get a life or some shit. Holy, like, this is just tragic. Then basically, as Hassan is explaining something, Noah realizes that Hassan sounds like a complete fucking idiot, so he tries to play defense for him, like, after he's done, right?
And it's not like the Hitler drank water argument, right, where it's like these things you're doing are unrelated and the comparison isn't unrelated. The talking point and the propaganda you are saying.
Your help was invaluable in securing my rightful place on the Obsidian throne.
Oh, I believe you're mistaken. This throne, this legacy, is my birthright.
No. The mistake is yours. I was anointed caretaker of this flight by Neltharion himself. So let me be clear. When all is said and done, I will be the aspect of the Black Dragon flight.
Is that so? May the worthiest dragon win.
The Isles have awakened.
Is the exact same propaganda that's being used to justify the genocide. They're not unrelated. And when the propaganda you're using is used in service to attack pro-Palestine advocates, then you're doing exactly what the state of Israel is doing in committing a genocide. You're running cover for it. You're propagandizing for it. You're normalizing it for millions of people on the internet. And that's, that's why we say, you backed it, is because there's only two options. Really.
Is it just me, or can Noah barely fucking speak there? Like, his voice is getting more silent and silent because he realizes the words coming out of his mouth sound completely fucking brain dead. Have some conviction, bro. Say it with your chest, as Hassan would say, right?
Have some conviction.
And I feel like the same argument applies to Hassan, because he is normalizing terrorist support to millions of people on the internet, right? So how can you actually say this stuff with a straight face when Hassan is out here literally dehumanizing an entire group of people, and the Hassan orbiters, Jews are a demonic ethnicity. Like, you're just justifying all your bigoted views through political means, calling it, using this war in Gaza as a whole excuse. Oh, it's the Zionists. Zionists are the evil guys, but obviously we're talking about Jews here. Absolutely pathetic individuals in their entirety. Every single one of the Hassan orbiters, man. Like, they're just ruining their reputations and careers. And this is like getting to the point where it's unsalvageable. Each of them, some of them are getting sued. Some of them are getting banned. Some of them are getting like, you know, they have to flee countries or some shit. Noah, it's not looking good for you either. Now click this video or you become a real life pirate, guys. It's not as fun as the anime turns out. All right, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. More Pegasus. You're just so good. You're so good at your fucking job.
Welcome back to Cinema So Good. It's playing in theaters now. In today's video, Hassan is panicking and trying to control his insane community. Hassan orbiters continue to get cooked. Local puck, iDubbbz, is finally back and is getting absolutely destroyed by his own fans. Streamer XQC has called out Hassan for being a massive hypocrite. Hassan continues his beef with Asmongold and Tectone, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe for some free ice cream, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, whatever you want. Delivered by Jellywig.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan talking to his community in Discord. Here we got a Discord chat. Hassan says, be normal, guys. Just treat people with kindness, of course. Don't assume that everyone's a fascist. Assume that they can change for the better. Have charitability for all. Suck it up and educate people. Be cool like me. Be cool and likable, of course. You need to sell this shit to others. Okay, so much to say there. First off, what do you mean by sell this shit to others? Clearly, he wants to sell his ideology, which involves supporting terrorists, of course. He says, be normal, treat people with kindness. Kind of like you treat, you know, anybody that disagrees with you. You know, random Zionists, PDF files, mom murderers. You know, the way you talk about Jews in general.
You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population.
I don't feel like that classifies as very kind, and I feel like your cover doesn't work anymore because one of your orbiters, Mike from PA, messed up and accidentally exposed what you guys actually believe.
It is Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity, this demonic ethnicity.
By educate people, he basically means not like going to college or trying to, you know, educate yourself on the facts on the internet or doing any sort of research at all. He means go straight to his stream and watch him 10 hours a day so you can get brainwashed and become a fucking mind-numbing NPC. I mean, I don't know why he randomly sent this message. I feel like, I guess the calling everybody a Nazi tactic wasn't actually working, but it's just funny to see this guy saying, be cool and likable. The most unlikable man, arguably on the internet right now.
No,
People responded, I genuinely do feel bad for Hassan. I think Ethan does too. He's so boxed in with his fan base and dumb orbiters like Mike that he probably has moments like this because he realizes how many dipshits he has around him. I mean, I thought like this first, but I feel like Hassan has had a million chances to correct this behavior. He is exactly like them. Like, I don't think he's a slave to his audience anymore. Like, he genuinely believes this shit. Is this a journal entry to himself? Probably. Is it normal to support Hamas? No, actually, that's not normal. Be normal, and we have that fan that came up to him and said, please, please stop drinking Diet Coke. It's on the BDS list. If you stop drinking Coke, obviously Palestine will automatically be saved. In fact, I think Hassan should take it one step further. Stop streaming. You know, you're giving money to Amazon, bro. Anyways, moving on to Froggen. Okay, so last time, you know, we were talking about how she was dodging the server and a bunch of shit like that, and she had 5 days to respond before she was going to get absolutely cooked and lose by default judgment. Well, turns out, as I predicted, she has actually responded. Froggen has actually gotten a lawyer, guys. Finally, right, here we are on Twitter. Ethan responds after the news of the Froggen lawsuit extension, says her attorney reached out right before the deadline. We got this post on HCHC Productions. Ethan has shown unfathomable grace to Froggen by moving to extend her deadline. Stipulation for extension of time to file answer to October 3 complaint. So basically, it has been extended by about 60 days now. Her attorney finally reached out right before the deadline. We don't want to win on default judgment because it's open to challenge. Now we will win on the facts of the case. So Frogan has gotten a lawyer and has actually responded to Ethan. And
Wow,
people
she finally
actually have
entered the
a
fray.
different theory about this as well. The reason Ethan is actually giving this grace and extending it by 60 days to respond here is because he wants to go through the entire legal process of getting all her messages as well. So, you know, if you just have a default judgment, you might not be able to get to that level, maybe. Ethan should buy Sabra hummus with her first check from her. So good. It would be better if he won with Frogan by default and bankrupt her ASAP so we had some entertainment watching Frogan goes broke before Denims and Casey Tron. I don't think so. I think we need more entertainment. You know, drag the shit out as long as possible. But I'm just a slop tuber. Obviously, I'm biased. I would love for it to go on. Because, you know, some people going broke. Some people doing the opposite here. Frogan and Ethan's lawyers have agreed to a 60-day extension after Frogan responded to the lawsuit. Deadline to respond to the complaint is now October 3rd, which actually makes the differences between the case very long. So Denims and Casey will be processed much before Frogan here. She's actually bought herself some time. Therefore, it is hereby stipulated by and between the parties through their respective attorneys of record that the court grant the stipulation that Frogan's deadline to respond to the complaint be continued from August 4, that's when, you know, the deadline we were talking about was, to October 3. Now, Frogan can respond to the complaint with any responsive pleading pursuant. With this rule, exception of contesting service, the court enter the order lodged currently herewith. Right, so if I understood that correctly, one of the stipulations here is that it is only extended if Frogan actually accepts that, you know, the service was done properly. I think that was like a fact of contention, whether she was served properly or not, and I think they were contesting. Her lawyer was actually contesting it, but now she'll have to say that, hey, Ethan's server actually did a good job with that. Somebody asked why do people do this? Why grant that? Why agree to it? 60 more days of lawyer fees. I actually didn't think of that. That would, yeah, I feel like the longer this lawsuit goes on, the worse it is for Frogan, Casey, and Denims because more lawyer fees, which Ethan can easily deal with, these people cannot. Shit, not gonna lie, I wanted her to lose by default. I actually, you know, I'm growing fond of her as a character in the series because how am I gonna do my epic flashbangs if, you know, if she's no longer in the series? I gotta keep you guys on your toes, you know, make you afraid to watch any Pegasus video ever because you might just randomly play Flash, right? You're just like, you know, having a good time. Oh, I love this Pegasus guy. He's just a great guy. I watch him every day, and then boom, a flashbang, and your day is ruined. You know, you gotta do it to you. You gotta do it to you. I gotta balance your dopamine levels, right? 60 more days of content for Ethan and me. Don't forget me. She probably would have preferred October 7th, so this seems like a good compromise. Oh my god. I mean, probably, yeah. She basically just burned through a chunk of what little she had for nothing. Don't worry, don't worry. She has an extra $100 thanks to iDubbbz, guys. She got an extra $100 from iDubbbz. Yes. His wonderful fan base. All the YouTube lores right now. Spectacular content, yo. Frogan the Hutt gonna need to dip into the reserve funds to keep eating 30 Big Macs a day. I thought we established it was 52, guys. Now, you guys might think that this was because of Ethan's lawyers and Frogan actually negotiating, but it was actually because of me. Remember last video, I said, we tossed a salad into the building and then she came running out, all right? That's how we actually found her, guys. The salad strategy never fails. You don't need flashbangs when it comes to Frogan, all right? You just need a salad, a piece of broccoli, chuck it in there, and she'll come running out. She will actually run for the first time, or whatever Jabba the Hutt does. Can we get a round of applause for Frogan? She has officially not lost by default judgment. Now you are back to square one. You gotta fight the case, which you will still lose, but hey, you bought like 60 days here. Congratulations. Also, it seems that Frogan is using an independent lawyer, which is different from Casey Tron and Denims because they're going through like this big law firm or whatever. So I don't know why they're not using the same lawyer. If like Casey and Denims are sharing one, surely Frogan can do one too. But maybe they have some beef. Maybe, I mean, Casey is happy to throw both of them under the bus. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, moving on to yet another Psycho Hassan orbiter, Bad Empanada. Ethan posted this on his Instagram. Bad Empanada's on the run. He knows we are closing in.
Is that?
We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he has actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably shocking for him to hear, as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. George, if you ever decide to return to Australia, we will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything to avoid returning. I also know you enjoy participating in sugar daddy websites. Ay, 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 every single time, guys, there's some form of degenerate. And while you may barely qualify for the label in South America, you are just a repulsive broke loser in Australia. I know this scares you even more than the lawsuits. Bro, Ethan has some professional private investigators, bro. He got the guy from Mr. Beast's video, dude. Bro actually has John Wick on the case or something, dog. What the hell is going on? And the funniest part about all of this is that this is the guy who was trying to intimidate Ethan. He was trying to appear like this absolute psychopath, which he kind of is, but he was trying to intimidate Ethan, and then Ethan is responding like, hey buddy, I'm hunting you down. You better keep running from country to country. Then he continues, why am I telling you all of this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day. And he's just posted a picture of him. Diabolical, bruh. Dude, how sad must your life be that you legitimately have to go country hopping to avoid lawsuits? The absolute pathetic state of every Hassan orbiter, man. Moving on to iDubbbz. So iDubbbz is finally back and he's posted a new video called Are You Scared of Immigrants? And what did I say, guys? Views are rapidly declining if we just look at the numbers here. 7 million to 2 million to 500k to 150k, absolutely getting obliterated. In fact, his subscribers have dropped below 7 million. He's back to 6 now. He's gonna have to do another 6 mil
Who
special.
the fuck is
And
this
what
guy?
did I say 80 episodes ago when people were bragging, oh, iDubbbz is so popular. He got 7 million views. Hassan was bragging about it. And I told you guys, it was literally all just hate watchers. It was people wanting to see his downfall. And guess what? Peg's just vindicated again. In fact, this is getting so bad that people are commenting, oh my god, I didn't even remember I was still subscribed to you. Thanks for reminding me. Gotta unsubscribe now. Now, you would think that after 3 whole months of absolutely having the worst time ever, you know, people exposing him in like a million ways, he and Anissa got exposed for secretly taking money from a charity event, backstabbing Ethan, lying about him, supporting the CPS call on his kids, and joining the dark side, the Hassan side. You would think that he would have learned, but in fact, he has not learned his lesson. And in this video, he actually shouts out the GoFundMes of the Hassan orbiters. Here we got this tweet. iDubbbz shouts out the fundraisers of Denims, Caseytron, and Froggen while scolding Ethan Klein. I really believe in their cases, actually.
I want to bring your guys' attention to some lawsuits that recently dropped. Froggen, Denims, and Caseytron have all been sued, and they are trying to fight this off. I really believe in their cases, and I think it's important to either set a precedent or send a message that just because you're fucking rich and powerful doesn't mean that you can bully people on the internet. Doesn't mean you can bully women, minorities, or fucking people who are poorer than you. And I think it would be good if they can continue to fight this off. So I'm going to put the links to their GoFundMes down below. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for this episode of iDubbbz Complains.
Dude, what happened to this guy? This absolute pathetic husk of a man, Rick from Game of Thrones. Everybody call him Rick, bruh. This was the commentary legend everybody thought was the coolest guy back in the day. You know, this high IQ guy who could analyze your arguments and shit like that. And look at him now, bruh. This is the biggest fall off I've ever seen. First off, it doesn't matter what iDubbbz thinks about the lawsuit. Like, I love how he didn't even mention what the lawsuit is. He's just telling his fan base to go and donate, which basically tells you the intelligence level of these people. He didn't even mention that it's a copyright lawsuit. So he's basically saying, hey guys, just take my word for it. This is a false lawsuit. You gotta support the victims here. Like, if you actually thought that, then you would explain the whole situation. Oh, you would argue on the merits of the case. Be like, oh, actually, they did not violate copyright, and this is why it's a false lawsuit. And yeah, basically, iDubbbz is not making a legal argument here. He's basically just going, wah, wah, I don't like it. And obviously that is just not cutting it in court. And I just hate how these people always try to twist the situation into some form of sexism, racism. Oh, Ethan is just bullying women and minorities. As if his audience doesn't have a lot of women and, you know, he has employees as women. He has Ela, of course. It's basically a pathetic cope, right? Because Ethan specifically said why he actually sued these people. He laid out the extreme boundaries that they needed to cross. They committed the most severe copyright violations, maliciously stealing content, and admitting malice, okay? Which is like the most slam dunk case.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
And honestly, he would be happy to sue Hassan as well, but unfortunately, Hassan was smart enough to not violate copyright there. So anyone with a brain knows that this is not about bullying women and minorities, and him framing it like that just shows that the old iDubbbz is completely gone and he's turned into this new version of himself, this absolute soy cuck, far lefty, extremist piece of shit who associates with Hassan, an open terrorist supporter, and actually thinks he's on the right side. Also, he makes the argument that it's a rich guy bullying poor people. I mean, you're supposed to be rich. Go ahead and help them. I mean, Hassan is rich. Fight back, you know? And yes, I'm aware. Courts can be exploited with money. Obviously, I usually don't support that. Obviously, I talk about the CoffeeZilla versus Logan case. Logan, this billionaire trying to win the case, despite actually, in my opinion, being a scammer. He's exploiting the legal system to make it go on as long as possible, and that sucks. But again, I have no sympathy for vile people like Casey, Denims, and Frogan who tried to, ruin Ethan's life and, family, essentially. And I can't help but think that Anissa is just behind the camera, controlling every move of this guy. It's just so pathetic. Ethan Klein is a minority, though. He's a Jew with Tourette syndrome. He wants to be a bread tuber as well. At least they have good editing. Filming a video in your basement apartment is one thing when you're 23. It's another when you're a middle-aged man. This is just depressing to look at. Yeah, he's definitely ingratiated himself in this new community of bread tubers, right? This is like the Noah Samsons, the Mike from PAs, all these like sort of Hassan orbiters, right? And we all know where that path actually leads. It leads to you getting sued, banned, arrested, just all the negative downfalls possible. Wait, did they go so broke from Creator Class 3 that they had to sell all their furniture? Why the frick is he recording this out of a closet? To be fair, this is an improvement. If you watch the previous episodes of the series, this guy, like, his video feed was cutting off, bro. Like, he was sat on the floor with Anissa, talking about how he, he had to sell his house or something. He's trapped in his, basement and he can't even move out or something. It's just so tragic what happened to this guy.
Okay, so here's the fucking deal.
We're poor.
Newsflash, we're poor. That's why we're in the basement for a third or fourth week in a row.
The fuck is that?
I don't like Ethan, but I hate his enemies even more. Hopefully it adds him to the lawsuit. This meme is essentially iDubbbz's career. He's just got a guy, clown. iDubbbz needs his own fundraiser. Oh my god, that's crazy. We got this absolute moron. I think Ethan fricked up his whole case by openly admitting it was a setup. Yeah, he tricked them all into stealing his content, obviously. 133. Ay. Oh, Jesus freaking hell, iDubbbz, somehow you keep shoving your foot in your mouth over and over, stepping on the rake 100 times in a row. How do you not understand what this is about? Watching iDubbbz this is like watching my grandpa that got dementia. Now, if we look at the comments on his video, he's just getting absolutely toasted. Congrats on 6 million subs. Been here since 7 million. Pay your coaches the money you owe them. Oh my god, the amount of shit that iDubbbz and Anissa have done. Like, they have so much to atone for. You're the reason there's a singular chair in the hotel rooms. He loves watching from the fuck chair. What kind of humiliation ritual is this? This is like his own fans, bro. Oh my god. I really wish YouTube showed the dislike ratio in times like these. Oh yeah, it's like over negative or something at this point. So like 40% or something. I'm still searching for the positive comments. Oh look, Anissa's wife is trying to tell another country how they should behave. What a surprise. Please, Ian, share your thoughts on child marriage next time.
You yourself were a child bride?
Yes. So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage.
They ignored us when we were trying to fight child marriage, but then when they found out
are they pro child marriage?
Yeah,
take a hard stance.
That's why it makes one. You have begs the question.
Bro is quite literally lobotomized. Dude, I don't know, like something happened to his head, bruh. The divorce arc is gonna be wild. It will be legendary. I just wonder where it all went wrong. Maybe this is all a dream, guys. Maybe you'll wake up tomorrow and iDubbbz is back to being semi-decent. Anyways, if we look at the description here, iDubbbz has linked all of their GoFundMe links. And if we actually go to the GoFundMe, iDubbbz has raised almost nothing. It was already 35,000. It is still 35,000. Bro just used an entire video to promote this and literally converted 0 people. Like maybe somebody donated $6, bro. $6. Oh my god, this is so tragic, bro. Denim's is also the exact same from when I checked the other day. Casey's is also the same. I think he maybe, you know, if we're being really generous, he might have moved like an extra $100 or something, which is actually tragic for a supposedly 7 million subscriber YouTuber, bro. Anyways, Ethan responded with this meme, and we just got iDubbbz and we got Gollum! Diabolical, bro. Absolutely crazy. You know, even regardless of iDubbbz's new opinions and everything like that, the thing is, he's no longer funny. Even if you disagree with Ethan, at least he has some humor here, bro. Like, look at iDubbbz, bro. Before and after iDubbbz found the ring Anissa. That's a crazy comparison. Anyways, moving on to XQC versus Hassan. Basically, in the past, Hassan has been calling out any form of gambling, right? Any form of gambling, including gacha games, right? Gacha games have these gambling mechanics. I used to play Pokemon TCG Pocket. I recommend you guys to stay away from gacha games, all right? It really, you know, it unlocks another demon in you, which makes you want to spend money, all right? So, yeah, they kind of suck or whatever. But Hassan is a massive hypocrite about this whole thing. I'm not gonna, like, demonize people for playing it. I've played it myself, right? But yeah, so basically, Hassan has this whole moral grandstanding position about all of this. Yes. He has this long-standing beef with XQC. Socialism is when you sling gacha games to your audience months after calling it streamlined gambling.
Find the casual anti-gacha discrimination problematic? Okay, well, good luck. I'm not gonna ever fucking defend you, because I think gacha in and of itself is also horrible. I don't understand it, but you know, to each their own, but I do feel like that's just also streamlined gambling. What is this? Open 1 time, open 10 time? Epic or higher rarity skin guaranteed with 10 opens. I don't even know what I'm doing. Wait, what am I doing? A decoder pack? No. Buy treasure box. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Hold on. Exchange platinum coins. Please exchange purified data to platinum coin to purchase. Not enough purified data. Purchase more. Okay, I need to get. Okay, I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. Oh my.
I mean, another classic Hassan moment. The memes just create themselves. I'm adding funds, guys. I'm actually adding funds. I can't believe you're playing a gacha game, guys. Almost like you're a massive hypocrite. Who the frick in that gaming company thought it was a good idea? I wouldn't buy anything Hamas Piker advertises. That's crazy. Anyone sponsoring Hassan at this point is crazy. Socialism is also when you give your critics easy layups like this. But that would be asking him to have principles or even a sense of morality. Dude can't go one day without contradicting himself.
He did everything
Bro
right.
is down bad. No ads really hitting the socialists real hard. There's not even one of the good or popular gacha games, lol. It's because it's the only one that would actually sponsor him that was apparently unaware of the Kara support. When his own community doesn't notice, that's how you know they're brainwashed. I mean, that's actual cult behavior. As if defending him to the death wasn't already an indicator. Anyways, XQC had a field day with this. He basically calls out people being delusional and not seeing the facts right in front of their face.
Purified data, purchase more. Okay, I need to get.
See, I love this chat. So yeah, the Hassan's schizo, whatever. Dude, it's good that you guys haven't ran dry on being like a hypocrite.
I think the first clue is you smell like sake, dude. You can't drink on the job.
And it happens in live motion. It's right there. It's explaining the exact hypocrisy. And you go, he's schizo, he's crazy, he's seeing things as the movie, and it is playing in front of you. Guys, I'm not.
So, I mean.
It's right there. Look, if I click play.
Okay, I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing.
It's right there. You can see it.
I'm adding funds.
I mean, WXQC coming in with the actual good takes there. Hassan fans cannot see the facts right in front of their face. They can see their idol there being completely wrong, but instantly will ignore anything because he's their infallible deity or whatever, right? Continue engaging in that blatant hypocrisy right there. Right, so this next part, Ethan calls out Hassan. Basically, Hassan was comparing himself to an NYC politician, and then Hila calls him out for, saying that they're, hallucinating anti-Semitism and, branding her as some sort of terrorist.
Only left representatives are Destiny and Hassan.
Well, that's not true either, but...
And they both suck. They're uncharismatic, and they suck. They're horrible. They're horrible representatives of the left. You said we want more Zoran. We want more Zoran Mamdanis, and then you said I suck.
Hassan, he thinks he is. He thinks he is him. Now, he doesn't even realize he's Hassan Piker, the fucking the
one that sucks.
Terrorist supporting dude with an anger issue that's constantly yelling and screaming at his chat and starting fights with people. You're not him. He doesn't know that he doesn't realize that he's not Mamdani.
And all of the negative associations and all of the drama that follows everywhere I go, that is completely outside of my power because I've just tried to.
We could start by not calling my wife a terrorist.
How dare you call me a terrorist every week when anti-Semitism is at an all-time high?
You're hallucinating.
Like, you're just trying to get me killed.
Hallucinating anti-Semitism.
You're hallucinating, sweetheart.
Yes, hallucinating, of course. We're not anti-Semitic at all, guys. And she's totally right? Legitimately, these people will justify murder against these propagandists, right? Anyone who disagrees with them, essentially. And by calling you a terrorist or giving you that label, it gives people in Hassan's audience, or these people, basically free reign, like, oh, I'm taking down this bad person, right? So it's very dangerous, right? And, the people I call terrorists are actual, U.S. designated terrorist groups, all right? So obviously, they did it to themselves. But what Hassan is doing here, calling, like, Ethan's wife a terrorist, that's just ridiculous. You're legitimately doing real world harm here. And of course, Hassan has been comparing himself to his current favorite politician, the Zoran guy or whatever. He considers himself like the perfect person, the representation of the left or something, like this deity figure or something. You just don't understand, because in his head, he is this narcissistic, flawless person, just on a different level than everybody.
Is that?
So he's
What
always so shocked when people give him hard, bad PR.
Fucking
what the heck?
Fire.
You just described me, the perfect person here. How can you say that I'm bad? Now, do you guys remember when Hassan called Israelis inbred? Well, apparently he's actually done this a lot in the past, and this is like just a small portion of the compilation I saw.
Recoiled when people scream resist by any means, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture. We shudder when an activist held up a sign telling Jewish students they were Hamas's next targets, and we
started chasing us, calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus.
Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Inbred fucking douchebag, wearing fucking military fatigues, shooting another Israeli dude because he thought, oh, I thought he was a terrorist. I thought he was terrorist. God, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude.
Dude, how many times has he said the word inbred? And especially in that context as well, I feel like there's no excuse. I thought that was like the only time he said it the last time we looked at that clip. But there's like an entire library of time. I think this guy might be anti-Semitic, guys. I just don't know. And always gotta resort to the most like petty insults ever. Never gonna fight on any arguments or anything like that. I'll just call them inbred. Just call them some name to discredit them. PDF file, school shooter, mom murdering cockroach, rapist, something like that. Just discredit anything they say, right? Just completely brand them as something that's so disgusting that you don't want to listen to anything they say. Moving on to Hassan versus Tectone. Hassan, once again, is there with Noah Samson, and he keeps bringing up the SA accusations against him, admits that he has no idea what the situation even is, but he just goes with it because that's Hassan's strategy. If I don't like you, I automatically believe all accusations against you, and if I do like you, it never happened, obviously.
Even though they don't accept us, and this new era is just a bunch of fucking pussy limp dicks.
No, he has sexual assault allegations against him.
No,
from,
he doesn't. You
think,
fucking lying sack of
his,
shit.
like, I don't know the fucking full details, but he's just like a weird, creepy guy.
Okay, first off, those allegations, false. Completely false. All right. Was proven in court. And the one that you want to talk about is his dad, and again, separation.
Right?
You guys are witnessing history.
You see it with like the Ethan shit. Like there is a decent amount of people in Ethan Klein's community that unironically think like I am responsible for Kamala Harris losing the election.
Right.
Like, what do you say to a person like that?
Yeah, guys, I have no idea what the accusations are, who even made them, but, you know, I feel like it, so he's probably a creep, and all the accusations are probably true, you know? Hassan Research 101, that's just a classic. But anyways, Tectone responded, and Asmongold responded.
Here we go. Buddy, even though they don't accept us in this new era. Oh, man, same. Oh, man, same thing, huh, son? Oh, that's a good one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, really good one. You got me. Anyways, we gonna fight or what? What's going on, man? What are we doing? Listen, man, you gotta either fight me or Sam Hyde or talk to Destiny on call, man. Choose one, right? We don't get to be a pussy our entire life. We're gonna be a big boy, okay? We'll settle this one-on-one, okay? We'll have your terrorist father versus my father. All right, there's no way that you're going to run from me and Sam Hyde and Destiny, right? Like, you're going to have to do one. There's no way we've all butt you this hard mentally. There's no way. You can't just keep running around. Eventually, your community's going to ask you, why does this big guy run away from every single person who tries to resolve their issues?
It's like 200.
They call you BNF. Or sorry, BFN, Hassan. BFN. That means big for nothing. Come on, big guy. Let's be an adult. We can do this. I genuinely believe this is the most unlikable human being on earth. Like, I hate this man with my whole soul. This guy is a genuinely evil person. No, I mean this from my whole soul. I genuinely believe that God put Hassan on this earth to be a vile piece of shit, to tempt the morals of a normal human being to see if they agree with this person. Like, I mean, this guy is a fucking demon with human skin peeled over him.
His, like, I don't know the fucking full details, but he's just like a weird, creepy guy, right?
Sure, yeah, he has allegations against him. That's true. I have not seen any proof that even slightly suggests that Tectone was sexually assaulting anybody. Nothing to substantiate. Yeah, there's no witnesses of this. In fact, all of the other people that were around him said this didn't happen.
Dude, I pointed this out before, but Hassan really just goes, he wakes up and goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you know, who do I slander today? And this guy had the audacity to talk about how he has such a wonderful case against Ethan. He could totally sue him. And Ethan was trying to bait him into suing for defamation, which is the most ridiculous theory ever. I don't know. I feel like by doing this, you just sort of hurt your own credibility. Even the little bit you actually have left between your audience, right? And I guarantee you, if Tectone was this extreme far lefty terrorist supporter, Hassan would be glazing him, right? Hassan would be like, well, I need forensic evidence, you know, I need to analysis, I need to see it happen in front of me, obviously, which is what he did with the October 7 Hamas thing, right?
Forensic evidence.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Not
You need
enough to
kids.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
kids.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute.
Also, keep in mind, Hassan has literally said in the past that he has no problem with SA or date grape happening as long as the victim is a rich college girl or something, or you know, a victim of Hamas. It seems like then he's all peachy with it, right? And I feel like he has no problem ruining people's lives that he disagrees with, which is just not a principled way to live here. Thanks for watching, guys. Love you guys. I don't say that a lot, so I should probably say. So yeah, thank you for watching, and thank you for all the support. All this whole series has been amazing. Yeah.
Let's see. I think we're all caught up for Pegasus. What? There's a fake fitness tuber? Fuck yeah.
This is something apart. part 2 of something that I thought I'd never seen in my entire life. Jeff Nippard, one of my favorite fitness content creators, who I actually heavily attribute to helping me learn the knowledge of getting in better shape. I used to be 330 pounds, and now I'm 228. But he came into a lot of heat when he started talking about these fake natties as if they were real natties, and he made a response called Addressing the Controversy, addressing those claims that are attempting to take him down. Let's see how well he did. Let's see if he can dismantle these.
How to figure out if someone is natural or not by looking at them.
Okay.
If they're below the line, they're natty. If they're above the line, they're not. But the problem is people draw that line in very different places.
Okay.
Some people draw the line here at Will Tennyson. Others draw the line right up to, but not including, Simeon Panda. Believe it or not, a lot of people still think that The Rock is natty. And recently, millions of people fell for the Liver King scam, buying that his physique came from his ancestral diet and not the $10,000 monthly steroid cocktail. So it's understandable why so many people don't believe influencers anymore.
Okay.
It's also understandable why there's so much disagreement about how big you can get without steroids, even within.
Well, the other thing is, one of the guys is 19 years old, who's only been training for a year and a half, and his main training was putting a ladder in a broom and then hanging off of it. That's just, there's just no way to look like Hussein does. There's no way to look like that without steroids.
In our own community, people are not on the same page about this. It's leading to some absolute dumpster fire debates.
The fake natural epidemic is getting worse.
Never played a sport in his life and then just blew up like an IFBB pro. That's how that works.
So, in this video, I'm diving straight into the dumpster fire.
Okay.
And I'm taking 3 tools with me: history, science, and common sense.
Okay.
And using those 3 tools, I'm going to give my final answer to the question, how big can you get without steroids?
Okay. Interesting.
Steroids are, for the most part, different flavors of testosterone. Tren is testosterone with this carbon atom removed. Nandrolone is the same thing, but with a few less double bonds. And tespropionate and anthocyanate are all literally just testosterone with an estrogen added at different lengths, which impacts how quickly it's released into your system. So the first step in our natty or not journey is figuring out when steroids actually became available.
Okay.
That way we can look at the most jacked guys from before then and know with certainty that their physiques were achieved naturally, because the drugs didn't exist yet. All right. Testosterone was first isolated in 1935 by a Dutch pharmacologist named Ernst Lequeur at the University of Amsterdam, where he took literally thousands of bull testicles, mashed them up into a pulp, and squeezed the testosterone out. By the early 1940s,
That's how it was made. I did not know that.
Psychiatrists started experimenting with that testosterone as a potential cure for what they were calling male menopause, which is basically just depression and low sex drive. It actually worked too.
Sure.
But testosterone still wasn't publicly available, and at this point, no one actually realized that it could be used as a performance-enhancing drug. It actually wasn't until the 1952 World Olympics and...
Alright, I gotta fucking look it up. Does Warlock... Wow, get portals. I can summon players. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
it's really weird how like shit was made. Steroids. Yo, what if I take this cow's testicles and I just smash them up into like a cream and then I just rub them over my body? You think they don't do anything? I want you to think about it real quick. How did the freaky ass motherfucker figure out how a cow's udder works?
Yeah, dog, they sucked on the nipple.
You know what I'm saying? How'd you figure that out? Bro, when you hear the story of how people understood what percent of the human body was water, that shit will haunt you forever. Because yeah, you're gonna have to do some crazy shit to figure that out. And like, how do people know that other breeds of animals wouldn't get pregnant if you f***ed them as a human? Very interesting.
Finland, people finally realized that testosterone could make you bigger and stronger. That's because, out of nowhere, Soviet weightlifters suddenly and suspiciously took home 3 gold medals. And with that, the very first natty or not scandal had begun. A couple years later, in 1954, the bodybuilding world's misadventures with steroids officially began when Dr. John Ziegler went to the York Barbell Club in Pennsylvania and injected John Grimmick with his first shot of steroids. And the rest is history.
Yeah, he looks insane. Looks fucking crazy.
So, based on all this, I think it's safe to say that in all likelihood, American bodybuilders weren't juicing before the 1950s.
So wait a second. That means like the original Hulk movie, like the black and white Hulk with Lou Ferrigno, he wasn't juiced. Which means like the strongest people in the world were like really like average back then.
Okay. Which means that this physique from 1947 was built 100% naturally. In this photo, Steve Reeves is 21 years old at 6 foot 1 inches tall, 250
I can believe
pounds,
that.
and what looks to be around 10, maybe 12% body fat.
I can believe this.
He actually wasn't the biggest guy that I could find from this era, but I do think he was the most aesthetic. And the real reason that I picked Steve Reeves as an example of a natural bodybuilder from the pre-steroid era is that literally everyone agrees that this physique is 100% achievable naturally, right?
Is it really?
Actually, maybe. The problem is I need to know other factors. I would never judge someone entirely off appearance.
Yeah,
I need to know
that's
how they
true.
trained, how long, and how long
what
they've
year.
been training. So I could actually see this guy as doing steroids. I'm still not completely sold, but I want to know how he was training and how long.
I could believe this one because it's 21. That's like prime testosterone, you know, like that's like you just start hitting the stride on testosterone. You're starting to fucking absolutely like funnel it.
Right?
All right, well, there are a few skeptics. I guess these people think that Steve Reeves, a 21-year-old from
That was a one-like comment. It's not really that big of a deal.
Montana, found a steroid plug before the U.S. Olympics team at a time when the U.S.-Soviet rivalry was at an all-time high. But you know what?
Let's
entertain the extreme skepticism and go back to before Ernst LeCure ever isolated testosterone. The most jacked person I could find from this era was this man.
I can believe this, though.
Eugene Sandow. To this day, this is who the Mr. Olympia trophy is named after. This photo was taken in
What's his name? Eugene Sandow?
Sandow. To this day, this is who the Mr. Olympia trophy is named after. This photo was taken in 1897, 6 years before the airplane was invented. He was 5'9", 185 pounds, at around 10% body fat, and 100% natural. But the 1800s were a long time ago. I mean, gym equipment looked like this.
That's crazy.
And this. And, okay, this is actually a pretty cool lat pull down, but the point is, Eugene Sandow was not training anywhere near optimally in 1897.
That's true. And I would 1,000,000% believe that this guy's natty. I would entertain that thought. If this guy is recognized as the guy on the fucking Olympics and a guy who trained with like rocks and shit and like this archaic ass
I don't think
tools.
he trained with the rocks. I think they had barbells still. Did they? Wouldn't it? Well, now I gotta look it up. When was the first barbell made, and what was it made of? Oh my god. The barbell wasn't invented until 1902, so this man was training with rocks. Oh my god, dude.
I could absolutely believe it. His pectorals are honestly not even really that impressive. If he's going to be the top one guy, I mean, you can see like the little bulge out right there. There's also like not really that good of lighting in these photos either. I can believe this guy was natty 100%.
He was,
dude. And also, this is like fucking from the time when like photography was like new. Like this is like the denograph.
It's a pioneer and a
first camera made. Daguerreotype. That's what it is. Sorry. Keep fucking that name up.
great early proponent of exercise, but
once again, he makes me look like a bitch. This guy could kill me, and I bet his strength is insane. But he doesn't look as puffed up and juiced as some of the guys with testosterone look like.
One said that the best way to train was to use, quote, light weights,
And what's very interesting is, back in this time, a lot of people didn't really see the necessity of training chest. That didn't happen until much later, actually. A lot of people just said, fuck, chest doesn't matter.
5 to 10 pounds for 10 to 15 reps. 5 to 10 pounds for 10 to 15 reps? Now, it's been over 100 years since Sandow gave those tips. And in that time, more than 500,000 scientific studies have been published on exercise science and nutrition, and millions of people have pursued bodybuilding, professionally and recreationally. So, for as good as he looked, there's absolutely no reason to think that Eugene Sandow was the pinnacle of natural muscular development. The most groundbreaking study on natural muscular development was published by Corey and colleagues in 1995. The researchers went to local gyms in Los Angeles and Boston and asked people if they were natty or not. They got 74 natties and 83 enhanced guys to volunteer for the study.
Okay.
Then, after urine testing them to make sure they weren't lying, the researchers measured everyone's height, weight, and body fat percentage using hydrostatic underwater weighing, which was considered one of the gold standards at the time. From there, they plugged all their body measurements into this.
Whoa, these guys use hydrostat.
Everyone's height, weight, and body fat percentage using hydrostatic underwater weighing, which was considered one of the gold standards at the time.
What a strange fucking thing to just throw into your research.
From there, they plugged all their body measurements into this formula for fat-free mass index, or FFMI, which is basically just a number that tells you how jacked you are. The bigger the number, the more muscular. It's a really simple formula. You take your body weight, subtract your fat mass, and divide it by your height squared. So it's really just your lean mass divided by your height squared. This is what they found. Each circle on the graph represents a different person. On the left are all the natural lifters, and on the right are all the lifters taking steroids.
Allegedly.
And on the y-axis is their FFMI. Remember, the higher the number, the more jacked. So this guy was the most muscular, this guy was the least muscular.
Sure.
There are a few really interesting findings here. First, it's obvious that the steroid users were more jacked on average.
Of course, they have
no
more
surprises
team.
there.
Of course.
But if you look at the individual subjects, you can see that going on steroids didn't actually guarantee that you'd be bigger than every natty.
Well, yeah, because all testosterone does is remove the ceiling. It doesn't make you work harder.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you still got to put in the fucking work, right? And everybody knows this shit. Like, taking steroids will give you a much higher limit, but if you don't...
Gives you a bigger limit, but the problem with this to us, like juicing yourself, is without a ceiling, if you keep going too hard, you could still fail. Or if you don't train hard enough, you still come up short. Doesn't matter.
Don't put in the work to get there, nothing's going to change.
Like, this guy down here was taking steroids.
People think that you just take steroids, you get ripped. That's not how it works.
No.
It's you got to take steroids, and then you got to lift like a motherfucking madman.
He was still smaller than 86% of the natural lifters. Actually, quite a lot of the natural lifters were just as jacked as the enhanced guys. Like, all of these lifters had an FFMI of 24 to 25. And while 14 were enhanced, 9 were natty. But I think the main takeaway from this study is that there really was a hard cutoff for the natural lifters.
Yeah, of course.
Out of 74 subjects, not a single one.
Yeah, that's why we always say that you can't look like that unless you're on T, because there obviously is a cutoff for how you can look naturally.
Yeah.
At a fat-free mass index above 25, 100% of lifters with an FFMI of 25 or higher were on steroids. This led the authors to state that only rare individuals, perhaps with some genetic or congenital anomalies, may attain an FFMI in excess of 25 without steroids. I fit their trend too. According to my latest DEXA scan, I'm 10.3% body fat, I'm 164.5 centimeters tall, and I weigh 155.8 pounds.
I will say, Jeff Nippard looks fucking ridiculous.
He does
That
look
means
really
my
good.
FFMI
He does look really good, dude. Fucking, he only has an FFMI of 9.9.
comes out to 24.4.
Sure.
Oh, 24.
So, is that it? 25 is the natty limit?
I don't believe that's true because, well, I mean, I guess if you're averaging genetics, yes, that might be the limit, but like, you also have to remember that there's always exceptions to the rule. That's literally the rule of life, that there are exceptions to the rule.
Well, let's see. This is a list of all the pre-steroid era Mr. America bodybuilding winners from 1939 to 1949. In 1939, Burt Goodrich was the best bodybuilder in America. He had an FFMI of, 24.3. The next winner was Roland Essmaker. His FFMI was 22.6. In 1940, John Gremick won the title with an FFMI of 24.0. In 1942, Frank Late won the title with an FFMI of, there it is, 25.5.
That's weird because that guy don't even look that crazy. Am I crazy here? Like, this guy don't even look that crazy.
And then from 1943 to 1949, 5 other pre-steroid era bodybuilders broke through the supposed natty ceiling.
Hold up.
525.5. And then from 1943 to 1949, 5 other pre-steroid era bodybuilders broke through the supposed natty ceiling.
That's because they got steroids earlier. Because they got steroids earlier. They had a hookup, and they said, "Oh, my brother, you take these, make you stronger." Yeah, they just cheated. That's that easy. I hope that helps. They cheated.
Of a 25 FFMI. So yeah, even when you go to the best of the best, hitting a FFMI of over 25 is rare, but it's not impossible.
Hold up. 1942 is the earliest one. Yeah, I just feel like if steroids were invented and emerged in the 1930s, I feel like they could have just got some. I mean, this is like 12 years after that shit. So I feel like these dudes just took this shit before anybody else knew about it, right? Just because they were popularized later doesn't mean that they weren't ever available to these dudes. And before the certain time period, none of them broke that scale. So I find it, I just feel like maybe they just got it early. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they got early access. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go back to the Corey study. There are only 74 subjects here.
Yeah.
And again, you do see this hard cutoff on the natty side at 25.
Well,
and it's all.
What is it? When was the first steroid made? Again from it. Whoa. Growth hormone abuse in sports. The earliest record of doping in sports come from the ancient Olympic Games when athletes are reported to have taken figs to improve their performance. With the advent of modern pharmacology in the 19th century, many athletes began to experiment with cocktails of drugs to improve strength and overcome fatigue. As this practice was not illegal, there are good records of lengths athletes would go to in order to win. Alongside the benefits came the dangers, and allowing several fatalities. A code to ban performance-enhancing drugs was gradually developed. Growth hormone was first isolated from the human pituitary gland in the 1950s. So, I want to know the actual date. Endocrinology, current therapy. Testosterone was isolated in the 1930s, and the numerous synthetic androgens were quickly developed therefore after. Athletes soon discovered the dramatic anabolic effects of these hormones, and the AAS spread rapidly through the elite athletics and bodybuilding from the 1950s through the 1970s. So if it happened in the 1930s, I don't know, dude. It just seems like it'd be really hard.
Also, like, Jeff, don't you think there's kind of a coincidence that, like, all around the same time period, so many people started popping up over that line? You don't think there was a chance that those guys were just fakes?
I suspect that if they had more natural subjects, you would have seen more people break through that ceiling. And with enough subjects, you'd eventually see a normal distribution, more like what you see on the enhanced side. Just consider this 2017 study on Division I and Division.
I feel like it's very weird to pull up a science-based study and then say, but I feel like this would happen if this. Okay, well, that's just what you feel. You know what I'm saying?
Division II college football players. The average FFMI for an offensive lineman was 25.1. That was the average. A nice few players did go over 25. Now, while the NCAA does randomly drug test its players, some of those guys...
Yeah, they're just cheating.
May have been juicing at some point, but I really doubt they were literally all juicing. And I think that, combined with the Mr. America data, it's pretty clear that while it is very uncommon...
Well, I don't think he means as in, like, I feel, and then I believe what he's saying is with a larger group of people, like a more balanced group, say you have 18 people and 18 people from the same place at the same time, around the same age, lifting the same amount of time. Like more data. I think what he's saying is, with more data, there could have been more results past that line, because there are always going to be outliers everywhere. But I believe what he means is there would have been outliers that would pass that line. But for the majority, that was the line.
Not impossible to have an FFMI over 25 naturally. Hussein Farhat, the fitness influencer from my last video, is 185 pounds at 5 foot 11 inches tall and around 12% body fat. He has an FFMI of, what do you think, 25, 26, 27?
Let me guess 23.
Now, Hussein's FFMI was 22.8.
Yep.
Now, I know the issue with Hussein isn't his...
Once again, nobody cares about his size or how he looks. It's a combination of how he looks with the way that he trained. There is no way.
Size per se. It's the speed of his transformation that's suspicious.
Absolutely.
In this Instagram post, Hussein said he went from 134 to 184 pounds in his first 3 years of lifting at around the same body fat.
I can believe 3 years if, and there's just a big if training his body was the only thing he did. I'm not talking about anything else. No school, no hobbies. He literally eat and breathe that. 3 years, I can believe.
I know he looks a lot leaner on the right, but there's some serious angle, lighting, and photo filter tricks going on there, so it's honestly not a good comparison. Regardless, let's just say he gained 50 pounds of lean mass in 3 years. Is that possible?
That would have meant, and I want to remind you, I believe this is from 16 years old to 19 years old, where he was training with a ladder and a broom. That means he would have had to 0 mistakes ever for 3 straight years. There's just no fucking way, man. There's no way.
Possible naturally? Well, let's look at it from a scientific angle. This is a table for realistic rates of muscle gain in men from my textbook, The Muscle Ladder, which I wrote before I knew who Hussein was. I said that most men will gain 10 to 25 pounds of lean mass in their first year of lifting, 5 to 10 pounds in their second year, and 2.5 to 7.5 pounds in their third year. And I based those figures off this 2020 systematic review on whole body muscle growth in healthy adult males. So, according to my table, we're looking at a range of 17.5 to 42.5 pounds of lean mass gained in your first 3 years. Hussein gained 50. So yes, he's above the typical range. There are 2 possible explanations for that. One explanation is that he took steroids for the first year or 2 and then came off them before the blood test in my last video.
That's a great possibility. That's a pretty good possibility, don't you think?
I mean, that is a solid point, because like, you could jumpstart it and then maintain it, because it's not like he went excessively big. If he went like excessively big, then it would be too hard to sustain.
That's possible. The other explanation is that Hussein was quite underweight and seriously undereating when he first started, causing his transformation numbers to be inflated. According to this 2008...
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. If you were to be malnourished, i.e. just undereating and not getting enough, he could have jumped that much, because he would have started below where he should have been. So he was playing catch up for like 20 and then gained the 30.
Study. Average FFMI across 431 healthy Italian men without any training intervention was 19.8. Hussein.
And it's also like, I could believe this transformation a lot more if it was a fat guy going to a muscular guy. But a skinny anorexic kid that young going to that large, I just don't believe it at all.
Started with
I can believe it, but like I said, I can believe it because he would get up to healthy and then go above. But the only reason I can believe it is I have this thought that that's the only thing he did. But realistically, it's probably not the only thing he did. So I guess I have to say he's outside the range that I would believe.
There's just no way.
That means at 5'11", if he had healthy, adequate nutrition, he should have been starting at 160 pounds, not 134 pounds. That means the first 25 pounds he gained were essentially just getting him back to a healthy baseline. And if you've been under-eating for years, weight gain can happen very quickly once you start eating enough, especially if you combine it with hard training and a good genetic response to lifting. So, sure, he could be enhanced. He could.
I really feel like Jeff is about to be universally shit on for this video. And the thing that worries me about this is that he does sound very convincing with what he's saying, but there's just absolutely no fucking way you're going to convince me that this guy's natty. There's no.
I can be convinced that he's natural for the sheer fact of he could be a genetic outlier. He could be somebody who was under eating, gained all of that weight extremely fast, and he could have just maintained it so easily. I don't understand what the guy was doing, but I could believe that he was natural because I just believe in the law of statistics.
Way. There's no way.
Be lying the same way that Liver King was lying. Except, it was obvious Liver King was lying.
The question has always been, do you take steroids? Do you take PEDs? The answer to that is no. I've never taken steroids.
Really?
I'm thinking about doing it.
And at 5'6", 190 pounds, and 7% body fat, Liver King's FFMI was 29. That's not possible naturally. Not to mention, he had the leathery skin, red puffy face, bloated water retention, and other obvious anabolic side effects.
Yeah, but what if he just trained really good?
What if he just ate a lot of testicles?
Jeff? What if he just trained really good?
What if he just has
and the reason why he has all that red puffy stuff is because he lived on a nuclear waste plant. Also, you're not. What if he was abducted by aliens and they put him in a hyperbolic time chamber to where he trained with Goku, right? I feel like these are just the factors that you're just like not considering, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe Liver King was lying about being on steroids just to gotcha and make you a not believer. So I just feel like there's just things you're not considering here, man.
But to be fair, some fitness influencers aren't.
Yeah, I mean, guys, Jeff, Liver King said he didn't do steroids, and I think you should believe him, man.
As obviously.
What if he got zapped by gamma rays?
Maybe Hussein is one of them. I can't say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhat has never taken steroids.
Thank you. That's okay. Amazing. Thank you. I greatly, it is so obvious he's on steroids. It is beyond obvious. Thank you.
I can't say that, but I can say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhat's physique is achievable without steroids.
I'm sure it is. Just not with the way he trained.
Well, I don't know how he trained, so I can't attest to that. I imagine like just the best of the best when I give kudos or fallibility to anything I think of, but I don't know how he trained and I don't know how effective it would be. I don't have much of that research, and I'm very not good with the genetic. I don't know. I wouldn't know much about this. I would have to study it.
FMI is normal, and his transformation, while suspicious, is possible. It's common sense that humans can have very different bodies.
Yeah. The other thing is training a 16-year-old to train with 100% efficiency is just a joke. Like,
there is that fact as well. It's just the fallibility of a human that young. There's a possibility that they're not going to do what they're told. I mean, they're a teenager.
Like, it really is just a joke.
Man alive is a Turkish farmer named Sultan Qasim. He's 8'3". The shortest man alive is Eshvin Esfil Ganderswat. He's 2'1". The hairiest man alive is Mike Israetel.
Good one.
Just kidding. It's an Indian teenager named Lalit Patidar, who has 95% of the surface area of his face covered with hair. 1 in a billion sounds impossible until you realize there are 8 billion people on the planet. Then it's not impossible, it's a guarantee. Someone is the oldest, it's Ethel Caterham, she's 115 years old. Someone is the heaviest, it was Khalid bin Mohsen Shari at a staggering 1,345 pounds until he recently lost most of the weight. And someone is the most muscular without taking steroids. Julian Fitzgerald is 19 years old, and he's been training for 4 years. He's 203 pounds at 5'11" and around 10 to 12% body fat. I crunched the numbers, and assuming we go with 12%, that puts his FFMI at, here we go, 25.0, right at the cutoff from the Corey study. If we instead go with 10% body fat, his FFMI is 25.5. As a comparison, what do you think Ronnie Coleman's FFMI was at his peak?
I'm going to guess 28, 28.6.
I'm going to guess
Ronnie won the Mr.
27.
Olympia contest 8 times, 8 Sandow trophies, the most in bodybuilding history. On stage, he was 5'11", 290 pounds at 5% body fat. His FFMI was 38.5. I'm sure
That's fucking insane.
Oh, this man's like a whole nother part. There's like 2 people in there. It's 2 people stacked up.
Holy shit.
This goes without saying, but Ronnie was way bigger than Julian. Ronnie obviously wasn't natural at his peak. He did have world-class genetics, though. Like, Ronnie and his coaches say he was still 100% natural here at 27 years old. And given what he eventually became...
Yeah, they lied. I'm sorry.
They lied.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to take your word for it. They lied. They fucking lied.
Most of the bodybuilding world...
He's real natural. All right, Ronnie. Bend over.
Believes it. Now, in case you're doubtful,
Natural
which I
steroids.
totally get, just check out this classic study which showed the power of muscle-building genetics. It might just blow your mind if you haven't seen it before. I'm not sure if this part is common sense or not. Maybe it depends on how long you've been around gym culture. They took 342 women and 243 men and had them train their biceps for 12 weeks. Then they measured how much their biceps grew using MRI. The interesting part is that they all ran the same program, the exact same program. But just look at how different their gains were. Most people grew their biceps.
Just make sure they tried to run the same program. They tried. They may be on the same workout plan, but their level of execution is always going to vary.
Biceps by about 20%.
I guess
But
that's
there were a few
true
unlucky
because you can't guarantee that everybody is putting in the exact same effort. I mean, down to the millimeter, down to the exertion, down to the repetition of each rep.
Subjects who didn't gain any.
Like say you do 12 reps. Each rep is 2 minutes. And it's 24 minutes. Well, what if somebody takes 25 minutes? How does that affect that?
Muscle at all. And there were a few really lucky subjects who gained 40, 50, even 55% bicep size while running the exact same program as everyone over here.
Yeah, they're on steroids.
There were 585 people in that study. That's 0.00007% of the world's population, and it still had a few freaks. So why are some people so surprised when every now and then someone shows up with genetics like Julian Fitzgerald or Ronnie Coleman? Alright, so how big can you get without steroids? Well, assuming you're an average male, you train hard, you eat right, and you stay consistent, you should be able to hit a fat-free mass index of 22 to 24. Maybe 25 if you stick with it long enough, and you've got some pretty good genetics. At around 12% body fat.
I would say to hit that 25 range, you would have to be, when I say this, I mean in the most immaculate fucking God-given way, just blessed with genetic prowess. That you would have to be to get into that range, because there's no other way that you could get into there, naturally.
24 FFMI would translate to 165 pounds if you're 5'6", 185 pounds if you're 5'9", 200 pounds if you're 6 foot, and 220 pounds if you're 6'3". Some of you will be able to go above those numbers, and it doesn't necessarily mean steroids, but for most people, this will be around your natty limit. And if you're looking to maximize your own physique naturally, diet is absolutely crucial. My nutrition app MacroFactor uses science-based algorithms to guarantee that you'll hit your goal as long as you follow the plan.
Food is very
important. The app I use to run my entire
And I find it interesting that we didn't talk about what those two dudes who are obviously fake natties ate. Because
that is true. Nutrition can go a very long way, because if you eat a lot of carbs, it's different than if you eat a lot of protein, or if you eat a lot of fruit. It depends on how you put on the weight and what kind of weight you put on. Because even though it is 25 pounds, 25 pounds is 25 pounds is 25 pounds, but how that can be translated through the body.
I highly doubt from an age that early they ate incredibly clean the entire time.
No.
We're lifting that much at such an early age and never got tempted by anybody to try roids out for a little bit. There's just no fucking way.
Last year, and it's the app I'm using for my cut this summer. We've got more than 350,000 active users and an amazing, supportive online community with some mind-blowing transformations. You can try it out for 2 weeks for free at the first link in the description.
I don't know, man. I don't know why he's dying on this hill. Straight up. Yeah, once again, I also don't care if someone's natural or not. I just care if they're honest. Absolutely. 100%. Look, another one. And this was about a year and a half. Hey, Jeff, just a quick note about the Hussein part. He pretty much made all of his gains in the first 18 months of training. As I've shown in some of my videos, he looks the exact same in pictures he posted over a year and a half ago as he does now. Moreover, he's been recycling pictures that he took over a year ago on his Instagram feed to this day, showing that he himself is aware that he looks the exact same now as he did over a year ago. As far as I'm aware, natty lifters don't plateau in their first year and a half, 2 years of training. That's the main point of contention. He said Hussein's massive leanness would be achievable naturally for someone with great genetics. However, this would happen over the course of nearly a decade, not in a year and a half. The first 8 months of which are spent training in his garage with a broomstick and a ladder and pull-ups full of limited dumbbells. 1,000,000%. And I really, really feel like Jeff Nippert is dying on a hill he shouldn't die on. He's a very...
I don't think he's dying on a hill. I think he's trying to give the benefit of the doubt, because unfortunately, when you're talking about something like body transformation, there are so many factors that you can analyze and so many factors that you can't analyze. And you have to put those two together and get a result. I don't think he's saying that 100% fact he's natural. I think he's saying there's like a 90% chance that he is natural. Is there a 10% chance he's a fucking liar? Hell yeah, dude. He could be a fucking liar for all I know.
Smart individual. I don't know why he's defending these guys so fucking much. And he should just say, yeah, I don't know why I made that. Maybe I was blind.
I think he should just come out with, I believe from the data that I have that he is natural, but there's always a chance that he's lied about something or he's done something outside of my control. But from what I know, in the limited amount of scope that I have, it looks natural.
Blinded by how much I like these people, just like how I'm blind with genocide. Anyways, this is a great video. Hopefully, my reaction to the video was great. I wish Jeff just said, yeah, I fucked up. I don't know why I said that. But it's very obvious that this Hussein guy is a fucking liar. They're both fake natties. Once again, we don't care if people use steroids or TRT. We just want people to be honest about it. And that's all we want, because people are going to be looking to these people for guidance on how to transform their lives. And if they're receiving information from disingenuous people, that's going to lead them down a bad path. And that's why I care so much about this.
Wait, Twitch is banning real viewers?
There has been an update in Twitch's whole ViewBot debacle, and some VTubers are talking about this, as well as a response from Dan Clancy and many other VTubers. So there were people who were part of tech companies, who were part of Twitch themselves, and they were looking into how Twitch was getting rid of ViewBots. And what was reported on is very shocking. By the way, if you're new here, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications. Feel free to join me on Kick, or feel free to join me on Twitch. I stream every single day on 9 a.m. CST, and we will see where this goes. However, a user with the name of Neko Unix, and I want to make this very clear, all of this is...
I'm just gonna log out of WoW and more watch stuff.
Is alleged. We have no idea. This is pure speculation. According to these people, I have no knowledge of how things work behind the scenes for their technology and resolving the viewership, the lack of legitimacy upon the viewers in this space. So, this is what I have found out having friends who work for other tech companies and Twitch themselves. So this user with the name of Neko Unix is alleging they have friends for the tech companies and Twitch themselves. I wish I was joking, but let this be a warning to all I can tell. Neko Unix says, Twitch ViewBot system...
Lurkers are being flagged as bots? Dude, do you understand how much of an audience is lurkers? Like, fucking... take a big streamer like XQC. Fucking at least 40%, I'm talking bare minimum, 40% of his audience is lurkers.
Update, important info for streamers. Just a heads up, Twitch has rolled out a new viewbot detection system, and it's not working well. Key points. Lurkers are being flagged as bots. If you don't know what a lurker is someone who comes into your stream, has you pulled up but never types, and they just keep you on for monitor entertainment, second monitor entertainment.
They basically just keep you on to have fucking noise going so they don't fucking fall into the madness of their minds.
A lot of my users are lurkers. A lot of you guys are lurkers. On average, I would say, I mean, well over the majority of people who watch a stream are lurkers. So this is very concerning. Lurkers are being flagged as bots. Viewers don't interact, no messages or redemptions. They may not be counted in your view count. After reviewing last night's stream data, several legitimate lurkers were not counted at all. Also, looking at the detection code, many issues stand out. Best workaround, ask lurkers to send at least one message or use a channel port redeem to ensure they're counted. Now, in case you guys don't know, numbers are down across Twitch pretty much.
No shit. Hassan's still there.
Universally. I would argue every streamer right now is down 10 to 20% from what I've seen in the streamers that I've been monitoring.
No
there might
fucking
be some
shit,
exceptions.
dude.
There might be some outliers. However, is that due to the new system getting rid of legitimate users?
No, it's
or
because
is it
of
because there were
terrible
legitimate viewbots
administration.
on every single streamer? I'm not sure. This is all speculation. Gift sub system changes. The current Twitch sub distribution code seems designed to prioritize gifting subs to bots and non-community members first, which is very interesting. That has now been confirmed by 3 different people.
That is such a scummy practice.
That it is targeting newer users and viewbots to get gifts as a way to make Twitch more money by giving non-active users, non-real users a subscription.
It's such a scummy system. Say I've been watching you for 5 years and I've subscribed for 12 months, which would be 1 out of the 5 years. I would have less of a chance of getting it because I've subscribed to you before than somebody who has never subscribed to you having a 100% chance of getting. And I would have like a 20% less chance of getting, which is fucking horseshit.
And giving subs to people who do not need them. This is based on calculated viewer to bot ratio meant to avoid detection. The goal appears to be incentivizing more gifting by making it harder for your actual community to receive subs naturally. Now, if this is true, and I would love to know Andrew Esquire.
I would love to know the legality of this because this goes like into like giveaway law where like if you do a giveaway, you have to include at least one method that is a non-payable way to join, which is like, if you guys remember the Danimals thing, like you could join online by buying like a whole bunch of things, or there was a small print that said you could send in a postcard or a letter and they'll enter you.
Take on this. He is a lawyer. He knows the law far better than me. But this, I believe, could open them up to a class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
So I hope
Absolutely.
Andrew Esquire will actually cover this and talk about the legitimacy of this. If this is true, once again, all of this is alleged. And I want to make that very clear. This is now the 5th time I've said this video. AI misclassifications. Twitch's AI now assumes viewers with no input, chat, clicks, redemptions are bots. Bots are faking interactions, heat maps, clicks on stream elements to appear legitimate. Real lurkers get flagged, bots get through. Now, what's very interesting about this is exactly what I feared. Streamers who have very fast, very active chats due to the fact of them having AI interact bots, which are essentially, there are 3 different bot types that I know of. There might be, maybe there's 4.
There's active, inactive, and passive. Okay, so there's active, the ones that put stuff in chat to make it look real. There's inactive, just basically like if I were to open up Kick and let's say I pick XQC and I don't do anything for the rest of the night. I just have him on my second monitor. That'd be an inactive.
I'm gonna hide my ass inside of the bank.
So, somebody who's not doing anything, basically a lurker. And then there's a passive bot, which would be like somebody, it would be like one that's like programmed to put something in every like hour or so, which like an emote or something.
The regular viewbots that count as a viewer. There are level 2 viewbots, which count as a viewer and a user, which gets around the percent of real users to viewer ratio that's detected via third-party programs. And then there
I thought they didn't count those differently anymore, but maybe they do.
There is one that counts as a real user and a viewer that types in random messages that seem just like general, like convoluted garbage. And then there
are just emotes.
You're right, level 4, which is a user, a viewer, ones that send a message, but it's AI based. And what it'll do is it will wait for your chat to spam an emote. And then once an emote is being detected in mass, they will also add that emote. And that's why it's very hard to really figure out what a real user is and a fake viewer.
It's really hard to find out what a real viewer is because technically what they call fake users are people that just don't want to interact, people who are just having it on for sound, like me. Like most of the time whenever I'm playing games, I just have shit running. Like I'll have South Park running, or I'll have a stream running, or I'll have fucking anime in the background. Like I'll just have something going so that I'm not fucking sitting in the silence of my mind.
Is because view bots are becoming so advanced, and people who are paying for these illegitimate view bots, it's gonna be very hard to tell what is a real viewer and what's not.
True.
Yeah, because some people think, well, a fast chat indicates legitimate chat. However,
that's not true.
I'm under the belief that everybody's view botting because I'll be real, on Twitch, you kind of have to. It's a very horrible spot to be in right now. Twitch is a very horrible platform.
It's a horrible place.
The only way to grow is to be in the top left. What to expect? Many streamers are already seeing a 50 to 60% drop in viewer count.
50 to 60%. So like let's pull up fucking Twitch. I think XQC is on 20.7. So if it's 50, he would have had what, 40k? Ludwig has 7.6. He would have had what, 15k? Jesus, man, that is crazy. But I do see that these numbers are a lot lower. I mean, even Amaranth, even though Amaranth has been dropping off, like Panga's fine, Zine's fine. Speed Gaming, that's an outlier. American Dad's a little down. Icy's fine. Shenanigans fine. Cheese is all right. Huh. That is strange. There are a lot. Like, even Whippy's down a lot. That's just from people that I watch. On and
As I predicted. And they're not even done rolling them out. They're on like day 3, day 4 of this whole great viewbot purge. But yeah, 50 to 60% drop in view count. That's pretty rough. By the way, what I said, it wasn't a prediction. It was a spoiler. Exactly what I said. Don't be discouraged. It's the system, not your content or your community. Stay informed, support each other, and keep adapting. If I were you guys, I just would kind of just wait and see how this case develops. This is
honestly, to be completely honest, if anybody's like fucking worrying about this, and say you're on Twitch, because I know some of my friends do Twitch, like I would say give this like to the end of probably October, then start assessing yourself.
Very, very, very interesting. We're going to go over some comments of people who are currently streaming on Twitch. So, Lazy Boo says, I noticed this last stream. I had 4 lurkers and I had 1 total viewer. Oof, what a bad system. Lurkers lurk for a reason. As I'm to talk in chat is a big no for me. This kind of sucks. Speaking as one lurks while at work and watching my favorite streamers in the background, I am not in a position to engage, but enjoy watching. The other thing is, Dan Clancy responded, and he said, Neko Unix, just wanted to respond quickly. Don't know who you talk to about this, but this is simply not true.
We don't have to talk to anybody. You do know that as a company, and you run a website that has traffic coming in, we could grab those statistics real easily. And we can grab the code and see what you're doing. We can't change it because we're not on that side of the wall, but we can see it. You're a fucking idiot.
We do not flag lurkers as bots, and the statement about subscriptions is also emphatically not true. Again, not sure where you heard this, but this is not how the system works. So the problem...
Okay, first off, he doesn't know how the system works, okay? He thinks this isn't how the system works.
The problem is when you say this, and then you don't follow up with how it works, you're...
Yeah, like, if you don't fucking show me, like, a step-by-step breakdown of the code that shows that it's not doing it, I don't believe. Period. End of subject. And I'm not even C++.
Essentially putting your users into a trust me bro scenario,
And
I don't trust
that
nobody
might
at
work
Twitch.
for other companies where their CEOs are actually known to do their jobs.
Yeah,
However,
right.
Dan, and I'm trying to have your back here as much as I possibly can, you are not known for
being
taking care of your
truthful.
streamers. You have been
Or
known
being a good
to
person.
improperly
Or here's a better one. Dan's not known for helping anybody but Hassan and his little goonies. Or his goon girls.
Forge your TOS. So if you're wondering why people aren't taking your words seriously, it's because they have no reason to.
It's just straight facts. If it's not one of his goon girls, Hassan and one of his fucking orbiters, or somebody that Dan Clancy knows personally, he doesn't give a fuck if you live, die, or fucking get out, get your head above water.
You should not be surprised by this, but yes, you have fucked up once again, and you've lost more faith of your streamers. Rosie Belmu says,
lost more faith? Dude, the guy has been asleep at the wheel for the past 4 years, man.
I think people are just trying to understand why view counts are down across the board and cannot tell what's happening disproportionately. They also know it's a work in progress. It's going to have time to hang in with the insecurity of not having control. I think also saying smaller streamers were the issue and having smaller streamers impacted, not doing anything and being impacted is making people fearful. Very true. Kitsuniro says,
dude, fucking bring in one of your texts to explain how it works. Dude, I don't know how fucking brain dead you have to be. Go down to your fucking tech department that fucking implements how this shit works. Bring him upstairs and let him type it up or show it. But no, you can't be that transparent because then we might see something that we're not supposed to see, like excluding Hassan in the code.
Then please explain why so many people's views are down. My views are down. My friends' views are down. People who have 4 viewers are now only have 1, even though they've confirmed lurkers. Real viewers are not counted anymore. Fix your shit. You're making me lose my love for Twitch. Again, I have talked to you in person in the past few about this and was promised it would be looked at 2 separate cons. Now it's happening on a larger scale because of your learning system. This has to be addressed. And yeah, people. It's happening on a larger scale because
we've double checked your count and everything looks. Keep it in mind that followers and viewers can fluctuate, especially if you get bot attacks. That's such a lying sack.
your learning system. This has to be addressed. And yeah, people are cockwomble.
I just want y'all to know that I have absolutely zero faith in Twitch now. I used to be a big Twitch head. I watched about 100 to 150 hours of Twitch every week. No joke. Like, I had Twitch running nonstop, either on my computer, on my phone, while I'm at work, while I'm sleeping. I always had Twitch running. And now I have probably watched maybe an hour of Twitch this month. Like, I don't trust them anymore. They have just pulled too much shit. And once Dan Clancy's gone and Amazon fucking gets their shit together, I might go back. But as of right now, I'm kick all the way because they're the only people that seem to fucking care.
That's a great word.
Like, they literally, Twitch turned their backs on the people who made them, the gamers, and fucking made this about their political race war for fucking Dan Clancy and his Gooner girls.
The thing is, until Dan Clancy explains exactly how the systems work, people are going to need to be fearful. They're not going to know what's going on. And yeah, it's overall just another not good look for Twitch, and people are freaking the fuck out. Now, I will say, I just believe the reason why everybody's numbers are down is actually, I think it is the system working properly. I just think it's because everybody has view bots. I genuinely think that. I do, whether it's by them, whether it's by their community, whether it's by a company, whether it's by a sponsor. I do genuinely.
Or the platform. The platform might also be buying bots or manipulating the system. I won't say buying bots because technically, if you're in charge of the system, you can just inflate the numbers. So they might just be deflating them.
I really think there are view bots running amok.
But I do want to point out that if this is the case and the platforms are inflating the numbers, this could be like an SEC situation because this could be a type of fraud.
Platform. And that's why I believe Twitch could have never properly solved this, is because when they realized how much less active users they have, than they have advertised online, I feel like they're going to lose a lot of stock and a lot of trust from not only the users, but also the advertisers and also the investors.
No shit.
I think this could be a massive destruction of what Twitch has going for it. And I feel like they're fumbling harder and harder every single day.
It's true. I mean, Tectone's spitting straight facts. He's completely right. He has it down to the absolute T. Good job. Good video. Thank you.
So I
gotta pee before we do this.
Right, chat. Are we going to watch the video?
Alrighty. Here we go. More Tectone. We love Tech Buddy. If you don't know who Tectone is, please go follow. He's amazing. Dude, it's crazy. I hear a bunch of motorcycles go back and forth on the street, and it's annoying the hell out of me.
Every time that I think that there's no way Twitch will get worse, it does. And guys,
no way Twitch is gonna get worse. That's like asking the sun not to rise, the rain not to fall, gravity to stop working.
Guys, everything that I'm about to show you isn't my opinion. These are provable facts, even admissions by the CEO himself. Now, in case you don't know why I don't like this platform so much, and while I stream on it every single day, as well as I stream on YouTube and Kick, is due to the fact that I've had a very iffy past.
I have a lot of fucking disdain for how Twitch has done its stuff. Also, the fact that I had Turbo for a very long time, because what you guys don't know is I watched a lot of Twitch, like 120 to 150 hours a week. So I bought Turbo, because makes sense. But what pissed me off is 1 month I learned that even if you have Turbo, which they advertise as no more ads for Twitch, you could still be advertised to while watching streams. And that is fucking horseshit. If you market something as no more ads for Twitch and you get ads, I believe you should get all your money back.
With Twitch. Now, when I was a part of OTK, a man by the name of Rich Campbell says that you will never be banned on Twitch. And I was like, why is that? He's like, I'm not going to say why, but trust me, you can do whatever you want and you'll never get banned. And I said, oh, okay. All right, great. Anyways, that guy got fucked over tremendously. I got no idea what's going on with that guy. Last time I heard, he didn't do the shit he was accused of, but I got no fucking idea. And the guy won't respond to my message. But Rich, feel free to DM me if you ever want. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, not a great way to leave, but I guess it's better than leaving after you've been convicted, I guess?
With that shit. Although I do know he's probably chilling in a fucking castle, banging a porn star, going to Disney World every day. So who knows?
Sounds like a good life.
But
to
I've
me.
been banned on this platform more times than I'd like to admit. And I will say I've only been banned from Twitch. Wait, out of curiosity, has anybody a part of OTK been banned while a part of OTK? No, Extra Emily did.
No, Asmund didn't. Get
Emily
banned.
did.
No, Asmund did get banned.
Okay. I'm so confused because when I was in OTK, I was doing the same.
No. Asmund didn't get banned. His second account got banned. His Zach Rar account.
Shit, but my ass never got banned. Yeah, Asmund got banned too, but I don't know why. He was so confident. And for 3 years, I never got banned doing the most debaucherous shit. But anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. My conspiracy theory hat is going off like crazy right now because I don't know why the fuck I'm getting banned so fucking much. Anyways, I call a fat bitch fat. Dude. I call an OnlyFans girl a whore. And in total, I get banned for around 4 fucking weeks. I tell a viewer to kill himself. That one I deserved. I deserved that one. I deserve to get banned for that one. But anyway.
I will 10 toes down. Tectone did deserve the ban that he told somebody to kill himself. That's just uncalled for. The other ones, absolutely uncalled for.
Guys, call a fat bitch fat. I call an OnlyFans girl a whore after they call me a rapist, by the way. They didn't get banned. I did. So that's been very fun. But I hate this fucking platform. And the reason why that is because they don't properly enforce their TOS. And when you don't do that,
they don't fucking enforce their TOS at all. They go, ugh, I'm so fed up with this person. Let's ban them. Pick section 4. Section 4 is about sexual assault. Pick section 5.
It leads to a lot of agenda pushing, and that's not good to have on any platform. So
I also do want to point out that their TOS is not enforced equally, and when it is enforced, it isn't enforced in the same levels. So Mike from PA said that he said some deplorable things about Jews, saying that they weren't an ethnicity. I don't agree. He's wrong. He's a piece of shit. But if you were to exchange that for any other race or ethnicity or anything, you'd be banned immediately. Without a doubt. Permanently. He only had a 1-week ban.
There's a new issue that we're finally addressing. Let me rephrase that. It's an old issue that we're now finally paying attention to by the word of viewbots. Now, viewbots is something that I myself am very familiar with due to an old channel by the name of Fextra Life. Now, a couple of years ago, I'm not sure if you guys remember on Steak and Eggs, but Asmund Gold and I were attempting to take down, and I think we successfully did, a channel by the name of Fextra Life who would go live in every category with 50, 60,000 viewers that were not legitimate real viewers, which was the big first view embedding scandal that was ever really taken down. Well, now, and I'm just going to be completely real with you guys, 3 years after that, everybody is viewbotting. I mean this genuinely. When Twitch rolls out what they're...
Oh, maybe we could stop at McDaniel. So stupid. We don't know what we're talking about. I want to get some French fries. Oh, come on. They don't know French fries.
Going to roll out. I would be shocked if 95% of streamers do not drop by 30 to 60% of their concurrent viewership. And the reason why that is because everybody knows there is no punishment for viewbotting. Everybody knows that if you're a female streamer, your chat's going to viewbot you. If you're a part of the gotcha space, the companies that support you are going to viewbot you, as well as other...
Whoa, the gotcha companies are viewbotting the people they sponsored? That's fucking wild.
Other advertisers like Progressive who would bot their streamers 25,000 to 30,000 viewers whenever anybody would do a Progressive ad. That way more people would be driven to that channel.
People do bad things for money? No way! Stop your sinning!
Not just one channel, 3, 4 channels at the same time. Viewbotting has always been a huge issue, but here's the crazy thing. You know what's been the biggest issue? People who didn't viewbot. And the reason why that is because if you didn't viewbot, I'll be real, you just weren't going to make it.
And I don't see no horns.
The top 500 of Twitch, everybody is fucking viewbotting. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. These numbers are fraudulent as fuck. They are. And if you weren't chosen by Hoyoverse, you were fucked. They are still, by the way, 3 months ago, I got another confirmation that they are still botting in the Genshin category and the Honkai Star Rail category. Can you guys imagine who that is? Man,
I have no idea where Hoyoverse, who they would bot. No way. Honkai Star Rail and Genshin? No way. They viewbot? This is absolutely stellar news to me. I must alert the masses.
I have no idea. They're not doing it to Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know why. But yes, they are, in fact, still botting some Honkai Star Rail streamers and some Genshin Impact streamers. Can you guess who those are? I wonder, man. I wonder. It's a fucking mystery. Nobody knows. But here's what's crazy. Dan Clancy finally decided to talk about view botting, and what he says is harrowing. Now let's talk about this.
Every time Dan Clancy says something, I guarantee the Twitch stock falls by 5 points easily. Because every time that man opens his mouth, it is the most fucking vitriolic, retarded bullshit that I've ever heard. This man will fucking be like, we're up 105%. Fucking numbers are down across the entire site. Nobody's fucking reaching 100K.
We've seen a couple of comments about how our systems detect inauthentic views that aren't accurate. So I want to clarify a few things.
He's kind of like Trump. We're up 1,000%. I don't think you know how percentages work, dude.
As I said in my original post, it is important to understand that the technology that we use to detect invalid traffic for ads is separate from what we use for computing ACCV. Viewbots are just one form of invalid traffic. Advertisers are not charged for invalid impressions, and creators do not get paid out for any of these impressions. Now, you may ask, why are there two systems? The reason is that it is harder to detect viewbots in real time. There are a number of different signals that we can use after the fact to detect invalid traffic for advertising that are harder to use for real-time
cool,
detection.
refreshing sound
As we
of
filter out bots in real time, we need to make sure we're not filtering.
It makes me think of that fucking scene from South Park where he's like, you can get a nice Colorado mocha. It's like a smooth, warm morning, a nice fall afternoon.
Bring out real viewers. This is the important part. In fact, the viewbot detection tools we just rolled out went through a lot of edits. In an earlier version, as we dug deeper, we found that the tool was being overly aggressive and not counting valid traffic from various sources. So what this means, guys, what this means is that...
No. What this means is Dan is now backpedaling, saying, what I said before when I said that you're a liar, I was wrong. But I didn't know, so you were wrong because I didn't know.
There actually is potential that they release this anti-viewbot software and it filters out real viewers. So, we are currently trusting Twitch with 100% of our hearts. There is actually a very real chance.
I feel bad for all the fucking streamers on Twitch that just want to play video games, and they have people like Hassan ruining their life.
That with this new viewbot detection program that they're going to roll out, that they actually fuck over streamers and filter out real viewers.
They did it.
Now, I want you to
100%.
let that sink in. This can be absolutely catastrophic. And now let me tell you why this is. When a platform is rolling out something so aggressively to counteract the viewbots, there is so much faith that we have to have in this platform. And to have such a shaky response to saying, well, there's a chance that we filter out real viewers. Well, that's concerning. And the other thing is, if there's a chance they filter out real viewers, that means there's also a chance of them fucking up and not getting rid of fake viewers. And the reason why that is because now the viewbot...
Well, no, that makes it even more suspicious, because if it doesn't get rid of the fake viewers, then that makes me think, are they picking who gets to have bots and who doesn't?
Exodus has the ability to either make people look fraudulent who weren't and make people look legitimate who weren't. And what do I mean by that? If someone has some type of very high-class, highbrow view bots that somehow escape the massive view bot scandal, well, now they're going to be legitimized for no reason. There's a lot of blatant.
Oh, that is true. If they actually get through this, they'll be flagged as legitimate viewers, even though they're fake, and then you won't know, and then you could just copy that, and then you just have fake real viewers.
View bots. There's gonna be a lot of streamers that drop.
Hi, I'm Michael. I own real fake doors.
And
you need a door. You need to be fake. I got you covered. It reminds me of that.
Now is very concerning. I don't know when this is going to be rolled out. I believe it was actually
real fake doors, real fake viewers.
But I think we're going to see a lot of fucky view counts very, very, very soon. Who is going to get fucked over and who isn't, we don't know. But such a unsure response and already saying, yeah, an earlier version that we had a couple of weeks ago was getting rid of real viewers.
This keyboard
Well, Dan,
like,
I'm going to be
so
real. That's really worrisome because you can fuck over a lot of people for no reason, especially if you're permabanning their viewers. Let's keep going here. 50% of Twitch views are.
Somebody in the chat said something really fucking wise. So people who are watching on a TV won't be counted as real viewers because you can't type on the TV Twitch app. I mean, they aren't wrong.
They raise a valid point.
I absolutely agree. I do. Guys, I absolutely do. As we've said, we are rolling out the update gradually right now so that we can monitor it and make sure there are not any issues or mistakes. The second point I want to make is around enforcement actions. Taking enforcement actions against view bots is complicated, as it can be difficult to conclusively determine if an individual streamer is responsible for the view bots on their channel. Now, I do expect that most of the view botting that we see on channels is being driven by the channel owner. However, if we were to suspend someone for view botting, then the easiest way to attack someone on Twitch and get them suspended would be to send view bots their way. What we can
I think you've got bigger concerns than view bots right now, Dan. I think the biggest one is your big head honcho terrorist buddy, Hassan.
Hassan, or however you say his name.
I just call him Mr. Nancy.
That is what we work hard with the detective remove from
I call
Twitch.
him Captain
View botting is not
Nancy.
unique to Twitch, and in fact is. And by the way, while I do believe that banning people who are view botting is 1,000,000% what you should do,
but that's the problem. I do believe that you should ban people who are view botting, but the problem is you don't know where it's coming from or who's doing it. That's the problem with banning. If you can 100% conclusively denounce or like know somebody's view botting themselves, fucking go at it, dude. Fucking chop off the head, dude.
problem is that it is very hard to detect. But the other thing is, if there were channels that were solely being made off of view botting, they're going to fall off regardless, and then they'll quit. And that's just the truth. They will just simply quit. Now let's keep going here. View botting is not unique to Twitch. Very true. And in fact, is a problem across all social media. Very true. While historically we've been able to address this problem.
Dan's like, let me put in these easy wins. View botting is not unique to Twitch. Okay, that's true. In fact, it's a problem across all social media. Okay, that's true. Also, we hate everybody. Okay, that's where you jumped, Dan. You jumped off.
Advertisers on Twitch, view botting was still a challenge with direct sponsorships. We rolled out these updates in part to address the direct sponsorship issues. We're talking openly about the changes we're making because we think it's an important conversation. I have seen some numbers shared on social media about the number of top.
Dan, if you want to be open and helpful in your platform, I still want to know why somebody calling Jews demonic only gets a 1-week ban, and somebody who called themselves fat, called them fat, gets a 2-week ban. What is the fucking? I want to know that part. Show me that kind of transparency.
Creators that are view botting, I can tell you those numbers are just flat out wrong. I think that is scary how inaccurate that is. I genuinely do. I think it is legitimately horrifying how big of a lie that is when Dan Clancy, the CEO himself, is saying, yeah, guys, the top streamers definitely aren't view botting. Yes, they fucking are.
I want to say, you know what? Never mind. Let's just keep going.
Like, this is such a wholly one brain cell take. It's fucking ridiculous. It is so blatant how many top streamers are view botting. Not a couple hundred, not a couple thousand.
Get your
tens
bot
of
ass out of my
thousands
chat.
of viewers. Guys, I even know a streamer who's botting 14,000 right now that I have a feeling isn't going to go live for a while. Yep. I have a feeling they're not going to go live for a while. But we will see. I have a feeling we're going to start to see a lot of creators randomly go on breaks. I have a feeling we're going to see a couple of creators randomly go on breaks.
Yeah, mine's being really slow right now,
We're talking
too.
openly about the changes we're making because we think it's important conversation. I have seen some numbers shared on social media about the number of top creators that are viewing.
1, 2, shoe, 3, 4, buckle some more, 5,
I don't know when or how they did the study, but the numbers they shared do not reflect what we see on the surface. It's very simple, Dan.
It's very simple, Dan. They just fucking get a bot, they write it up to scrape all the data from your fucking website, and then they put it into a spreadsheet. It is not that hard to get your data. Not at all, dude.
You just download a fucking application, and it tells you how many legitimate viewers are there or not. Let's talk about the follow-up for Dan Saltman. Here's the part where it gets really, really, really fucking bad. Dan Saltman is calling out the gifted subs algorithm on Twitch, alleged that there's higher priority for bots over real users and followers. So I bet Twitch wanted real users to watch more ads and push bots, aka new users to get gifts versus old accounts. Now I want you to read this because this is so fucking important. For anyone who is interested in some viewbot statistics, logs.ivr.fi is a great resource, no connection. You can grab a single day's worth of chat by using a URL like this, and then see how many gifted subs went to bots. It's a lot, lol. In the logs, search for gifted, then check which users that you identify as bots got a gift sub. I heard Twitch has a gift algorithm, so I bet Twitch wanted real users to watch more ads and push bots, aka new users, to get gifts versus old accounts.
That's fraud.
How are gift recipients chosen? We use an algorithm to help us select gift recipients, starting with eligible viewers in chat, then followers, mods, and other factors that identify members of a community. Our algorithm also avoids giving troll subs. So if you're a follower of someone's Twitch channel, you won't even get a subscription until all the bots and normal viewers who aren't following get one first. Yes, guys. Twitch is so money hungry, they designed their gifting algorithm to gift fake viewers subs first so real viewers don't get the ability to skip ads. That way Twitch still gets money. Do we understand how fucking gross that is?
That is so fucking gross and negligent as a fucking platform.
That people who come here wanting to support the community and gift hundreds of subs, tens of subs.
I mean, if this is true, then people are just going to stop gifting subs and your platform is going to die if this is how you're going to run your gift algorithm.
Who are gifting all these fucking subs, and they're prioritizing people who aren't a part of the community first. That is absolutely fucking disgusting. Now, I'm going to interview someone right here. Hey, Real Black Rez, you gifted a shit ton of subs to me this morning. I think you gifted me like 40 subs. Out of curiosity, as a guy who gifts a lot of subs, does that make you feel good that viewbots are being targeted for receiving gifts first? Nah, yeah. And the fact is that gifted subs should prioritize long-lasting community members first, the people who have followed you the most, not new users and viewbots. This is scummy as fuck, and you know it's scummy as fuck. And if you really want a reason on, is Twitch really that greedy? Are they really?
Yes, Twitch is that greedy. Is this even a question anymore? Is Twitch greedy? That's like asking, is the rain wet?
Really that scummy? Do they really lack that much money? Well, here's a clip to kind of showcase what I'm talking about.
Now I don't know what is it, but Off the top of my head, I'm happy donating $1,000 for clean water right now.
Wow,
Dan Clancy,
Dan
the
Clancy.
CEO of
Dan Clancy, the CEO, $1,000 donation. Wow, he must really be digging into those pockets.
Twitch, where XQC donated 100 grand, Jinxie donated 100 grand.
Yeah, Dan Clancy says he donates $1,000 after fucking XQC says I donated 100 grand.
Aiden Ross donated 100 grand because that's the money they made off of streaming. The CEO of Twitch only gave $1,000 from his multi-billion-dollar company of Twitch. Guys, are we serious? $1,000 is like a nickel to this man. But I guess his tax obligations were already fulfilled this year, so he doesn't feel the need to donate.
His tax obligations.
Twitch is the greediest company I have ever seen in quite a while. And yeah, somehow they have humiliated themselves just a little bit more here today. Like, comment, subscribe.
This is wild, dude. I'm giving $1,000 from my multi-million-dollar salary of my multi-billion-dollar company. Oh, yeah, dude. Thank God.
Because this is where we kind of crush the typical BlackRock conspiracy theories that you've probably seen all over YouTube and Reddit and wherever else. This is where the finance bros are all screaming that BlackRock doesn't actually own the shares, and that's kind of correct. But let's start by just meeting the big three.
Conspiracy theories are dangerous. Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
It's so sacred we can't talk.
Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. Although State Street is actually owned by BlackRock now, so it's kind of awkward. But anyways, these guys are investment management firms, and you probably are invested with them. At least if you're old enough and well off enough to have any sort of retirement account or investment savings account or anything like that. Maybe if you dabble in buying ETFs or index funds or the like, the big three mostly manage other people's money for them. They invested across wide sweeping portfolios of stocks to just like minimize risk and make your wealth grow slowly over time without, losing it all. Vanguard pioneered this mutual fund model decades ago, and then BlackRock elevated it with popularization of index and exchange traded funds. So now you buy a share of, let's say, I don't know, BlackRock's Voltron 3000 fund or whatever.
You made $8K by one guy last night? God damn. Jesus Christ, Jay.
That up. BlackRock's Voltron 3000 fund has a whole bunch of shares of 3,000 different companies all across the markets in its portfolio.
What you doing, Jade?
And you have a tiny little slice of that portfolio and of its profit or loss, right? So because your risk is now spread out across 3,000 different stocks, you're not going to lose it all when Circuit City goes bankrupt because you thought it was going to go to the moon.
Dude, Circuit City, man, I miss you. Motherfucker redeemed a 6-hour one-on-one. Jesus Christ. Hey, Zets, how are you?
Good. Chilling.
But you also won't get rich when GameStop does go to the moon. So, whatever. They don't really want you getting rich anyways. So it's true, though. Most of the money that the big three manage is not their own money. Most of it is actually our retirement accounts, like trillions of dollars of our retirement accounts. So all the halfwits out there that just accept what they're told in business school as like gospel fact think, oh, nothing to see here. It's all good, bro. BlackRock doesn't actually own any of these companies. They're just holding it for us.
That's like saying Hitler didn't own the Nazis. He was just a leader. BlackRock doesn't own the companies. They just have the money.
It's like, right?
Jay, do you have web phishing?
You can look this up for yourself. It's not hard to figure out. When you buy a share of a mutual fund or an index fund or an exchange traded fund, all the types of products that the big three are selling, you sign over your voting rights to the fund managers. To BlackRock.
Want to come play some web phishing?
Sure, they are managing your money, but they are also managing your voting power. You are now a beneficial owner of a share of their fund, not the underlying shares of the corporations they are investing in on your behalf.
What?
And so, when we say that BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own 42% of all the shares in the top 100 companies on the market, that means that they control 42% of the voting power. Add in their buddies, and the top 25 financial institutions control 83% of the voting power. That means they control all of these companies. They pick the boards of directors. They pick the policies. They decide how things are going to run, when companies will do share buybacks or dividends, all the rest of it. Obviously, they're not all powerful, but by the rules of their own game, they've basically got it all locked down. And perhaps most subtle and simple.
So they're not like, so they don't own the game, but they're like the dungeon master, you know? They make the game.
Minister of all, this changes the nature of capitalism in a fundamental way. Because fiduciary duty is a legal term, binding these companies and their chief officers to act in the best interest of their shareholders. And honestly, this makes perfect sense. The whole point of a public company is that this company serves our whole community or country or state or whatever it is, and we can all buy into it and have a say in how it's run. And in exchange for taking our investment money, they have a duty to do what's best for us, the investors. But that's not how the world works today. We are not the investors that they are beholden to anymore. Now, all of these companies' fiduciary duty is to the bankers and the fund managers and the Larry Finks of this world. They are legally bound to do what is best for them, not for you. And if it's best for them to sell baby food with 177 times the legal amount of lead in it, well...
Oh yeah, did you know that the fucking baby food has 177 times the amount of acceptable lead in food? And it has like 71 times more cadmium than the acceptable amount.
They're gonna do it. If it's best for them to sell you untested pharmaceutical products, then they're gonna...
Yeah, it's fucked, Jade. There's a whole video about like, out of like 100% of the tampons, there's like 2% of them that don't have fucking cancer in them, that give you cancer and poison.
Do it. If they'll make more money filling the food with drugs and poisons, not only are they gonna do it, they are legally obligated to.
No, it's Jade, this isn't just an America thing. This is an everywhere thing. This is just more prominently in America because this is BlackRock we're talking about. These people operate in like a Chinese facility where they fucking manipulate all the money of every market and every fund manager.
Fiduciary duty, and they can actually be fired if they don't. But now, real quick, we cannot talk about BlackRock without also mentioning the genie in the bottle. Larry Fink's financial supercomputer, Aladdin. So Aladdin stands for Asset, Liability, and Debt and Derivative Investment Network. He just wanted a cool name. And it is one of the oldest financial computer systems and artificial intelligence systems on the planet. It began all the way back in 1988 as mostly a pipe dream. Larry Fink's vision for how computing could revolutionize financial markets. And oh boy, was he right. So Aladdin is sort of a supercomputer that monitors billions and billions of trades and assets and investments across global markets and constantly is assessing and reassessing risk. It's more often used to monitor risk on a portfolio of...
Wait, this is a 1980s AI?
Assets rather than to actually like trade in the market, but its use cases are vast and ever expanding. Aladdin is the largest AI system operating the financial markets today by a wide margin, at least as best as I can understand, but there isn't a lot of oversight or reporting on the topic, so I'm not really sure that we would even know if the CIA or someone else had some other supercomputer running behind the scenes. But Aladdin is the biggest that we know of. Right.
Do we have any kind of breakdown of how Aladdin is made, or how it makes decisions, or I don't know, maybe even some of its fucking code? Like, I'd be curious to know how it analyzes these trends
right now. Because it's not just BlackRock that uses Aladdin. Although BlackRock does sport somewhere in the ballpark of $11 trillion worth of assets of its own that Aladdin helps oversee, all the way back in 2000, they started selling Aladdin services to other firms. And because BlackRock does not publicly disclose its client lists either, no one really knows exactly how much of the market Aladdin monitors and manages. But in 2020, the Financial Times produced...
Would that not be monopolization, selling your system to other fund managers? Because all you're doing is spreading the amount that the database can pull from. That would just be adding more numbers into it.
Produced one of the most substantial reports to date about the platform and reported that, quote, Vanguard and State Street Global Advisors, the largest fund managers after BlackRock, are users, as are half of the top 10 insurers by assets, as well as Japan's $1.5 trillion government pension fund, the world's largest, Apple, Microsoft, and Google's parent firm Alphabet, the three biggest US public companies, all rely on the system to steward hundreds of billions of dollars in their corporate treasury investment portfolios. The report claimed that only counting 1/3 of Aladdin's 240 clients, just those clients represented a balance sheet of 21.6.
How does a third of your fucking clients control $21.6 trillion? That's like an infallible. It's an ineffable amount of money.
$6 trillion in assets under management. The entire GDP of the United States is only about $27 trillion. So if just 1/3 of Aladdin's clients represent $21 trillion, like, one can only assume that Aladdin is overseeing somewhere in the ballpark of $50 to $60 trillion of assets across most of the world's biggest banks and financial institutions and public companies and, oh yeah, and the government. A lot of people don't know that BlackRock is in the government bailout business.
Okay, that is very concerning that a company that has $50 trillion controls most of everything is also in the business of bailing out governments. How do you... That seems like it's kind of illegal.
All the way back in 2008, the Federal Reserve came to them. Well, it came to Larry Fink specifically because he had kind of invented the whole mortgage-backed security thing that was destroying the entire global financial system, but it's a little more complicated than that. It's a long story, another day. So anyways, the Fed back in 2008 goes to Larry and asks him to help them out with this supercomputer.
I would like to know who this Fed is that asked him for this bailout, because I would like to know his credentials. Was he a Fed for the SEC, or was he a Fed as in a CIA agent that has blackmail on him?
Computer Aladdin and tell them how to spend all of our taxpayer bailout money that we never voted to give to them, and then Aladdin distributed it to all of Larry's buddies and whatnot and saved the world. Such a great guy. I'm sure that Aladdin was entirely impartial and that those bailouts didn't directly benefit BlackRock in any particular way. At least, I hope not, because the Fed went back to Larry in 2020 when the coronavirus hit, and they asked Larry and his boy Aladdin to help fix the markets again. So BlackRock, who sells all sorts of financial products like shares of exchange-traded funds that they manage, advised the government on how to invest billions of dollars of COVID bailout money. But I am sure, of course, again, that there was no conflict of interest there.
But who audits this guy? There has to be... Who audits BlackRock? Who audits BlackRock? well, then that also brings me to the question: what do they audit? Because technically, if they audit the company, they're only fucking auditing the funds that's in it, not auditing how the funds are moved. Because it's in an AI. Oh my god, dude, I'm confused.
At all. It's all good. Aladdin, it's worth noting, is just one of the AI agents currently acting upon and determining how vast swaths of the market will trend and function. There are hundreds, thousands of other bots and AI algorithms and Palantir black magic, you name it. The market has not been entirely or even mostly human in a long time. But anyways, bit of a tangent about robots taking over the world. So,
yeah, it is scary that a robot has almost 50 to 60 trillion dollars at its disposal. It's kind of scary, and that kind of gives me the thought that robots do have control of us now.
To summarize so far, BlackRock is one of the biggest money managers in the world. They invest other people's money by making these various funds that you buy into, and they hold the stocks for everyone. But then they wind up holding so much of the stock of the whole market that they have the biggest share of vote at every corporate election all across all of the biggest American businesses. Because remember, they vote pretty much.
How does this not fall under monopolization law? Is it because they're not voting for themselves, but based on transitional fiduciary duties? Because, dude, brain hurts.
All the shares that they manage. That includes trillions of dollars of all of America's retirement accounts that get invested in these funds. That's all of regular America's shared saved wealth. All the bottom 95% of us, or whatever number, and whereas that percentage of the capital in the American markets is supposed to be representing us and our interests, it winds up representing Larry and his buddies and their agendas for the markets and for their bank accounts. And Larry is well known for his policy of pushing markets and companies to make changes that he wants.
But then this gives. So if Larry owns the company that has all the money, and Larry owns the banks, and Larry owns the distributors, and Larry owns the people who make it, and Larry owns the governments, and Larry owns the AI that makes the trades, and Larry owns. Does this not mean that Larry is the bad guy? Can we? Why do we have this Larry?
He spent a good chunk of the last decade pushing everyone towards versions of ESG and DEI in very overt and real ways.
You now make a point of that's an investment criteria for you.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year, and what we're doing internally is if you don't.
Oh my God, this guy is literally pushing DEI and ESG standards.
Achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted, okay?
We're doing the same thing.
And so it's just, you have to force behaviors. And if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not just not recruiting, it is.
I would like to point out that that doesn't affect how you make money. How you make money is by hiring the best people to do a certain job. Nobody's going to be looking at you being like, well, you don't have enough flying spaghetti monsters fucking in the janitor department.
Development, as Ken said. And ultimately, it's still going to take time, but I am just as much shocked as Ken is that we have not seen more opportunities. And we're going to have to force change.
So, that's how Larry feels about his seat at the top of the
You
market.
caught a sunfish. In little parentheses, here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
ESG and of DEI for the last 10 years. And that was what he was talking about. He was talking about forcing companies to be more DEI using his share voting rights as leverage. Or your compensation or even your job might change, right? Because BlackRock votes all of those shares in Larry's and his advisors and friends and allies' interests, every executive knows that they likely only have a job if they go along with Larry's broader agenda. Otherwise, he and his buddies can easily just team up and kick you out of the club. And that's how you get to a big club that you are not in. And when you start mapping out the club, as in mapping out the board of directors of each of these companies, you start to notice some patterns. You start to notice connections. Mostly, you just start learning a lot of wild stuff about how the world really works. Take, for example, the board of BlackRock. This map actually hasn't been updated since last year. They added Bill Demchak, who is a triathlete. And it actually sounds pretty cool, honestly. He comes from PNC, which is a gigantic bank, and he recruited from his employees for an Ironman triathlon team. Granted, that was like 10 years ago now. All the articles about it are behind paywalls that I'm not paying for, but that's dope, you know. Nice job for not being a lazy millionaire, bro. They also added Adebayo Ogunlesi. Adebayo Ogunlesi? Sorry, bro, about your name. I mean about me pronouncing it. I don't know much of anything about him yet, obviously. Haven't done the dive, but I can't help but notice that he came from Credit Suisse First Boston. And if you don't know what happened to Credit Suisse and how a chain reaction from the GameStop squeeze rippled all the way up to collapsing one of the world's most important banks and nearly toppling the whole global system, wild rabbit hole. Look up what happened at Archegos Capital Management. But anyways, that's Adebayo. The rest of this web is pretty interesting, and they are all current. This is the hottest booth in the club. This is like that front row, poppin' champagne, billionaire lifestyles club. Whatever things they want, they got it. This table is one of the most influential.
So this is like the table of like, it's just like fucking sitting at Arthur's round table. If you fucking sit at this BlackRock director board, you control not only anything you can see, but the world under it.
In the world. There's plenty of other tables out there with plenty of sleazy billionaires sitting at them, but this one is not far from the top, I would reckon. On the left, in a straight row, you have Susan Wagner, Rob Capito, and Larry Fink, 3 of the 5 original founders. Bottom left, a little cluster that includes Marco Antonio Slim Domit, the son of Carlos Slim, the richest man in Mexico. I'm sure that relationship comes with all sorts of interesting connections and influences and exchange of favors behind the scene between Larry Fink and Black.
No, you think the richest man in Mexico being related to somebody on the BlackRock board? No, that would be wrong. That would be immoral.
BlackRock, its other board members, and the Slim family. After all, who do you think really runs Mexico? Do you think it's their elected leader or the super rich banker? And I'm just throwing out a wild guess here, but I would assume that the richest banker in Mexico probably knows a thing or two about the cartels and all sorts of other powerful people down there. Just pure speculation. And while we're here, I'll also point out Fabrizio Freda. He's been the president and CEO of Estee Lauder since 2009, and he is apparently retiring at the end of fiscal year 2025. And if you don't know about Estee Lauder, let's just say that the Lauders have some very powerful friends. Like, for example, Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, who you can see at the very bottom above the red logo for The Economist. She's on the board of Estee Lauder, along with Fabrizio. Lynn Forrester is the CEO, I should say Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, is the CEO and director of E.L. Rothschild LLC and has been on the board of Estee Lauder since 2000. The Rothschilds have a good bit of history with the Louders. Both also have a good deal of old history with various aspects of organized crime in America, and obviously
No fucking way. So, the mafia movies are right. They always win. Oh, shit, dude. I gotta do a lot more research into this.
countless lifelong connections to the state of Israel. Whitney Webb authored a really good article that you can find on Mint Press News about Ronald Lauder's various connections to and through the Mega Group, which is a very hush-hush group of Jewish billionaires that had numerous ties to Epstein. When you zoom out on the club, you start to see how many of these guys hop between and occupy multiple board positions at various companies in the club. All of these lines that are crisscrossing between the clusters are various places where someone is in 2 seats at once or more. And these are just among the relatively small number of companies that I've mapped out. The network of foundations and NGOs and corporations and colleges and nonprofits and everything else that these guys are climbing up through the ranks to put on their resume, the more I read about them, the more they just look like a ladder that everyone is climbing in their own personal way, trying to reach as high as possible towards some unattainable top of the game. Which, to be fair, the board of BlackRock is pretty damn close to the top of that game. Because I would imagine that there's a sort of natural capitalistic hierarchy to the various seats at the various tables in this club. Certain tables are more powerful or prestigious than others. Each man and woman scrabbling to be the most shrewd or the most efficient, the most triathletic, or whatever the hell you think is going to keep you in the club climbing upwards. And so, as you start to look around, you can't help but notice things, like how the former CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is on the board of Pfizer. And you read her bio real quick, and you might ask yourself, what is National Resilience Inc? I've never heard of that before. Must be important for the former CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to be involved, right? And so you get curious and you look it up and you realize that you have just found the company that manufactured most of the RNA material for the COVID shots all throughout the pandemic. I'm not sure if they're still involved or not.
Babe, I love you, I say to the random woman I just met on the subway at 3 a.m. in the morning, eating my Subway
was
sandwich.
on the board alongside old Sue,
Breath stinking
which
of
is
onion.
extremely interesting, because that rather directly implies that the CIA was rather directly involved in this company. If they're still involved or not, but I am sure that the CEO of the CIA's investment firm called In-Q-Tel was on the board alongside old Sue, which is extremely interesting.
What? Oh God, dude! So then we've got the director of the CIA on the board of Resilience, which is on the board of Pfizer, which is on the board of BlackRock. So now we've got these man that's in the CIA position at the top dog, fucking eating with the big boys.
Because that rather directly implies that the CIA was rather directly involved in this company and whatever it is that they were doing.
I might have to go take my schizo meds early tonight. This is getting scary, dude. Like, this is like starting to like fucking make connections that I knew were there, but I couldn't prove.
They didn't just invest in this company. They put their own In-Q-Tel CEO on the board, along with Sue Hellman. And along with Sue Hellman, there are also Palantir and FDA connections on this board, actually. It's a whole rabbit hole, and the implication...
Wait. Oh my God. It is the guy that does the FDA. Oh my God. This is just a network of, hey, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. This isn't even legalities anymore. This is just playing with the fucking words that you're given.
are far-reaching and inspire a lot of interesting and sort of uncomfortable questions. You see, These are the kinds of things you start to notice and learn when you just start poking around in the club and learning stuff. Anyways, while we're at the board of Pfizer, both Pfizer and Resilience also have Scott Gottlieb, the former head of the FDA, on their.
Does he have this link? I would really like to have this fucking.
They call me Geralt of Garia.
They call me Geralt. Fucking doing shit. I really want that fucking. I'll look it up.
Their board. The FDA is the government institution that is supposed to be regulating Pfizer and the vaccine industry. So, pop over to the board of Johnson & Johnson, and it only looks the normal amount of corrupt and sketchy. At least, until you do a little extra research,
Got to do my dailies on my phone game. Gotta do that now.
Macy Beckerell is that lady up at the top with the dark hair who used to work at the American Cancer Society and the NIH and all of these other health-related industries, science-related positions, all throughout her long career. Well, the vibe completely shifts when you learn that Johnson & Johnson knew for decades that their baby powder was contaminated with asbestos, and for decades, they actively covered it up. Not that they were ignorant. They actively
They knew about the fucking baby powder cancer-causing stuff for decades and covered it up. I just thought that they. Oh my god, dude.
No, that's like so many companies. There's so many companies that are doing that to this day, and we won't know until like we get research done into it because someone got cancer from it or something.
We need to pass transparency laws.
covered it up and kept profiting off of poisoning.
Well, there's
babies.
laws out there that state
So,
you're allowed to
what
have
good-
fucking like certain amount of so and forth in food and like
Yes, but that's not
per
being
this.
followed.
Yeah, I know.
They actively covered it up. Not that they were ignorant. They actively covered it up and kept profiting off of poisoning babies. So, what good is a long career fighting cancer, Macy, when you preside over a company that is selling mothers baby powder full of asbestos? And listen, I don't know how involved in this cover-up Macy was, or if she even knew about it at all. I am just pointing out that in general, Johnson & Johnson does not stack their board of directors with people involved in the American Hospital Association and the American Cancer Society and the National Cancer Institute, the National Academy of Medicine, etc., 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 because they want to protect you from cancer. They stack their board this way because it makes them money. You start to research how and why that might be, and you'll wind up in all sorts of places, none of them good. Or at least, not for you. All great for Alex Gorski, though. He was one of the industry's highest paid CEOs until he retired in 2022, raking in most years around $30 million. That was just a few years after it came out that his entire tenure and long before Johnson & Johnson had been keeping this asbestos scandal under wraps. J&J paid a $700 million fine, which was pennies compared to the profit, I am sure. It's just the tax that you got to pay sometimes for doing business in the fast and loose lane. And that's the lane
She was
that
gonna let
far
me
too
smash
many of
until I
these
jumped
people
up
in
in
the
the air,
club
clacked my
live
heels
in.
to the guard there, and went yippee.
Yeah, but who owns the fruits and vegetables? Who's selling them? Who's distributing them? Who's moving them? Who's growing?
Who's
And these
groping them?
companies,
Because what if they're using pesticides made by one of these companies?
generally doing whatever's necessary to make profit increase, is what shapes our world. Partly because all of their companies' policies govern what we do, what we buy, how we live, how much our cell phone bill is, how much our medical bills are, what our water utilities cost, all sorts of things. But also, in a broader sense, they all are constantly sucking wealth up and out the top of this corporate matrix to deposit it in the accounts of their buddies at the top shareholders of these companies. Tactics like share buybacks allow the companies to pay out all the extra money that they're hoarding and distribute it to their shareholders, i.e. their bosses, the big banks, the investment firms, and the folks at BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. After COVID, when pharma companies had this magical
fond of the
windfall
Imperials?
of
Are you
billions and
MILF
billions of
gods?
taxpayer
Aw.
dollars, the investment firms, and the folks at BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. After COVID, when pharma companies had this magical windfall of billions and billions of taxpayer dollars, they all did stock buybacks. Not just the pharma companies either. It's a way that these companies just shovel our nation's wealth into the accounts of all of the biggest financial institutions. On this graph, you can see the purple representing corporate dividends and green representing stock buybacks. The trend upwards over time is obvious. But you notice how all the buybacks surge right before 2008? Yeah. It's almost like they knew something was coming and they all loaded up before it. Even when it's taxpayer dollars paying for mandatory vaccines, which is paying for the most recent and biggest surge on the chart, represented from 2021 to 2022, they have no qualms about packing that away for later as well. So, anyways.
Conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information.
I'm not going to sleep well tonight.
Too much on your head now.
Yeah. I'm way too scared. I'm paranoid as fuck now, dude. Let's see what Joey Swolt did wrong.
Important video to me. And the reason why this is, and this guy doesn't know me, but I'm actually quite a big Joey Swoll fan, as well as I am actually a big Hulk Hogan fan. I am. He revolutionized pro wrestling as a entertainer. He pretty much put wrestling on the map, and in case you guys don't know, I did a bit of professional wrestling myself, as well as I've been watching it for nearly 25 years. And Hulk Hogan is one of the greatest of all time. Now, I want to remind you guys, the name I said was Hulk Hogan. The name that I did not say is Terry Jean Bollea, okay? I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, Terry Jean Bollea is a fucking piece of shit. Fucking scum of the earth. But Hulk Hogan was cool.
And it's the same thing that happened when Chris Benoit died. In case you don't know, Chris Benoit was a wrestler around 20 years ago that was one of the best of all time, still is one of the best of all time.
Ultimate Warrior.
And due to repeated headshots and substance abuse, he killed his entire family and then he killed himself. But even still, Chris Benoit, the character, I still remember fondly. The real person behind the scenes, I don't even fucking know their names because I separate the art from the artist. And as a big professional wrestling fan, Hulk Hogan will be missed. They will, because they've done a lot for the sport. Now, this leads me into this next scenario where a creator by the name of Joey Swoll, who was also inspired to have his entire channel by the wrestler Hulk Hogan, mourned the loss of Hulk Hogan the day that he died, which is about 2 to 3 days ago. How you feel about him, I don't really care. If you watch Rurouni Kenshin, I hate to break the news to you, that author's a pedophile, yet I still enjoy watching their anime. I believe in separating art from the artist. This one time I went to Steak and Shake and I had one of the best burgers I've ever had, and then I found out the chef was a Nazi. Did I regret eating the burger? No, not really, because it was a damn good burger. And to be honest, I don't give a fuck about who made it. I just care about what I ate. I don't care about the person behind the character. I just care about the character.
That's true, and it's a good way to live life, because if you start caring about everything that precedes the thing that you like, then it just leads you down a fucking path of disappointment.
I'm watching on the screen. I don't care, and you shouldn't either. But Joey Swoll,
enjoy things for what they are.
Yeah, if the Nazi chef makes a good burger, hey, we don't like his politics, but he makes a damn good burger.
Mourn the loss of Hulk Hogan, and what happened next will shock you. The title of this clip is there any coming back from this? We have a couple of follow-ups as well, so strap in, buckle up, like, comment, subscribe to all this shit, and let me know how you feel about Joey Swoll's handling of Hulk Hogan's death. Let's get into it. Oh, and by the way, in case you're wondering why people are upset, is because Hulk Hogan was incredibly racist. Hope that helps. He was incredibly racist.
Listen, I can post Hulk Hogan if I want to. Just because somebody makes a mistake.
He was incredibly racist and extremely misogynistic. But he's damn good shows and shit.
In their life doesn't mean that they haven't done good things. I don't know what he did. I mean, he said something 20 years ago.
Her
and
name's
apologized
actually
for it.
Jennifer.
You're gonna
Like
attack me, but
Jennifer with a Y. I thought they were just saying her name weird.
No, it's actually Yennefer. You're talking about the girl who fucks on the unicorn, right?
I don't know.
after the colored athletes and the people that are
She
black
might.
and minority that went and
I'm not
posted him
that
as
far
well.
into the game yet.
She's got black hair. It's crows.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's her.
Hey, the man was nice to me. He made a mistake.
Yeah, so the internet is tweaking out because Joey Swole said the phrase colored people. And I'll be real, I believe that intent is all that matters. And let's say that the word colored people is the most offensive thing to you ever. To be honest, I highly doubt that it is.
I'm pretty sure he used the phrase colored people because it wasn't just one race of people. It was multiple races of people that he was racist towards.
I think that you're lying. I think that you're exaggerating what you're actually offended about because you want to be outraged on Twitter because you're so miserable. You don't know what
Everybody
else to
just
do with
looks
your
for
life.
something to be
It's the same-
angry about. Nobody can be happy. If I'm miserable, you're miserable.
Thing where you guys went after Valkyrie because she said no cap on a stack for real, and you said that's African American vernacular and you can't say our words. Shut the fuck up. Jesus. You guys are looking for an excuse to be fucking miserable, and you know you are. Intent is the only thing that matters. And by the way, as much as you guys want to think, he said you guys, is he talking about the blacks? No, I'm mainly talking about the white Facebook moms who get offended on behalf of black people who aren't even offended to begin with. The people who I'm talking about are the angry woke mob that are trying to fight for political correctness in places where it's not needed, where you're trying to virtue signal how great of a person you are, when in reality, you're just getting over offended at things that aren't offensive because you're bored and you have nothing going on.
I'm offended for these people. We're not offended. Yes, you are.
Going on in your real life, so you want to go and attack one of the most wholesome creators on the internet who has done a great amount of help and positivity to the gym space. Joey Swole has been calling out creeps and weirdos for years and made gym culture a hell of a lot better. And now because he said the phrase colored people, we're going to crash out and try to take everything away from this guy. Get a fucking grip. You want to get upset because he likes Hulk Hogan, a fucking character in a show? Get a grip, dude.
I'm not God. People make mistakes in life. If you got a problem,
He likes a character like Hulk Hogan. I guess if that's the way he's getting canceled, then anybody who likes Piccolo, you're out of the club. Get the fuck out.
with that, look at yourself. There's not one single person in here that hasn't made a mistake in their life. So
true.
If you got a problem with that, then just leave or you'll be blocked.
That easy. Personally, I respect Joey Swole a lot. I think he should have stood on business. I think this was a great address to all of the people tweaking the fuck out over what he said. But unfortunately, in very anti-Joey Swole fashion, he bent the knee. And this was worse than anything he said in this video. And let's get into this shit right here. This is his response one day after the clip that you just watched. Here is his response. And then we have his response to this response. There's a learning experience, and I really, guys, want you to lock in for this. Here we go.
Owe my followers, my community, and all of social media an apology. A few days ago, I reposted an old video of me in the gym wearing a Hulk Hogan Halloween costume on the day that he passed. Last night in my live stream, a lot of people expressed how upset and frustrated they were with me that I had posted that. Instead of listening and understanding like I should have, I became defensive and said that I was posting to celebrate the wrestling icon, the person that so many of us looked up to as kids that we grew up with, that made us tear our shirts and take our vitamins and say our prayers. I didn't know to the extent of all the horrible things that he had done. Since last night,
Hulk Hogan didn't do anything wrong. The worst thing that he did was probably feud with his best friend, Macho Man Randy Savage, over Queen Elizabeth.
That's
and he was
true.
low-key being a little bit of a cuck. I ain't gonna cap. But who gives a fuck what Terry did? Ain't nobody talking about him. We're talking about Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's a character on TV. Let's lock the fuck in, dude.
I
I've
want to
done a
try
lot
it
of
on.
research, talked to a few people,
Well, you can want
and
to
learned
hot
all
air
of the
on. It ain't happening.
horrible, horrible things that that man has done, which is way more than just making a mistake and being human. So because of that, I have taken the videos down, and I apologize to anybody that I offended. I am sorry. Also, during last night's live stream, I used the word colored instead of saying person of color, which is a very...
Nobody cares, dude.
Well, you see, it's very offensive. Your lack of
You
knowledge.
can't say color people. You gotta say people of color. It's the order that matters.
Offends me because this particular phrase.
It's
really
not
makes me
when you
upset.
pick your nose, it's
Guys.
where you pick your nose.
It's not when you eat your bowl of chili. It's how you eat your bowl of chili.
Now you just speak facts.
Guys, can we be honest? Can we be honest? Type 1, if you had no idea anybody was going to get ass hurt over being called colored. Type 2.
I didn't think anybody would get ass hurt over saying colored people. I think it's the same fucking sentiment as people of color. It's just like, usually you're talking about a large group of multiple different type of people. As in, it's the plural of the plural. not, oh, this is a racist thing. I just think that it's the plural of a plural. Like, if you were to talk about a lot of fish, it's still fish. But if you talk about a lot of fish of a lot of different kinds, it's fishes.
If you knew. I, in my 31 years of my life, have never heard a single person ever get offended by that shit. Ever. It is not common knowledge. We cannot tell what's going to offend somebody. And honestly, it's not our business. If it's not someone's intent to hurt you, if it's not someone's intent to put you down,
It's all about
then stop being a pussy. Give them the benefit of the doubt. You can educate them if you want. You can. But why are we holding people who were their intentions were harmless as if they just committed genocide? Let's relax here, guys. How is people of color okay because colored people isn't? Because that's what we've decided for fun.
Very out.
We've decided that the color has to come at the end and the people have to come at the beginning. We don't know why. That's just how it is. Society's accepted it that way.
Dated, very offensive term. A few moments later, somebody...
Because let's be real. If Joey Swole wanted to offend some people, there's another word that...
if he really wanted to offend something, I mean, fucking Hulk Hogan is not Hulk Hogan, said some pretty unsavory words. Not gonna say him here. Some of them start with N, sometimes they end in R.
Everybody knows that he could have used way easier. And he didn't. You want to know why he didn't say that word? Because he wasn't trying to offend you. He did not know. Everybody knows the words that you can call specific races to offend them. And he didn't say that. Where the fuck is people saying colored people? It's a slur. How many do we have? Jesus. Here's a reality. I'm white. There's like 50 different slurs to call white people. I think they're funny. You think I'm going to get upset at being called a mayonnaise monkey? A vanilla gorilla?
Is that actually a slur? Is mayonnaise monkey a slur?
Oh my god.
Is that actually a slur?
Well,
for
I
white
mean,
people?
I mean, if rice monkey is one for Asian people, yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna start using that, dude. Fucking, that is hilarious. Oh my god, everybody in
Mayonnaise
chat, you
monkey.
can start calling me that.
A white devil? That's my favorite one, by the way. White devil, that's my favorite. Let's just grow the fuck up and stop taking offense where it wasn't given. It's insane.
Educated me and told me that it wasn't okay to use that, which I immediately apologized to everyone and said I would never do that again. So once again, to anybody that I offended, I am sorry. You know, my whole page...
I'm going to be real. Joey, you need to do better because now that you've bent a knee to this angry mob of woke blue-haired lesbians, they smell blood. And now they're going to go after other creators. I hope they go after me. Maybe I can taunt some of that aggro away from you, man. But when you apologize for doing something that wasn't offensive to begin with, you bolster their offense and you make them stronger. You need to treat them like a joke. You need to do better. You need to never bend a knee to these people who take offense where it was never given, because that makes them stronger. You need to do better.
My whole brand is based on holding people accountable and doing better. I would be a hypocrite if I
never apologize for something you say unless your intent for saying it was to hurt somebody. There's no reason to.
didn't hold myself to the same standards. I am human, I am still growing, I am still learning, and I promise all of you, I will do better. I have nothing but love and kindness in my heart. I will continue to try to make the world a better place. And once again, to everybody, I apologize.
And you know what's crazy? Even though he shouldn't have an apology, he should not have apologized.
Should have left it at that.
That was a damn good apology. He took full accountability. He made no excuses, and he apologized wholeheartedly. Now, he shouldn't have apologized.
Then he said,
what
but.
they did to him.
Then he said, but. Then he said a couple of words that I can't say because I don't have enough melanin in my skin. And then he really went off the rails when he started bringing in politics and killing people. I think he might have probably should have ended it before we got to that point.
He apologized. All the good I've done, all the people I've helped, all for nothing. I truly hope all the people I've inspired to do great things in their life and pay it forward to help others and carry on a message. But no matter how much good you do, people just wait for a reason to hate you and tear you down. You either die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. Thank you for your support. I am done. Y'all decided to cancel a man who has done nothing but attempt to help the internet because you're a bunch of aggressive pussies. You say, doesn't matter if you were trying to be offensive. Doesn't matter if you were trying to be polite. I took offense anyways, so you're going to apologize or I'm going to go after your sponsors. Suck my fucking dick. You all make this internet such a horrible, miserable place where nobody can say anything, nobody can fucking joke, nobody can fucking talk without you guys crying like little bitches. Shut the fuck up, get a job, and stay off the goddamn platform, because this shit is miserable, even having to see y'all stupid asses overreacting to a very kind person that did nothing wrong. Joey Swole, you shouldn't have apologized. Don't quit the platform. Just block these fucking retards and move on. Jesus. Like, comment, subscribe.
Just let them drown in their vitriolic bullshit. It's real easy. You just sit back, watch them.
Now, finally, we have some good news. They just destroyed their career. Let's get into it.
A series so villainous.
Oh no, I already watched this. Okay, so what did Kai Cenat do wrong? Besides all of the stupid shit that he still hasn't been banned for.
The unemployed. Kai Cenat's career is finished.
Day for the unemployed. Kai Cenat's in hot water and he can't even swim.
Now, I'll be real. I don't know what Kai Cenat would possibly be in hot water for, so I guess we're going to figure this out. Is there actually beef between Kai Cenat and Jinxie?
See, a popular special needs streamer was playing Clash.
Popular special needs streamer named Jinxie was playing Clash Royale? Jeez, that is a hell of a description for somebody.
Ain't no fucking way you just called him special needs. I will be real. Would I be surprised? No, not really. Not re I mean, I feel like you do got to be a little bit retarded to go live on stream. I really do. I feel like you got to be retarded and you got to be a narcissist. Because there is no way anybody who's not special needs starts out by saying, I want to be a video game streamer on the internet, and actually takes themselves seriously, that at least doesn't have an ego of saying, yeah, I deserve hundreds of thousands of people to listen to my opinion because I'm just that good of a guy.
My opinion is right.
Like, I'll be real, guys.
Everybody here and across the world is going to know that I fucking lead with an iron fist. Executions every Sunday.
You need an ego for this fucking field, and you need to be retarded 100%. I'm somewhere on the spectrum for sure. For sure. But I don't have an ego. I'm one of the good ones, guys. I'm so humble. I would actually
I'm
argue to say that
so humble. I don't have an ego at all. I'm literally the top nicest person I know.
I'm one of the most humble streamers.
Royale, and they had a duo stream planned, which Kai Cenat abandoned to do something else.
No.
See what he's talking about. What the fuck is this?
No.
Now, chat. What the is this right
No.
here, bro? It's a static.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go to the gym, bro. I don't even know what's going on. All right, I'm gonna see y'all boys, bro. I tried to set up a tourney. I don't know. I'm gonna see y'all boys tomorrow. All right, bro.
Not only did he
Kai Cenat bailed on Jinxie's Clash Royale tournament. Oh my god, but he promised. Oh my.
But he pinky swore that he'd come to my tournament.
Oh my god, but he promised, bro. That's so
Dude,
fucked up.
he promised.
Bro, L Kai, bro. That's crazy. That's such a fucking L, bro. Oh my god. This is worse than Hassan calling Asmongold a mother killer. This is insane. No, fuck Kai, bro. Fuck that. He promised.
aired Jinxie pretty hard, but people were
I always knew bro was weird. I always knew bro was weird. Yep, this is the end of the
knew he
square,
wasn't
man.
a samurai when he was doing fucking Ghost of Tsushima. Kai Cenat is a fucking liar.
From Jinxie. Look, he doesn't even know how to play. You gotta drag the troop, you fraud. And the only time he responded is when chat was spamming so many L's, he couldn't ignore it.
I feel bad now because it's like, the nigga literally was waiting all day and posted a fly and all types.
Yep. Good. Well, don't feel bad, Kai. Make it right. We don't care if you feel bad, bro. Right? Make it right. You broke this young autistic man's heart.
You broke this young man's little autistic heart. He wanted to play Clash Royale with you. You said you'd be there and you didn't show up. You're a liar, just like you weren't Batman, you weren't Halo, you weren't a samurai. What was the other game?
You weren't Halo.
Hey, let me tell you.
Didn't Kai Cenat do Halo at some point where he dressed like a
Yeah,
Halo?
but it's just you saying you're not Halo.
What the fuck do you call him? Halo guys.
Spartan.
Spartan. Okay, he's not a Spartan.
Hell with me, Diggy. You fucked up. Now fuck this guy, man. I always knew bro was weird.
You saying who give a fuck, bro? It's not about who gives a fuck. It's about like
I give a fuck.
The nigga time. It's a nigga stream.
Yep. You ruined
You feel
it.
me?
Yep.
I
You
don't
ruined
know.
it.
I'm still gonna do it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing it. It might not be on my stream, but I'm doing it. I'm still doing it.
Wow, that's fun. Oh, so now it's not worth your stream, huh? No, this is fucked up, man. You know what the K in Kai Cenat stands for? Snake.
You know what the K in Kai Cenat stands for? Lion sack of shit.
There's a reason God made you 5'4". It's to contain that massive ego of yours. Kai Cenat, more like Kaiser Rat.
Bro, y'all just riding.
Kaiser Rat.
Jinxie game.
You said what?
I just messed up Jinxie shit.
How?
Yep.
Because he was ready for us. I didn't want to do the IRL shit, but he just ended. Like we were supposed to play with him.
You fucked it, bro. You fucked it.
Who said that? Like,
I ain't gonna lie, Kai Cenat.
You fucked it, bro.
You're gonna have to do a lot of apologizing. You're gonna have to drive all the way over to Jinxie's house and kiss his ass. Fucking lips to cheeks.
Bro, we had to communicate with him, bro.
Yep. You fucked
He
it all
literally
up.
was ready.
Albeit, he
all up,
only
bro.
made a response
Nah,
after,
fuck
you know,
him.
the hate was too much.
I don't accept his apology. I don't accept it, bro. No, absolutely not. I do not accept this.
To ignore, at least he's taken responsibility and, you know, actually feels bad for it. Misunderstanding. Jinxie didn't know AMP had an IRL bit. Yeah, because AMP and Kai can't communicate. It being a misunderstanding changes nothing. They were hella disrespectful to Jinxie, and he's very likely only acting sorry to avoid hate. Bare minimum respect would be to tell Jinxie beforehand that they had another event planned.
True.
Like, how is Jinxie supposed to know if you keep him in the dark?
True.
Not intended. Now, a lot
True.
of people are saying that Kai Cenat ripped off Clash Royale from Jinxie, but obviously the game is much bigger than Jinxie, and he doesn't own the freaking intellectual rights to it, but still, kinda shady. The only thing Jinxie owns is a EpiPen. No hate.
Has Clash Royale been out for like ever?
Yeah, it has.
That's no, because I was playing it in high school. That's not.
Now you're thinking Clash of Clans.
Oh, Clash of Clans. Okay, never mind. I had it mixed up.
Hey, Jinxie, I will say this. If you're looking for another large streamer on the same scale as Kai Cenat, I will play in your Clash Royale tournament. I will clear my whole week for you because I'm just that good of a guy. I will. Honestly, I'm bigger than Kai Cenat. I'm one of the most humble streamers.
I'm one of the most humble streamers in the world. I'm like the greatest. I'm fucking humble. I'm the biggest. I weigh too much.
I will.
I once ate 4 bowls of chili and had the shits for days.
Clear my schedule and I will play Clash Royale with you, man. You're welcome. As long as you Venmo me $5,000, bro. Absolutely. Because I'm your boy, man.
You got. I'm so humble that I will only make you Venmo me $500. How humble I am.
I'm your boy.
Kai Cenat don't care unless he benefits from it. Rat Cenat at it again. He's only doing it because he's getting the hate. It's not even genuine. I'm just gonna say it right now. You can't be genuine while streaming on Twitch.
Cheating. I agree. Every other streamer on this platform, fake as fuck. Let me give you the Mount Rushmore of real ass motherfuckers on this platform.
Real ass streamers. Let me name them out. Me. Real ass motherfucker. Peachy J. Real ass motherfucker. Zexley. Real ass motherfucker. That's it.
Asmongold, Tectone, Recful, Etika, XQC, Kriparian, Dr. K, Forsen,
XQC's kind of real too.
Tyler One, Canute. Yep. Those. All thems.
Chat, look. SpongeBob.
I'm speaking of moon runes.
Oh shit! Wait, where's my audio? Did my dog just break my audio? Good. Why? What? It's the video that has no audio at that part. Are you sure?
And plan. Like, how is?
Oh. I'm so fucking dumb.
On Twitch.
Cheating. Jinxie ends the stream after getting disrespected by AMP. Oh no, bro. This might be the worst thing
because
that ever
if this
happened.
Dude doesn't even.
Dude, I bet you fucking he didn't even go to the gym like he said he was after he ended stream. I bet you he just went to his bed, put his feet in the air, and cried.
Exist genuinely. Kai Cenat became everything he hated.
All this shit, you can't tell, but like they're saying like every slur in the book right now at each other, bro.
WestJet, of course you're defending the white guy. Most Kai Cenat viewers don't have the attention span to make it this far in the video, but this isn't about race. This is about disrespect.
True.
And in fact, I'll let you know. One of my favorite YouTubers is Gideon. I have black friends, and
I have black friends. Flashes, I don't.
Rap juice.
Shit, dude. That was so fucking foul, bro. All right, okay. Holy, that was crazy. He made a can't swim joke in the beginning. I didn't hear it.
This world's bad did all of the lyrics.
Oh man, this is so bad. Did Jinxie for real get ignored every single time he tried to talk in the Discord calls?
Rat is such an accurate nickname. Look at this smug bastard.
That's so fucked up, actually.
Why are they acting like he's not a person, though? Rice Gum treated him with way more respect.
Yeah.
AMP hate isn't forced enough. Let's be honest, folks. The only reason you'd even watch Kai Cenat is if, you know, I show Speed's offline. He's, I show Speed's waiting room.
Ooh, fuck, that is so scary.
Kai Cenat got no aura.
Jesus.
All he could do is give away PlayStations.
I tried to set up attorney. I don't know.
I didn't even think he did nothing wrong until people called him out, so shows you the type of character he is. Jinxie is so humble, even though he is so famous. They are disrespecting him. I'm gonna go to the gym.
Now, I'll be real. Like, do I think this is the end of Kai's career? No, absolutely not. But I will say, unironically, real shit, no beef. Like, no bit at all. I know this may seem so small to some people. This is actually mad fucked up. To bring him in a call 5 different times, ignore him every single time he talked, and then just walk away from the computer and cancel a stream setup that he did for like hundreds of thousands of people. Like, this is actually lame as fuck. Actually, this makes him lame. Like, that is lame as fuck. You gotta have your head so far up your own ass to just straight up ignore a motherfucker in a Discord call, especially with that many fucking viewers that you were trying to be cool with, and then the only reason why you're taking accountability is because you got called out. I think that's so fucked up, actually. Like, but like unironically, actually, I actually feel bad for Jinxie because Jinxie's a good ass dude. Jinxie is a good ass dude. Like, one of the best streamers on the fucking platform. Like, on God, this actually pisses me off, and it shouldn't, because this is supposed to be like fun, but like. The level of disrespect to Jinxie actually makes me so angry.
Real, man, real. All right, we're gonna have to end that segment right there.
Let's see. Alkai, what am I doing?
Good.
Why is it Alkai?
Good. Deserved.
No, tell Jinxie.
Yep, deserved.
Matter of fact, no. Okay, yeah. I'm going to Jinxie, bro.
Just care after they started spamming L.
Tell Jinxie they had something planned IRL, but nigga, I'm about to do a one-on-one. Tell Jinxie I'll do the one-on-one with him. I'm not doing it. I didn't want to do the IRL shit.
But you straight up did, you bum.
No, tell him come back on. He got on for real?
Yep.
Jinxie and
dude, how you gonna fucking like be like, I'm good. Oh, I messed up. Oh, there's L's in chat.
for real, oh God.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
To me, Kai Cenat just seems inauthentic. He's a PR machine, a PR merchant, if you will. And if you don't see that, it's all right. Not all of us were given the gift of triple-digit IQ.
Bro, we had to communicate with him, bro.
W. Kai. Sure, buddy.
Sure, buddy.
What makes it kind of funny is how confused Jinxie looks throughout this whole ordeal. He's like...
That's because Jinxie always looks confused because his mouth is agape 24 fucking...
Fucking 90% of Jinxie's fucking cameras, his mouth agape.
7, and he's licking his lips like a methed out crack hoe. Like, to be fair, that's Josh Bro's face. That is.
He's kind of like Nick Merckx, you know. Fucking 90% of his screen is just his fucking forehead.
Josh Bro's face, and that's why I love him. That's why I love him. He's probably got Tourette's, like a super Tourette's.
Dude, what is going on? He's just lost for words. He's like, is this really happening right now? Yeah. Massive news for the unemployed, literally. Aiden was right.
Bro!
You guys need to stop asking me about the Jinxie and Kai Cenat beef.
Yeah, stop asking him.
I tried talking to Kai, and Kai didn't pick up his phone.
Who the fuck is this guy? Why are they asking him about a beef that I don't even know who this guy is?
And Jinxie's just been down lately.
Yeah.
But
who the hell is this guy? He's got to be rage baiting. They're even writing articles about this. What?
Nah, dude. We got the fucking Dextero article about this shit. we are living in a fucked timeline, dude.
What happened?
I do think it is kind of insane how Kai would even act like he didn't know that what he was doing was wrong until his chat started spamming out. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think that Kai is like some type of like PR machine. At least, okay, well, he didn't used to be. Obviously, now that he's like in Hollywood and shit, obviously, and I hate to say this, like the more a streamer becomes involved in big business in Hollywood, obviously they're going to become faker. Obviously. And obviously Kai's become a fuck ton more corporate lately, so. I didn't even know about this shit, but I genuinely like, I consume so much streamer drama. I genuinely do. Man. This shit is actually so fucking gay. The only thing that will happen now is Kai won't stream with Jinxie because he don't want someone creating trouble. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make it right. And I think he would only make it right, like, just for fucking looks and then never do anything ever again, to be honest.
I could see Kai never fucking doing anything with Jinxie because his ego's fucking bruised.
Dude, Kai Cenat and
isn't that a human trait to forget? Brother, he was coordinating an entire Clash Royale tournament that they agreed to with like 150,000 people watching. You know, like that's a big deal. That's not something you just like casually forget unless you're just a fucking dick. Like straight up, bro. That's so lame.
Jinxie, streamers controversy explained. All right, we got a Canadian, Vishnu Menon. Even the Canadians are cooking. The situation reached a point where the group members seemed to disregard Jinxie's presence as they spoke among themselves.
All right, wait, hold on real quick. Another person. Who cares? People dip all the time. Listen, guys, I understand you might like Kai. That's totally fine. You can like Kai. That's fine. This is not something that's going to hurt him PR. He's fine. He's fine. This is just people acknowledging that behavior is lame as fuck. That's it. You agree to do something with somebody. You fucking go do it. Like, especially if it's like that serious. And like that's a huge
your
event.
word is your bond. If you don't stand by your word,
this isn't like
die.
Yeah, we'll stream maybe. It's like, yeah, I will do this with you at this time. And then just to blow them off, like that's lame, bro. Like that is lame. Like once again, like if you get upset by saying that something that your streamer did was lame, you're way too parasocial. And he needs to respect people's time more. That's it, guys. That's it. That's the fucking bottom line, man.
In their respective chat boxes, the streamer would try to interject in an attempt to get the games going, but he was met with no response. Man, fuck Kai Cenat. All my homies hate Kai Cenat. Crazy how Kai is burning bridges with every popular streamer, even Jinxie8 and XQC Queso.
And Mizkith. Yeah. Kai burned a bridge with Miz, bro. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Crazy. Some people even speculate that Kai is racist.
I mean,
Honestly,
Miz,
Al Kai.
Miz, I can fucking understand. That guy's a piece of shit. He's like the guy who fucking like cold-tacked the guy for being drunk or he covered up a rape or something. I can't remember. He's just a weirdo.
What a dumb comment. Everyone knows you can't be racist to white people on Twitch. That's not crazy. Some people even speculate that Kai is racist. Honestly, Al Kai, what a dumb comment. Everyone knows you can't be racist to white people on Twitch. That's not...
Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. Hey, hello. May I have the KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken? Sorry, we don't serve whites. Isn't that racist? No.
Nah.
Okay. Even though I'm treating you differently based on your race, it's not racist because you're white. Guys, I'll be real. People are the most racist towards white if they've ever uttered the phrase, you can't be racist towards white people. That is how dehumanized these people. These people have dehumanized white people, where they're so racist, they say that you can't be racist towards white people. That is insane. It is absolutely fucking insane. Guys, I want you to take every single phrase where someone said that's a cracker take and replace it with the hard R. And I want to ask you a question.
Would it be acceptable?
Do you think people would start to understand the severity of why maybe we stop just slinging slurs around for fun? Because if Frogan said that's an N-word...
That's actually a good point. Cracker's the hard R, but this is the white version.
Take, N-word ass take. Yeah, I feel like that might be a little bit different, huh? But these people are getting way too comfortable saying this shit, man. They really are.
Not a thing. Okay, Kai, now overreact to this text message like it's a Marvel post-credit scene. How is this entertaining? Made sure to pull out that charging cable. That's actually comedy. How quick Kai be to switch up his reaction as soon as his chat spams W.
I am not a music enthusiast. If I say the album is ass, it's ass.
This dude's whole existence is to please his chat, and honestly, it's kind of pathetic. Then again, let's not pretend we wouldn't be doing exactly what he's doing. The dude is...
Yeah, I'll be real, bro. You making billions of dollars off this shit?
That's
hey, man,
true.
I get it. Yeah.
Millions of dollars is a lot.
To be honest, it's true. It's like the same thing with Genozad, right? Like everybody is shitting on Genozad right now. Everybody is shitting on Genozad right now. And there are some content creators saying you can't shit on Genozad for doing this. But you got to realize if this was a motherfucker that they hated, they'd be doing the exact same shit. And the other thing is, hey man, you can hate whoever the fuck you want to hate. You absolutely can. Now people can have an opinion on it, but you can't tell them what to do or what not to do. So to be honest, Genozad streams, I was watching another movie and I was like, didn't really understand it, but it was a 7 to 10. Let's keep going here.
Let's pop it off. Fitting for his size, he's doing the Ant-Man cosplay. Anyway, back to Cenat and Jinxie.
Take this. Tell him I'm not doing it. Tell him I'm not doing it. Bro, they got an IRL chat. Listen. I told everybody, let's...
Dude, them spamming L and typing weird as fuck is making Kai have a fucking panic attack. That is so fucking funny to me. I'm sorry. That is...
What's up with this Minecraft ass fucking fort behind Kai? What does Kai actually do?
So fucking funny that L
Shit
spamming
like that.
weird as
The only thing I ever remember him from is him dressing like fucking Batman and Halo and Samurai and fucking another thing or another.
Fuck! Like, I'll be real. I'm the guy typing weird as fuck, by the way. Weird AF? Oh man, it actually bothers people so much. One letter making bro tweak. To be fair, bro, getting hard L spammed by your whole chat is enough to make anybody lose their fucking mind.
Do this shit with Jinxie. Oh my god, this shit's stressing me out, bro.
It's over, bro. You're cooked.
Chat was straight spamming, calling him a fraud.
Oh, that is a lot of L's, and that is coming in fast, like the Flash.
The L's were out the roof.
I don't want to do the I'd rather do this shit with Jinxie, gang. But I don't think Jinxie knew that. Apparently, I don't think anybody informed him that there's a...
Kai. You didn't want to do it. You walked away from your fucking computer, and the only reason why you gave a fuck is because everyone was spamming.
I don't really understand how hard it is. If you actually wanted to do something, usually what I do is I scream at the top of my lungs, "What the fuck are we doing? Are we going to start this now?"
L. Just say that you were being fucking weird.
What's up, Daniel?
Just say that you were being fucking weird, and you said you
Larson?
said you didn't want to do it.
What's up?
That's all you should have said. Just say next time I'll just tell motherfucker I don't want to do it. Right? You just got caught, bro. You just got caught. If everyone spammed W, you wouldn't think twice. No, absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
IRL bit. I feel bad now because it's like the nigga literally was waiting all day and posted a fly and all types of shit.
Truth be told, Jinxie is honestly better off not playing with Ratsanat because his stocks are at an all-time low. Everyone is seeing him for that, like, PR merchant fake persona he, like, meticulously crafted. And if any Kai meat riders made it this far, we could all admit that back in the...
What the fuck is this little kiosk behind
meticulously
fucking
crafted. And if any
Mr. Ratsanat over here? There's like a T-Mobile kiosk over here in his house. Is he like that corporate that he has a fucking kiosk in his house? Does he have like real estate space for fucking merchants?
Kai meat riders made it this far, we could all admit that back in the day when Kai started out, he was a lot different. And
this is exactly what I was saying. And that's the thing is that I don't like watch New Kai at all. I don't watch New Kai. Yeah.
See, all of the Kai stuff that I remember is in this room, not the new room with the fort.
Old Kai though was a real ass motherfucker. But like obviously, and I don't blame him, man. Anybody who gets like this amount of like corporate backing is gonna become fake as fuck, like for sure. It's like a sad reality. Like sometimes when a streamer breaks that glass ceiling that no one's supposed to break, they will become fake as fuck because Hollywood is watching them like a fucking hawk. Corpo destroys entire people's personalities.
the money and the ego definitely got to his head. Anyway, subscribe to the channel if you think speed is...
Wait.
Entire people's personalities.
The money and the ego definitely...
What the fuck is up with this gorilla in a dress that just walks into his room? What the fuck is this?
got to his head. Anyway, subscribe to the channel if you think speed is better than Kai Cenat. And
that actually is crazy how real speed is, despite arguably almost being the same size as Kai.
Is speed? Yeah, speed is pretty big. He did fucking what? The FIFA president thing? He's pretty big.
Regardless, Kai. He can make it back though, maybe. Anyways.
I don't enjoy Speed's content, but I do respect him. He's a respectable young man.
W Tech Dome. That's it. I'm out. Like, comment, subscribe. Great video, WestJet. We should do a podcast. Oh, actually, better yet. Guys, me, WestJet, Nuxtaku, and Legal Mindset will be doing a podcast very soon. So me, Nux, WestJet, Legal Mindset, we'll be doing a podcast episode very soon. Look forward to that. Like, comment, subscribe, and turn the bell on for all notifications if you want to see that. See y'all soon.
I want my own podcast. I want to call it the Bitch of the Week. All right, just bitch about something. I'm take a piss.
Oh, see forced. I'm
Everybody, green break gang. Everybody get on the green break gang.
green grape. Green grape. Gang. Green grape. Green grape. Gang.
It's over. They're done. They fucked up. iDubbbz just hit rock bottom. Again, for the 8th time this week. Let's get it.
To cinema so.
Whenever I hear the phrase rock bottom, I always think of SpongeBob and the guys that talk with the farts between their words.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I think of.
Good, it's playing in theaters now. In today's video, Hassan is panicking and trying to control his insane community. Hassan Orbiters could.
What did that say?
Video. Hassan is panicking and trying.
Assume everyone's a fascist.
To control his insane community, Hassan Orbiters continue to get cooked. Local puck, iDubbbz, is finally back and is getting absolutely destroyed by.
Oh, thank God more Pegasus is talking about the iDubbbz video. That way I don't have to watch it. Oh my God. Let me just get it off my list. 9,000 dislikes, by the way. Thank God I don't have to watch it.
His own fans, streamer XQC has called out Hassan for being a massive hypocrite. Hassan continues his beef with Asmongold and Tectone, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe for some free ice cream, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, whatever you want. Delivered by Jellywig.
What's up, those
Now let's begin with Hassan talking to his community in Discord. Here we got a Discord chat. Hassan says, "Be normal, guys. Just treat people with kindness, of course."
I feel like if you have to tell your audience to be normal, there is something severely wrong. Because that should just be the status quo. It shouldn't be like, guys, act normal. It should just be like, guys, just everything keep the same. Like, you shouldn't have to tell them to be normal. It's, guys, cut out the terrorism.
Don't assume that everyone's a
shouldn't be.
Guys. I know. Just give it like a week or two, and then we can go back to it.
Guys, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop crucifying people on the front lawn. The HOA is getting upset.
Ashes.
You know what's crazy, Hassan? Maybe you should practice your own advice.
Assume that they can change for the better. Have charitability for all. Suck it up and educate people. Be cool like me. Be cool.
Be cool and likable, guys. Like your old pal, Hasanabi.
Be cool like me. Hasanabi. Alright, let me go find that 9/11 video so we can start laughing at it.
You gotta be so gay to need to tweet shit out like this. Jesus. I understand tweeting this shit out in 2021 during peak COVID where everybody was insane, but to need to tweet something out like this to your entire fucking community, in 2025 is nuts.
And likable, of course. You need to sell the shit to others. Okay, so much to say there. First off, what do you mean by sell the shit to others? Clearly, he wants to sell his ideology, which involves supporting terrorists, of course. He says, be normal, treat people with kindness. Kind of like you treat, you know, anybody that disagrees with you. You know, random Zionists, PDF files, mom murderers. You know, the way you talk about Jews in general.
You are left.
Anybody who disagrees with Hassan is a rapist. Anybody who disagrees with Hassan is a Nazi. Anybody who disagrees with
Hassan's like, I think I look good in the green. No, I think you look better in the yellow, and that's why you're a fucking Nazi.
Hassan is a fascist. Anybody who disagrees with Hassan is a Zionist.
With a country that is...
I'm on the internet, and everyone who doesn't like me is a rapist. Great.
I'm on the internet, and I'm upset that not everybody is agreeing with me. Get in the program, guys.
Hassan.
Back to the
Start agreeing.
With the most inbred, uneducated,
See, if anybody were to say the things that Hassan is saying on Twitch and just switch out Jewish person with any other, I'm talking anything. You could be like Portuguese, fucking Mandarin, fucking I don't know, Greek. You pick the most Guam. You could pick Guam, and you would still get banned for what he says.
Nationalist, rabid, Haredi population.
I don't feel like that classifies as very kind. And I feel like your cover doesn't work anymore because one of your orbiters, Mike from PA, messed up and accidentally exposed what you guys actually believe.
Is he still banned? Or did Mike from PA get unbanned? Does anybody know? Is Bro still banned?
It is Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
By educate people, he basically means not like going.
If Mike from PA stays banned for at least a month, I will say that Twitch got a W. If it's anything shorter than a month,
I'm gonna hate to disappoint you, Tech Tone, but it was only a week ban for saying that Jews are not an ethnicity when they are quite clearly an ethnicity.
I am going the fuck in.
To college or trying to, you know, educate yourself on the facts on the internet or doing any sort of research at all. He means go straight to his stream and watch
Should be a
10 hours a
perma.
day
I
so
absolutely agree.
And become
I absolutely agree.
Mind-numbing NPC. I mean, I don't know why he randomly sent this message. I feel like, I guess the calling everybody a Nazi tactic wasn't actually working, but it's just funny to see this guy saying be cool and likable. The most unlikable man, arguably on the internet right now. People responded, I genuinely do feel bad for Hassan. I think Ethan does too. He's so boxed in with his fan base and dumb orbiters like Mike that he probably has moments like this because he realizes how many dipshits he has around him.
No, Hassan is the dipshit. He's why.
No, we don't hate you because you are you. We hate you because you're a shitty person that laughs at dead babies and says that people aren't worthy to live because they don't believe exactly verbatim what you believe. That's what we call a dictator.
They're all bad.
I mean, I thought like this first, but I feel like Hassan has had a million chances to correct this behavior. He is exactly like them. Like, I don't think he's a slave to his audience anymore.
But people think that he's different because he's a little cute, which just fucking Jesus Christ, bro. Just if that's your whole excuse, Jesus Christ, get a grip, man. Lock in.
He genuinely believes this shit. Is this a journal entry to himself? Probably. Is it normal to support Hamas? No, actually, that's not normal. Be normal, and we have that fan that came up to him and said, please stop drinking Diet Coke. It's on the BDS list. If you stop drinking Coke, obviously Palestine will automatically be saved. In fact, I think Hassan should take it one step further. Stop streaming. You know, you're giving money to Amazon, bro. Anyways, moving on to Froggen. Okay, so last time, you know, we were talking about how she was dodging the server and a bunch of shit like that, and she had 5 days to respond before she was going to get absolutely cooked.
It's so sick. Xbox. Click that.
Super cool, you.
Click that right now, Xbox.
Fucking PlayStation, clip my Xbox.
Because Froggen is the only one who.
I don't know what I said.
PlayStation, clip my Xbox.
Damn right, copy paste, baby.
With a little bit of elegance and class. And she's shutting her mouth and doing everything right she should do. She's gonna just completely fuck herself. She just needs to comply.
I did like this sick backflip on my bike and fucking had my sword out, sliced his head off, landed, fucking did a Akira slide. It's fucking sweet. The slicing a dude's head off was a lie. I didn't slice a dude's head off. Just, you know, would have been cool.
to be honest, would be fucking hilarious.
I love
but still,
Head.
like, this is such a misplay. What is she doing?
As I predicted, she has actually responded.
I like
Frogan
Tail.
has actually gotten a lawyer, guys. Finally, right here we are.
DuckTales. Woohoo!
On Twitter, Ethan responds after the news of the Frogan lawsuit extension, says her attorney reached out right before the deadline.
Yep.
We got this post on ACSU Productions. Ethan has shown unfathomable grace to Frogan by moving to extend her deadline.
What a good
Stipulation
dude.
for extension of time to file answer from to
What a
October
good dude.
3, complaints.
What a nice guy Ethan is. He has agreed to move suing her a month out. What a good dude.
Oh, what a
It has been
saint.
extended by about 60
What a saint. Fucking Mother Teresa, get off that pedestal. Ethan, get up there.
days now. Her attorney finally reached out
J-Man,
right
you're
before
being
the deadline.
replaced.
We
What
know-
up, E-Man?
J-Man, get the fuck down. E-Man's up there now. We got our real Hebrews and Shebrews in the house.
Don't want to win on default judgment because it's open to challenge. Now we will win on the facts of the case. So Frogan has
Good.
gotten a lawyer and has actually responded to Ethan. And people actually have a different theory about this as well. The reason Ethan is actually giving this grace and extending it by 60 days to respond here is because he wants to go through the entire legal process of getting all her messages as well. So,
Absolutely.
if you just have a default judgment, you might not be able to get to that level maybe. Ethan should buy.
You know, I've always had this fear that, I like bend over and I'll fart and the fart will just rip my underwear straight open.
I know what type of man Ethan is, and he is a very vengeful man, and it's admirable because he has gotten so much shit for no reason. So
I don't think Ethan's going far enough. Your kids were threatened with CPS. Skulls were sent to your house, whether they were fake or real. And you've been told that you've been hallucinating racism that is quite clearly and evident among everybody, and you've been punished unrightfully so by the people whom you take a paycheck from.
seeing his
Honestly, if I was Ethan, I'd get a gun. Honestly,
pursuit of wanting to
Ethan
fuck
has a
all
gun.
these people so hard.
Ethan has a gun.
Yeah, I think he has, like... He's a famous YouTuber, every famous YouTuber.
Ah, yeah, he has a semi-automatic shotgun. I had to look it up.
For all the damage they've done to him for his entire life, or at least the most recent part of his life. I think this is great.
Abra Hummus with her first check.
Fuck him as hard as you can.
It would be better if he won with Frogan by default and bankrupt her ASAP, so we had some entertainment watching Frogan goes broke before Dennis and Casey drown. I don't think so. I think we need more entertainment. Drag the shit out as long as possible. But I'm just a slop tuber. Obviously, I'm biased. I would love for it to go on because some people going broke, some people do.
I still want them to fucking live stream the entire trial of this because I think it would just be fucking gold.
I still have no idea how More Pegasus makes a 33-minute slop video about this shit every fucking day.
From the opposite here. Frogan and Ethan's lawyers have agreed to
It
a
is nuts.
60-day extension after Frogan responded to the lawsuit. Deadline to respond to the complaint is now October 3rd, which actually makes the differences.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 2 months. He denied suing her for 2 months. He extended it for her. So honestly,
What a saint.
Just a fucking saint. Fucking the Pope needs to step down. Get that Hebrew up there on that fucking throne.
Between the case very long. So Denims and Casey will be processed much before Frogan here. She's actually bought herself
What
some
is
time.
that, bro?
Therefore, it is hereby
I'm
stipulated
sorry, bro.
by and between the parties through the respective attorneys
What
of
the
record
fuck is
that
that?
the court grant the stipulation that Frogan's deadline to respond to the complaint be continued from August 4, that's when the deadline we were talking about was, to October 3. Now Frogan can respond to the complaint with any responsive pleading pursuant with this rule, exception of contesting service. The court enter the order lodged currently herewith. Right, so if I understood that correctly, one of the stipulations here is that it is only extended if Frogan actually accepts that the service was done properly. I think that was like a fact of contention whether she was served properly or not, and I think they were contesting. Her lawyer was actually contesting it, but now she'll have to say that hey, Ethan's server actually did a good
Hi,
job.
Chicken.
Somebody asked why do people do this? Why grant that? Why agree to it? 60 more days of lawyer fees. I actually didn't think of that. That would
Why agree to that? Because if he agrees to it, then instead of them contesting that it was a mistrial, they can't contest it and they can go through with it. Plus 60 more days of fucking lawyer fees and kill it.
I feel like the longer this lawsuit goes.
To be fair, though, the way that a lot of lawyers work is either a one-time fee or consultation time. So, like, for example, every single time that you talk, then you're burning money. There's not really that many lawyers. To my knowledge, I've never worked with a lawyer where it's like, oh, I'm going to be ready to protect you for fucking 2 months, so I'm going to charge you this much every day. to be honest, there's kind of only like consultation fees. So I don't really think that this is going to drag it out too much as far as lawyers go, but that's just my opinion.
The worse it is for Frogan, Casey, and Denims because more lawyer fees, which Ethan can easily deal with, these people cannot. Shit, not gonna lie, I wanted her to lose by default.
Of course.
I'm growing fond of her as a character in the series because how am I gonna do my epic flashbangs if she's no longer in the series? I gotta keep you guys on your toes, make you afraid to watch any Pegasus video ever because you might just randomly like flash, right? You're just like, having a good time. Oh, I love this Pegasus guy. He's just a great guy. I watch him every day, and then boom, a flashbang, and your day is ruined. You gotta do it to you. You gotta do it to you. I gotta balance your dopamine levels, right? 60 more days of content for Ethan and me. Don't forget me. She probably would have preferred October 7th, so this seems like a good compromise. Oh my god. I mean, probably yeah. She basically just burned through.
So the joke is there was a big terrorist attack on October 7th because Frogan looks like a person who thought it was funny that happened.
Chunk of what little she had for nothing. Don't worry. She has an extra $100 thanks to iDubbbz, guys.
Yep.
She got an extra $100 from iDubbbz.
This big.
His wonderful fan base. All of the YouTube lures right now. Spectacular content, yo. Frogan the Hutt gonna need to dip into the reserve funds to keep eating 30 Big Macs a day. I thought we...
I do think it is crazy how we actually might find out that the money that Frogan used to hire a lawyer...
It is kind of scary that there's a strong possibility that Frogan could go to prison for embezzling funds from her lawyer fee to food.
Is actually being used to buy her McDonald's.
That means.
And the fact that that's a reality that we all live in is so funny.
Oh, like she's gifted a certain amount of money for a lawyer, and then
lawyers and Frogan actually negotiating. But it was actually because of me. Remember last video, I said we tossed a salad into the building and then she came running out. All right, that's how we actually found her, guys. The salad strategy never fails. You don't need flashbangs when it comes to Frogan. All right, you just need a salad, a piece of.
That little Snorlax in the back of Pegasus' room. It's like the cutest thing in the world. I really want one.
Chuck it in there and she'll come running out. She will actually
probably get one on Team
or whatever
like
Jabba the Hutt does.
$5.
It's a roll. She rolls. She goes on her side. And she says, "Frogan, roll out." She's like a
probably get one like the size of you. Fucking
Dude, I've always wanted one of those really big fucking Snorlax chairs.
Just like you buy it on Temu and it comes. Buy stuffing, stuff it yourself.
I don't buy things from Temu because I'm afraid that human beings are going to arrive. Or parts of human beings.
Officially not lost by default judgment. Now you're back to square one. You gotta fight the case, which you will still lose. But hey, you bought like 60 days here. Congratulations. Also, it seems that
the worst I've had happen. One thing I bought from Fit Me. Sad.
Her mama told her that I didn't raise no
that cinema roll hat,
and that's why she's never lost any weight.
Have it. Well, I have it still. Here.
To be honest, that's admirable.
Like a child size.
Is using an independent lawyer, which is
that's
different
a Giga
from
Chad
Casey
alpha male mindset.
Like cut up the little cinema roll on it and put it onto a hat or something.
So I don't know why they're not using the same lawyer. If like Casey and Denims are sharing one, surely Frogan can do one too. But maybe they have some beef. Maybe Casey is happy to throw both of them under the bus. But
damn, I hit that bitch so hard she went flying.
Dude, I hit my wife so hard she knew what I meant.
On Orbiter, Bad Empanada. Ethan posted this on his Instagram. Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we are closing in. We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he has actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably.
Dude, you know you've done something extremely illegal if you have to flee Argentina. Dude, like,
God.
I just want to point out the Nazis fled to Argentina. Okay? So...
Probably shocking for him to hear as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. George, if you ever decide to return to Australia, we will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything to avoid returning. I also know you enjoy participating in sugar daddy websites.
What?
Every single time, guys, there's some form of degenerate. And while you may barely qualify for the label in South America, you are just a repulsive broke loser in Australia. I know this scares you even more than the lawsuit.
Pierogi world.
Some professional
Pierogi world. It's pierogorific.
investigators, bro. He got the guy from Mr. Beast's video, dude. Bro actually has John Wick on the case or something, dog. What the hell is going on? And the funniest part about all of this is that this is the guy who was trying to intimidate Ethan. He was trying to appear like this absolute psychopath, which he kind of is, but he was trying to intimidate Ethan, and then Ethan is responding like, hey buddy, I'm hunting you down. You better keep running from country to country. Then he continues, why am I telling you all of this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day. And he's just...
It is hilarious when you don't immediately enact your revenge plan and you just let people know that it's coming, because the ones that know that it's coming don't get to rest. They don't get to sleep. And every day, the only thing they think is, when is it gonna come? It's great, man. It is.
Yeah.
Look at a picture of him.
The worst thing about revenge is knowing that revenge is coming.
Diabolical, bro. Dude, how sad must your life be that you legitimately have to go country hopping to avoid lawsuits?
Pathetic.
The absolute pathetic state of every Hassan orbiter, man. Moving on to iDubbbz. So iDubbbz is finally back, and he's posted a new video called "Are You Scared of Immigrants?" And what did I say, guys? Views are rapidly declining if we just look at the numbers here. 7 million to 2 million to 500K to a...
Dude, his audience is getting chipped away so bad. We're from 7 million to 2 million to 500,000. Now we're at 150K. Dude, what the fuck?
That is so bad, bro. Bro destroyed his entire career for Hassan. Like, that's crazy. To be this level of a cuck is nuts. He gets cucked by his wife, he gets cucked by his best friend, and the one guy who cared about him, he threw him under the bus. Like, Jesus. You know what the I in iDubbbz stands for? Retarded.
50K absolutely getting obliterated. In fact, his subscribers have dropped.
Yeah, bro didn't fall off. He jumped off. Absolutely.
7 million. He's back to 6 now. He's gonna have to do another.
Dude, fucking bro didn't fall off. He fucking ground pounded.
6 mil special. And what did I say 80 episodes ago when people were bragging, oh, iDubbbz is so popular, he got 7 million views. Hassan was bragging about it. And I told you guys, it was
those were 7 million views you did not want to get.
Literally all just hate watchers. It was people wanting to see his downfall.
No, the reason he got 7 million views is because he falsely named it Content Cop, and everybody thought, oh yeah, it's so bad. And then we watched it and we realized, nope, it's gone.
And guess what? Pegasus vindicated again. In fact, this is getting so bad that people are commenting, oh my god, I didn't even remember I was still subscribed to you. Thanks for reminding me. Gotta unsubscribe.
Yeah, I unsubscribed from iDubbbz after his fucking horrendous Content Cop. I was like, yeah, this is gone the way of the wind. Goodbye.
Subscribe now. Now, you would think that after 3 whole months of absolutely having the worst time ever, you know, people exposing him in like a million ways, he and Anissa got exposed for secretly taking money.
Just to give you guys an idea of how bad this is, I am essentially a no-name content creator, and one of my daily uploads gets more views than a video that iDubbbz worked 3 weeks on. That's bad, guys. That means right now, if I were to do the math, that means that iDubbbz should be making, better yet, let me just double check this. And I want to be very fair. I'm getting 34 million views a month. iDubbbz is getting 824,000. iDubbbz is barely making $800 to $1,200 a month off of his YouTube channel.
Money from a charity event, backstabbing Ethan, lying about him, supporting the CPS call on his kids, and joining the dark side, the Hassan side. You would think that he would have learned, but in fact, he has not learned his lesson. And in this video, he actually shouts out the GoFundMes of the Hassan orbiters. Here we got this tweet. iDubbbz shouts out the fundraisers of Denims, Caseytron, and Froggen while scolding Ethan Klein.
Dude, he is staying true to these people who completely ruined his life. Fucking nuts.
Really believe in their cases.
This man was brainwashed into thinking he was all right when he was just being fucking funny.
Actually,
I want to bring your guys' attention to some lawsuits that recently dropped. Froggen, Denims, and Caseytron have all been sued, and they are trying to fight this off. I really believe in their cases, and I think it's important to either set a precedent or send a message that just because you're fucking rich and powerful doesn't mean that you can bully people on the internet, doesn't mean you can bully...
Okay, just because you're poor and pathetic, that doesn't give you the right to try to bully people who are rich and powerful. So many people think they can get away with saying with whatever they want to say just because they're a pathetic piece of shit.
Women, minorities.
Hey, you know, whether it's punching up or punching down, as long as you don't punch first, it doesn't really matter.
Or fucking people who are poorer than you.
That's
And
true.
I think it would be good if they can continue
Vote
to
too.
fight this off. So I'm going to put the links to their GoFundMe's down below. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for this episode.
I think it's hilarious whenever I quote retweet a guy with 1 follower and 5 likes on his post, and I attempt to ruin his entire Twitter profile and get him to deactivate, which always works. But I'll be real, just because you have 1 follower doesn't mean that I'm going to waste an opportunity to beat the shit out of somebody who's a piece of shit. It's really that easy.
So divide up complaints.
Dude, what happened to this guy?
I know.
This absolute pathetic husk of a man, Rick from Game of Thrones.
Once again, great quote. We've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. This is what 1 pussy does to a motherfucker. I know, it's bad.
Damn, that's a hard quote. We've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. Now we've seen what 1 pussy does to a motherfucker.
Everybody call him Marika, bruh. This was the commentary legend everybody thought was the coolest guy
D-Man.
back in the day.
Idols used to be literally the golden child, the chosen one. He was the champion. When somebody started getting too big for their britches, he put them in their place.
You know, this
D-Man.
high IQ.
I remember I got like nervous being able to play WoW with a guy who I once idolized. I was like, bro, iDubbbz is the man. I was nervous, like playing with anything for views, playing with iDubbbz, who I fucking loved growing up. Like, what happened, bro?
Guy who could analyze your arguments and shit like that. And look at him now, bruh. This is the biggest fall off I've ever seen.
Yep.
First off, it doesn't matter what iDubbbz thinks about the lawsuit. Like, I love how he didn't even mention what the lawsuit is.
I just want to know why he has a Barcelona flag. It seems really weird to live in Canada after fleeing America and flying a Barcelona flag.
He's just telling his fan base to go and donate, which basically tells you the intelligence level of these people. He didn't even mention that it's a copyright lawsuit.
Yep.
So he's basically
No,
saying,
he's
hey guys,
just setting up
take
the
my
next place he's gonna have to go to.
It's just a little preview, you know, a little sneak peek, a little
Yeah.
behind the curtain.
for it. This is a false lawsuit. You gotta support the victims here. Like, if you actually thought that.
Believe victims. Oh, you're so brave. Wait a minute, you're telling
Believe victims. I was beaten by him, and then a dragon came out of nowhere and killed his entire family. Okay, I know. Okay, so I was with you on the abuse part, but how did the dragon arrive? Did he fly there?
women can lie? Egad!
Then you would explain the whole
Stupid as
situation.
fuck,
You
these
would
people.
argue on the merits of the case. Be like,
Anything to
actually,
look
they
good.
did not violate copyright, and this is why it's a false lawsuit. And yeah, basically, iDubbbz is not making a legal argument here. He's basically just going, wah, wah, I don't like it. And obviously, that is just not cutting it in
I
court.
don't
And I
like
just
it.
hate how these
It's
people
not
always try to twist the situation into some form of sexism, racism. Oh, Ethan is just bullying women and minorities. As if his audience doesn't have a lot of women, and, you know, he has employees as women. He has Ela, of course. It's basically a pathetic cope, right? Because Ethan specifically said why he actually sued these people. He laid out the extreme boundaries that they needed to cross. They committed the most severe copyright violations.
Yeah, Ethan goes, we're going to sue you if you do one of these 3 things. They do all 3 of those things. He sues them. What? This came out of nowhere. What? How does this happen?
Maliciously stealing content.
Well, yeah, they literally said, hey guys, watch my video so he makes no money, and that way we destroy his channel. Obviously, that's grounds for being copyrighted, 100%.
And admitting it.
Obviously.
Admitting malice, okay? Which is like the most slam dunk case.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
And honestly, he would be happy to sue Hassan as well, but unfortunately, Hassan was smart enough to not violate copyright there. So anyone with a brain knows that this is not about bullying women and minorities, and him framing it like that just shows that the old iDubbbz is completely gone, and he's turned into this new version of himself, this absolute soy cuck.
Well, it's because the first pussy that iDubbbz got, obviously when you lose your virginity to somebody, it's very hard to forget about your first time. It is, guys. Everybody remembers the first girl they had sex with. Everybody does. Everybody remembers the night, right? Besides your mom, because she banged like 15 dudes all at the same time. That's like a daily occurrence. But
Everybody remembers their first time, losing your virginity, except your mom. That we were running a train on her. She doesn't even know who was there.
normal people remember the first time they have sex. The other thing is, Idubbbz is the first woman he's had in 30 years of his entire life. And so now he's willing to do anything to maintain that relationship, even selling his soul and destroying his old self. It's pathetic, bro.
Far lefty extremist piece of shit who associates with Hassan, an open terrorist supporter, and actually thinks he's on the right side. Also, he makes the argument that it's a rich guy bullying poor people. I mean, you're supposed to be rich. Go ahead and help them. I mean, Hassan is rich. Fight back,
He's
you know?
supposed
And
to
yes,
be rich.
Why are we acting like Denims isn't rich? Like, genuinely, she's a content creator that gets 4,000 viewers average, as well as she's become a complete lady of the night and done such respectable.
She's become a trollop, a harlot, a Jezebel. Let's just say how it is. A spade is a spade.
Things like selling photos of her anus on the internet, which is very respectable. Very respectable. I mean, that's what I would say. I don't know what anybody else would say, but I think it's so respectable.
See, they're classy anus pictures because they're in sepia tone.
What do you think, chat?
I'm aware courts can be exploited with money. Obviously, I usually don't support that. Obviously, I talk about the CoffeeZilla versus Logan case. Logan is billionaire.
Oh, dude, I have so much to say on the Coffee fucking versus Logan case. It is getting fucking ridiculous. I have so much to say. I have not a lot of nice things to say.
Trying to win the case, despite actually, in my opinion, being a scammer. He's exploiting the legal system to make it go on as long as possible, and that's
He's literally just trying to drown them in discovery. That's all he's doing. He's just giving them so much evidence in discovery that they're not going to be able to go through it, so that he can bleed them through lawyer fees.
But again, I have no sympathy for vile people like Casey Denims and Frogan who tried to, ruin Ethan's life and, family essentially. And I can't help but think that Anissa is just behind the camera, controlling every move of this guy. It's just so pathetic. Ethan Klein is a minority though. He's a Jew with Tourette syndrome. He wants to be a bread tuber as well. At least they have good editing. Filming a video.
Yeah, it is true. They always want to protect minorities, but fucking Ethan's a minority. He's a Jew and he has Tourette's and he fucking lives in Hollywood.
An apartment is one thing when you're 23. It's another when you're a middle-aged man. This is just depressing to look at. Yeah, he's definitely ingratiated himself in this new community of bread tubers, right? This is like the Noah Samsons, the Mike from PAs, all these like sort of Hassan orbiters, right? And we all know where that path actually leads.
So
it leads to you
pathetic.
getting sued, banned, arrested,
and sitting in the Hassan cuck chair.
Just all the negative downfall.
Dude, man, we fell into a timeline that I just don't want to be part of. Like, can we get the Dragon Balls and start over?
Possible. Wait, did they go so broke from Creator Class 3 that they had to sell all their furniture? Why the frick is he recording this out of a closet? To be fair, this is an improvement. If you watch the previous episodes of the series, this guy, like, his video feed was cutting off, bro. Like, he was sat on the floor with Anissa, talking about how he, he had to sell his house or something. He's trapped in his, basement and he can't even move out or something.
Jesus.
It's just so tragic what happened to this guy.
Okay, so here's the fucking deal.
We're poor.
Newsflash, we're poor. That's why we're in the basement for a third or fourth week in a row.
I don't like Ethan, but I hate his enemies even more. Hopefully it adds him to the lawsuit. This meme is essentially Idubbbz' career. He's just got a guy, clown. Idubbbz needs his own fundraiser. Oh my god, that's crazy. We got this absolute moron. I think Ethan fricked up his whole case by openly admitting it was a setup. Yeah,
No,
he
he's
tricked
fine.
them all into stealing his content, obviously.
If protecting your intellectual property is a setup, then literally any kind of lawsuit, like for fucking copyright or LLC or protected trademarks, just wouldn't exist.
Like 133. Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Oh Jesus freaking hell, Idubbbz! Somehow you keep shoving your
Doesn't
foot in your
matter.
mouth over and over, stepping on the rake 100 times in a row. How do you not understand what this is about? Watching Idubbbz, this is like watching my grandfather got dementia. Now, if we look at the comments on his
It's
video,
so
he's just getting
fucking
absolutely
pathetic.
toasted. Congrats on 6 million subs. Been here since 7 million. Pay your coaches the money you owe them. Oh my god, the amount of shit.
It was
Congrats on 6 million subs. I've been here since 7 million. Damn.
Comment on MTash's channel the other day. MTash was at like 800K or some shit like that, or like no, he was at like 934K, and he's been losing subs every day for like 6 months now. We're like, oh, Road to 899,000. Been here for years. It's like, damn, bro, that shit is so cold.
That Idubbbz and Anissa have done, like, they have so much to atone for. You're the reason there's a singular chair in the hotel rooms. He loves watching from the fuck chair. What kind of humiliation ritual is this? This is like his own fans, bro. Oh my god. I
It's
really
so
wish
bad.
YouTube showed the dislike ratio on times like these. Oh yeah, it's like over negative or something at this point, so like 40% or something. I'm still searching for the positive comments. Oh look, Anissa's wife is trying to tell another country how they should behave. What a surprise. Please, Ian, share your thoughts on child marriage next time.
You yourself were a child bride.
Yes. So
I still want to know the situation.
And, at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage.
Anissa
They ignored us when we were like
child
trying to fight
marriage.
child marriage. But then when they found out,
Are they pro-child marriage?
What?
Yeah.
That's why it makes one. Yeah, begs the question.
Bro is quite literally lobotomized. Dude, I don't know, like something happened
What
to his
the
head, bro.
fuck?
The
Dude, fucking the way that Ian acts now, like he must have like instead of fucking getting knocked silly in the ring, I think he fell out of the boxing ring and hit his head, and he just like factory reset.
divorce arc is gonna be wild. It will be legendary. I just wonder where it all went wrong. Maybe this is all a dream, guys. Maybe you'll wake up tomorrow and Idubbbz is back to being semi-decent. Anyways, if we look at the description here, Idubbbz has linked all of their GoFundMe links. And if we actually go to the GoFundMe, Idubbbz has raised almost nothing. It was already 35,000. It is still 35,000. Bro just used an entire video to promote this and literally converted 0 people.
That sucks, man. Ethan could have used a couple more dollars, man. That's so unfortunate.
Like maybe somebody
So
donated
unfortunate.
$6, bro. $6. Oh my god, this is
Fucked
so
up day for the
tragic, bro.
unemployed.
Denim's is also the exact same from when I checked the other day. Casey's is also the same. I think he maybe, you know, if we're being really generous, he might have moved like an extra $100 or something, which is
That's big.
actually tragic for
Big
a
money,
supposedly
that's 3 digits.
7 million subscriber YouTuber, bro. Anyways, Ethan responded with this meme, and we just got Idubbbz, and we got him. Diabolical, bro. Absolutely crazy. You know, even regardless of Idubbbz's new opinions and everything like that, the thing is, he's no longer funny. Even if you disagree with Ethan, at least he has some humor here, bro. Like, look at Idubbbz, bro. Before and after.
The problem is that realizing a lot of these edgy YouTubers you used to watch when you were a kid that you thought were funny, they're not funny. They would just say things that everybody else was like too afraid to say. But like now that everybody's comfortable with saying these things, you realize that they only relied on shock humor in order to elicit a response. But now that everybody's, or at least a lot more people are okay with doing it, they've lost their ability to be funny, which is unfortunate. Filthy Frank is still funny, also very true.
I don't know, because Max Mofo still is just like fucking way out there, and I find him hilarious.
Found a ring Anissa. That's a crazy comparison. Anyways, moving on to XQC versus Hassan. Basically, in the past, Hassan has been calling out any form of gambling, right? And any form of gambling, including gacha games, right?
Crazy.
Gacha games have these gambling mechanics. I used to play Pokemon TCG Pocket. I recommend you guys to stay
I've never played a gacha game. I never would, man. Those games are trash.
Man who fucking built his career on gacha.
away from gacha games, all right? It really, you know, it unlocks another demon in you.
Yeah, I
which
hate 'em.
makes you want to spend money, all right? So, yeah, they kind of suck.
I definitely didn't spend $1,800 on Uma Musume. I definitely didn't spend $13,000 on Cookie Run Kingdom offline. They're lame. I hate them.
Whatever. But Hassan is a massive hypocrite about this whole thing. I'm not gonna like demonize people for
spent $13,000 on offline gacha games.
Playing it. I played it myself, right? But yeah, basically Hassan has this whole moral grandstanding position about all of this. He has this long-standing beef with XQC. Socialism is when you sling gacha games to your audience.
Yeah, I spent $1,800 on Uma Musume because I really like World War II, so I wanted to donate how much, I wanted to donate the exact year that World War II was in.
Months after calling it streamlined gambling.
Find the casual anti-gacha discrimination problematic? Okay, well, good luck. I'm not going to ever fucking defend you because I think gacha in and of itself is also horrible. I don't understand it, but, you know, to each their own, but I do feel like that's just also streamlined gambling. What is this? Open 1 time, open 10 time? Epic or higher rarity skin guarantee?
Everything Hassan says, everything that he does, everything that he preaches, all the morals he has.
All of it's just a paper house, and he'll set it on fire for a fucking dime.
Go out the window at his earliest convenience. He says, oh, these are how I believe, but, oh, I can make $1,000? Oh, okay, great. Well, then fuck him. Don't need him anymore. He doesn't care.
What? You're telling me I get $1,000 if I kill my best friend? Where is he?
The only thing that Hassan cares is about making more money.
Not
and getting more
here.
viewers. He doesn't have any real opinions. He is a soulless demon, willing to suck the cock of any corporation in order to further his journey of success. Don't worry, one day he will come crashing down, and I look forward to that. It's going to be great. And it might be sooner than you think.
With 10 opens. I don't even know what I'm doing. Wait, what am I doing? A decoder pack? No. Buy treasure box. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Hold on. Exchange platinum coins. Please exchange purified data to platinum coin to purchase. Not enough purified data. Purchase more. Okay, I need to get. Okay, I'm purchasing. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. Oh my.
I mean, another classic Hassan moment. The memes just create themselves. I'm adding funds, guys. I'm actually adding funds. I can't believe you're playing a gacha game, guys. Almost like you're a massive hypocrite. Who the freaking that gaming company thought it was a good idea? I wouldn't buy anything Hamas Piker advertises.
True.
That's crazy. Anyone sponsoring Hassan at this point is crazy. Socialism is also when you give your critics easy layups like this, but that would be.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they have a really good insurance policy, and that's why they decided to partner with Hassan. So when their stock tanks, they get the insurance money.
Asking him to have principles or even a sense of
Doesn't have
morality.
one.
Dude can't go one day without contradicting himself.
Yep.
Bro is down bad. No ads really hitting the socialists real hard. There's not even one of the good or popular gacha games, lol. It's because it's the only one that would actually sponsor him that was apparently unaware of the terrorist support. When his own community doesn't notice, that's how you know they're brainwashed. I mean, that's actual cult behavior. As if defending him to the death wasn't already an indicator. Anyways, XQC had a field day with this. He basically calls out people being delusional and not seeing the facts right in front of their face.
Purified data. Purchase more. Okay, I need to get.
See, I love this chat, man. So yeah, the Hassan schizo, whatever. Dude, it's weird that like you guys you haven't ran dry on like being like a hypocrite. It's kind of crazy. Even when the data is in front of you and it's all there and you can see it, and it happens in live motion. It's right there. It's
such a good
explaining
clip.
the exact hypocrisy. And you go, he's schizo, he's crazy, he's seeing things as the movie, and it is playing in front of you. Guys, I'm not. It's right there. Look, if I click play.
Okay, yep. I'm purchasing.
It's right there. You can see it.
Yep.
I mean, WXQC coming in with the actual good takes there. Hassan fans cannot see the facts right in front of their face. They can see their idol there being completely wrong, but instantly will ignore anything because he's their infallible deity or whatever, right? Continue engaging in that blatant hypocrisy right there. Right, so this next part, Ethan calls out Hassan. Basically, Hassan was comparing himself to an NYC politician, and then Ela calls him out for, saying that they're, hallucinating anti-Semitism and, politician.
Is this fucking pro-Jared down here?
And then Ela calls him out for, saying that they're, hallucinating anti-Semitism and, branding her as some sort of terrorist.
Only left representatives are Destiny and Hassan.
Well, that's not true either, but.
And they both.
The only left representative is Destiny and Hassan? No. First off, Hassan is like a Marxist. Destiny's an anarchist.
Fuck, they're uncharismatic.
Done it.
And they
I've
suck.
taken
They're
out
horrible,
every cyber
they're
psycho
horrible
in Nights. The only ones left are on the outskirts.
Are on the outskirts? Dude, fucking, those are the worst ones. They sell drugs to children.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna slice their heads off with katanas.
Nice.
Throw knives in.
You said we want more Zoran. We want more Zoran Mamdani.
And/or vagina.
And then you said I suck.
Yeah, Hassan. He thinks he is. He thinks he is him. He doesn't even
And
realize
or
he's Hassan Piker.
Vaginas.
The fucking
The
one that's
led
not
vaginas.
supporting dude with an anger issue that's constantly yelling and screaming
I
in
don't
the
know.
chat and starting fights with people. You're not him. He doesn't know that he doesn't realize that he's not Mamdani.
And all of the negative associations and all of the drama that follows everywhere I go, that is completely outside of my power because I've just tried to.
We could start by not calling my wife a terrorist.
How dare you
Great
call me a
start.
terrorist every week when anti-Semitism is at an all-time high?
You're hallucinating.
Like, you're just trying to get me killed.
You're hallucinating, sweetheart.
Ah, yes, hallucinating, of course.
Damn, you guys had a nice fight.
Legitimately,
Dead
these
now.
people will justify murder
Everybody's
against these
schizo.
propagandists, right? Anyone who disagrees with them, essentially.
You're imagining the racism, honey. He just called you a really, really bad slur. That's all he did. He wasn't being racist.
By calling you a terrorist or giving you that label, it gives people in Hassan's audience or these people basically free reign, like, oh, I'm taking down this bad person, right? So it's very dangerous, right? And, the people I call terrorists are actual, U.S. designated terrorist groups, all right?
Yep.
So obviously they did it to themselves. But what Hassan is doing here, calling, like, Ethan's wife a terrorist, that's just ridiculous. You're legitimately doing
Fucking
real world
nuts.
harm here. And of course, Hassan has been comparing
Delusional
himself
as
to his
fuck.
current favorite politician, the Zoran guy or whatever. He considers
Delusional
himself
as
like
fuck.
the perfect person, the representation of the left or something, like this deity figure or something. you just don't understand because in his head he is this narcissistic, flawless person, just on a different level than everybody. So he's always so shocked when people give him bad PR, like, what the heck? You just described me, the perfect person here. How can you say that I'm bad? Now, do you guys remember when Hassan called Israelis inbred? Well, apparently he's actually done this a lot in the past, and this is like just a small portion of the compilation I saw.
Recoil when people scream resist by any means, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture. We shudder when an activist held up a sign telling Jewish students they were Hamas's next targets, and we
started chasing us, calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus.
Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Inbred fucking...
It's because Indians and white people, you can say anything you want about them on the internet and nobody fucking cares. And Hassan says that to farm edgy points. Like, everything about this dude screams inauthenticity. Everything about this dude screams audience captured. And he will do anything to appear cool. He will do anything. He'll say shit he doesn't even believe. He's so pathetic. Makes me want to punch him. Careful, you'll shatter every bone in his body, man. He's big for nothing.
Douchebag.
Shouldn't he be banned for this, attacking an ethnic group? Yeah, of course. But you're forgetting one thing.
That's not the reason Hassan should be banned. There's like a fucking laundry list. Like, I believe there were less Nazi war crimes than there were fucking reasons for Hassan to be banned.
He's Hassan. He doesn't get banned.
Wearing fucking military fatigues,
Welcome
shooting
to
another
Twitch,
Israeli
guys.
dude because he thought, I thought he was a terrorist. I thought he was terrorist. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude.
Dude, how many times has he said the word inbred? And especially in that context as well, I feel like there's no excuse. I thought that was like the only time he said it the last time we looked at that clip, but there's like an entire library of time. I think this guy might be anti-Semitic, guys. I just don't know. And always gotta resort to the most like petty insults ever. Never gonna fight on any arguments or anything like that. I'll just call them inbred. Just call them some name to discredit them. PDF file, school shooter, mom murdering cockroach, rapist, something like that. Just discredit anything they say, right? Just completely brand them as something that's so disgusting that you don't want to listen to anything they say. Moving on to Hassan versus Tectone. Hassan, once again...
No. Hassan doesn't verse me. Hassan is fighting my dad, right? Because Hassan realizes he can't say...
Hassan's in the corner boxing ghosts nobody sees, and he's losing.
...say anything about me. So he just talks about my dad, and that's it. Yeah, so maybe I'll give him his number so he can call in sometime. But yeah, Hassan realized that he's already been butt fucked. That's why he's running away from trying to fight me in the ring because he's a pussy. Guys, he's even bigger than me. And I'll still do it because I know he's big for nothing because he's so fucking steroid ridden. He has no power behind anything he does. And that's why he goes after my dad, because he knows that
we all know that Hassan doesn't have any power behind those muscles. Just like his fucking, his worldview. He has no conviction.
Things that I can say about Hassan are horrible. So he has to paint the crimes of my father on me, which even still, he has to exaggerate, because even with this shit my dad did, it's not bad enough. So retarded.
Is there with Noah Samson, and he keeps bringing up the SA accusations against him, admits that he has no idea what the situation even is, but he just goes with it because that's a sound strategy. If I don't...
No, so what he does is just, I don't really know, but this is what I heard. And he does this to dog whistle to his community to run with it as if it's fact. And trust me, I'm very aware of him doing that.
Like you, I automatically believe all accusations against you, and if I do like you, it never happened, obviously.
Even though they don't... And what's crazy is all of this started because I wanted an equal space for all creators to be able to operate underneath the confines of Twitch's TOS. All of the...
Whoa. You wanted everybody to follow the same rules? You fucking war criminal.
This over me saying I want what's right for creators on Twitch. Us in this new era is just a bunch of fucking pussy limp dicks.
No, he has sexual assault allegations against him from, I think, his, like, I don't know the fucking full details, but he's just like a weird, creepy guy, right?
Oh, he has. So he went from sexual assault allegations to, I don't know, he's weird and creepy. Why am I weird and creepy? Why? Because he wanted Twitch to enforce their TOS? Oh, okay. So if you don't...
He's this weird, creepy guy that wants me to follow the rules. What a fucking nonce.
No, Hassan, then maybe you just don't talk about it.
Right? You guys are witnessing this. You see it with, like, the Ethan shit. Like, there is a decent amount of people in Ethan Klein's community that unironically think like I am responsible for Kamala Harris losing the election.
Right.
That's not why we hate you. We don't care that you made a Democrat lose, even if that is true. We hate you because you laughed at terrorists attacking and raping and killing children.
Like, what do you say to a person like that?
Yeah, guys, I have no idea what the accusations are, who even made them, but, you know, I feel like it's so he's probably a creep and all the accusations are probably true, you know?
I heard once that he was a bad guy, so then I asked the Magic 8 Ball, and it said probably so I have to run with it because it is the Magic 8 Ball.
Never lies.
It's just like
Never lies, dude. It's more truthful than the Magic Conch, dude.
Stupid, it's insane. Like, genuinely. He's so stupid, it's insane. And he has to sit there with his emotional support friends to actually talk any type of mess whatsoever.
He has to, like, have his buddy in the cuck chair holding his hand. Now tell me I'm right, please, sweetie. I need to know.
Otherwise, he'll have a fucking panic attack.
It's on Research 101. That's just a classic. But anyways,
And this is coming from a dude who went to a brothel with children at it. Like, that's what's crazy. This is coming from a dude where 3 of his friends have actually been out of this sex pest. Even his uncle has talked about waiting for girls the moment they turn 18. That way they can scoop them up. This is the guy with the uncle who's advocated to be able to your pets like fleshlights. This is coming from the guy whose dad literally freed a terrorist in charge of the October 7th attacks. So what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? This is also from the guy who also called the police on his ex-girlfriend simply to just harass them. And by the way, it gets worse and worse. So maybe we focus on our own problems, man.
Tectone responded and Asmongold responded.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Even though they don't accept us in this new era. Oh man, same thing, huh, son? Oh, that's a good one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, really good one. You got me. Anyways, we gonna fight or what? What's going on, man? What are we doing? Listen, man, you gotta either fight me or Sam Hyde or talk to Destiny on call, man. Choose one, right? We don't get to be a pussy our entire life. We're gonna be a big boy, okay? We'll settle this one-on-one, okay? We'll have your terrorist father versus my... Any serious competitor, Hassan runs away from every single time. He's such a limp dick piece of shit.
He's like one of those guys. Oh no, I can't talk to him. He's too well educated. He dresses too well. He brushes his teeth.
It's crazy. It's actually insane. My father. There's no way that you're gonna run from me and Sam Hyde and Destiny, right? Like you're gonna have to do one. Yep. There's no way we've all butt you this hard mentally. There's no way. You can't just keep running around. Eventually, your community's gonna ask you, why does this big guy run away from every single person who tries to resolve their issues? Yep. They call you BNF. Or sorry, BFN, Hassan. BFN. That means big for nothing. Big for nothing. Let's be an adult. We can do this. I genuinely believe this is the most unlikable human being on earth. Like, I hate this man with my whole soul. This guy is a genuinely evil person. No, I mean this from my whole soul. I genuinely believe that God put Hassan on this earth to be a vile piece of shit.
I do
to tempt the morals of a normal human being to see if they agree with this person. Like, I mean, this guy is a fucking demon with human skin peeled over him.
He's like,
absolutely
full details, but he's just like a weird, creepy guy, right?
Sure, yeah, he has allegations against him. That's true. I have not seen any proof that even slightly suggests that Tectone was sexually assaulting anybody.
Oh, and you know what's crazy, Asmon? You know who else hasn't seen that? Anybody else on Earth. And this is something that I haven't told you before. Do you know what Pink says to anybody that asks for proof? I shit you not. I found this out the other week. She says, well, my mom doesn't think it's a good idea for me to show you. Her mom.
Is her mom a lawyer?
She says her mom isn't letting her show this. I shit you not. This woman isn't pushing 30. This is a 30-year-old woman saying, my mommy won't let me show the proof. Like, yeah,
my
my
mommy
dog
won't let
ate
me
my
file a
homework. I
police
mean,
report.
Jesus, it's insane. Don't worry, guys. We just have to wait a couple more months. Don't worry. When you guys see, holy shit, I'm going to need all you guys to share the video that I'm going to be posting in a couple months. Insane.
Nothing to substantiate. Yeah, there's no witnesses of this. In fact, all the other people that were around him said this didn't happen.
Yep.
Dude, I pointed this out before.
Guys, During all of this shit that Pink said I did, I had not one, but 2 roommates. I had LaRoe and Anna. And Anna was a mutual friend who's also a girl. Who, once again, guys, you had LaRoe living in the room next to me, and then you had Anna sleeping on the sleeping on the couch outside of my room. Not one, but 2 roommates who never saw me do nothing crazy because I don't do that. Fucking nuts.
But Hassan really just goes, he wakes up and goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you know, who do I slander today? And this guy was actually had the audacity to talk about how...
Yeah, and according to Minx, she was also there. Because Minx's schizophrenic demons also said, I was Techno's roommate. Jesus. Wild, that one, dude.
He has such a wonderful case against Ethan. He could totally sue him. And Ethan was trying to bait him into suing for defamation, which is the most ridiculous theory ever.
Damn.
I don't know. I feel like by doing this, you just sort of hurt your own credibility. Even
One
the
of these
little bit
days,
you actually
I'm
have
gonna
left
find
between
my
your audience,
Starburst
right? And I guarantee
flavor
you, if
savers.
Tectone was this extreme far lefty terrorist supporter, Hassan would be glazing him, right? Hassan
Yep.
would be like, well, I need forensic evidence. You know, I need to analysis. I need to see it happen in front of me, obviously, which is what he did with
Great
the
point.
October 7 Hamas thing, right?
Forensic evidence.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen,
Is
bro.
not
You need
enough to
kits.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar
to
didn't happen, right?
Prosecute.
Also, keep in mind, Hassan has literally said in the past that he has no problem with SA or date rape happening as long as the victim is a rich college girl or something, or you know, a victim of Hamas. It seems like then he's all peachy
Oh my God, please show the clip of him saying that.
with it, right? And I feel like he has no problem ruining people's lives that he disagrees with, which is just not a principled way to live here. Thanks for watching, guys.
That clip is so bad. There's literally a clip of Hassan saying that these girls deserve to get raped because they were rich girls in a college campus. It's so bad. It's legit so bad. He truly is a demon put on
He's
this
just
earth that
fucking
you guys have
Satan's little
unfortunately the displeasure of having to be in the same reality as him. Listen to this clip.
Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire fail daughters is like in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. Not stating.
Good Lord.
So Hassan thinks it's fine for rich white women to be raped because they're better off. And by the way, guys, he never got banned.
Whoa. WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants? What the fuck?
He is modern day Satan. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all motherfuckers in the next one. Like, comment, subscribe.
Dude, fucking, if Mickey Mouse wanted to, like, kill Goofy, I think he could do it with his bare hands. I'd be even willing to fucking put money on it.